Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
All right, I think I got all the dials flipped and the switches turned. It's always a challenge, everybody, every single time I start this stream up. But hey, I go above and beyond for all of you, everybody. Trying to bring you the most epic, best stream ever, the BSE. That's what we're doing right now. We are doing the best stream ever, number 2,706. So we're going to get into it, everybody. I started at 1, by the way, so yeah, several thousand. We're closing in on 3,000 streams, everybody. Can you imagine that? 3,000 best stream evers, man. That's pretty amazing. We're also coming up on the holiday, everybody. Hope you guys are having a good holiday season. If you can stand your in-laws, which some of them, you know how it goes. Some of them, you know, you can't stand because they're horrible people, but you got to deal with them during the holidays. I feel for you, and stay strong, everybody. Stay strong out there. You go out and do your thing. Be the best you that you can do. And just keep on and rocking and rolling. You know how it is in life, everybody. Just got to get up every day, do as much as you can. That's what I did today. Got a bunch of stuff done today. Man, so much stuff lined up here in the stream, everybody. A massive amount of stuff lined up in the stream. In fact, my camera keeps shrinking down. There we go. So much stuff lined up here in the stream, everybody. If you're new to my stream, my name is Kismet. They call me the Gaming Tycoon because I've been gaming for 50 years, everybody. Half a century of fun, and I loved every single minute of it, everybody. I've absolutely enjoyed it. And now we're going to play a really fun game in this bonus stream, the awesome Astroneer with MEGATECH, everybody. Let me see if I can rotate around here and show you in the background. Look at that big boy. Yeah, we got that sucker launched and we figured out what it does, which we'll talk about here when we get into it. I love Astroneer. Incredibly fantastic game, buddy. Highly recommend, 100%. suggest that you get it if you haven't gotten it. And if you haven't got the DLC, everybody digging it so far. We did start all over again from scratch to see how it would play with the MEGATECH built in now. As a thing, so you get some free stuff, and then you can also get the DLC. I bought the whole thing along with the cosmetics and everything just to support them. It was like $10 on Steam. Totally worth it. Again, if I could contact them and say, hey, send me a code and all of that. I love the game so much, everybody. I didn't even bother. I said, no, I'm buying that 100%. 100% with my money. With my money, I'm buying that, and I'm going to play it. That's for sure. So that's what we're doing, everybody. We got tons of stuff to work on today. Very excited. If you missed yesterday, everybody, we had an awesome time in 7 days. In fact, we went a little too long. Holy mackerel, that's a 12-plus hour stream, everybody. And again, trying to do more. Really working on my health, like, tremendously, everybody. Just absolutely just focused on getting better sleep, on trying to work out every day in one way, like walking or physical exercise with weights. That kind of thing, really pushing because I want to unlock this Vault Van Life project and get back out in the world, everybody. And we got to get busy here. We got to get busy because we got to get this van, we got to take it, and we got to fix it up, and then get out there on the road next year. Hopefully, we get it done by next year. That would be awesome. But again, we got a long way to go. And again, it's a big ask, everybody. It's the largest project I've ever worked on here in the stream. And we're going to be doing a whole bunch of stuff for the end of the month here, and then also into December, where we're going to do our 24 days of giveaways and love during the holidays. Because some people have it rough, everybody. They have it rough during the holidays. I fully understand, everybody. As someone who has been struggling for many, many years, I understand what it's like to struggle. That's for sure. To struggle and then have nobody care. But I care about you, and I appreciate you here in the stream. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. We're going to have some fun. But first, let's say hello to everybody in the chat. My favorite part of the day. Absolutely makes me smile every single time. Just to say hi to all of you. I saw Paul in the chat there when I was solving some technical problems. Thank you, Paul, for coming in and hanging out. I also saw Dragon Wolf at the top of the stream. Let's see if my kiss caps are working today. Nope. Nope. I've tried to fix this thing, everybody, for hours now. There's something wrong with my Stream Deck with Twitch. It will not let me just push the button anymore and it do a chat command. It just is completely broken. But I can go in and just do it manually here. Over here, copy and passes. I do it. I got copy pasted into the chat. It's old school, everybody. Old school right there, like when I started. I used to do that. I used to have a bunch of commands on the side and a notepad, and then I copy paste them into the chat when I needed them. Going old school today as well. So there's 1,000 kids cats for being here at the top of the stream. Again, put ones in the chat if you can see and hear me. I do appreciate that. That's Miss Nanu very faithfully bringing in that love lurker train. I appreciate you. That's Nanu. I see you nearly every single stream, bringing that love in, lurking in the channel. I greatly appreciate everybody who does. And even if you've never said one thing in my chat, everybody, and you've been here for 10 years, I appreciate you. I know some people are, they're working, they're eating dinner, they're taking care of their kids. They might be, cleaning the house, whatever they're doing their laundry, whatever it is while they're watching the stream or while they're listening to the stream. Maybe you're driving to work or driving home from work or whatever it is, or hanging out at work. Don't get in trouble, though. I appreciate you all being here in the stream. I really do. It really has made a difference in my life, everybody. It really has. I would not be here right now. They're 100% true. I would absolutely not be alive anymore. Wombat coming in with the hype. What's up, Wombat? Thank you very much for bringing that hype and love into the chat. We got Tab coming in. What's up, Tab? Thank you so much for that love. I appreciate it. Getting it hyped up for some epic Astroneer action. Oh, and there's Box Kicker with the one. There we go. And Dragon Wolf. We got Paul in there with the one as well. M's coming in saying hello. Hello, Ems. Thanks for coming on and hanging out. That's what's new. Also with the one and Tab bringing in some ones as well. And I'll go ahead and give you guys some more kids caps over here. We'll try the button again. Hey, okay, the button suddenly started working again. All right, there we go. Let's give you guys a bunch of kids caps for letting me know everything's working. I appreciate it. Let's press it a bunch of times since the button's working. working very intermittently. I don't know what's going on with it. I did contact them, give them some feedback, and say, look, the commands are not working as good as they used to. There's something going on either with Twitch or the software or whatever, and I tried all the standard troubleshooting stuff where you delete your account out, you re-add it, you log out, you log in, you do the 50, hokey pokey, and you turn yourself around, technical dance that you have to do every single time anything stops working. I did all of that hokey pokey stuff. The techie hokey pokey. I did all of that, still not working. Bummer. Rotisserie G coming in, showing some love. What's up, Rotisserie G? Always good to see everybody in the chat. I don't know about you, everybody, but I'm pretty excited to get in for some more Megatech in Astroneer. Again, big love to System Error. They crush it every time, everybody. They really do. Again, we got to show some love to the smaller devs, everybody, because they're the ones who are really making the great games. They're the ones who are crushing right now. In fact, so many great games, I don't have time to play them all, so I try to mix them in as best I can. But we have some that we're just going to play all the way through, and that's 100%. That's 100% how it's going to go, everybody. I'm totally playing this one all the way through. We're going to try to mix it in where we can. So let's do it. Let's go ahead and play some Astroneer Megatech. All right, here I am in my base. Turn that down just a little bit. There we go. As you can see, everybody, we are in Astroneer, and we got our giant Megatech building in the background. I'll give you a quick tour of the base. As you can see, if you have watched previously, I have moved most of the base away from my landing shelter here and put it over here by the Megatech. You see we've got the large vehicle now because we were just going through the game as you normally would, right? You start with your low-end stuff and you unlock all of that stuff through the questing itself. What is that noise? Is that this? Yeah, there we go. Gotta get away from it, man. That's making a weird noise. Making a weird noise. It's like really loud. So what we did is we made this giant Megatech thing, and what it does, it launches various pods, and those various pods will unlock other things like this. We just unlocked this at the end of our massively long 12-hour stream last time when we were playing Astroneer. Not just last night, but also when we were playing Astroneer on Fridays. Into Saturday. But as you can see, everybody, it has these large fluid canisters, and it has the ability to put some shuttles on there. And you can see that they actually have a letter on them, A, and then B, and then C. Now, I think that's called the Intermodal Terminal, an interplanetary transfer facility where cargo from trains can be transferred to automated shuttles. So, in theory, my guess is that you could go ahead and say, put one of these on Sylvia, which is where I have it. And then go to like Glacio and then have it bring the resources here. I think that'd be kind of cool if that's what you could do. I saw some kind of hint to that or talk about that in one of the dev streams, but they didn't go into detail and I didn't watch all of it, so I didn't want to know everything. I just wanted to know, a little bit of, okay, do I really want to play this? Yes, I do. Okay, boom. I don't want to know anything else. I want to learn it while I'm playing, everybody. I feel like that's my favorite part. Is not knowing and discovering it as you're playing through the game, as opposed to, looking it up online and just knowing everything before you even start playing. I don't like doing that. I also don't like pre-doing the playthrough where I go in and I build up crazy tons of resources, and then when it drops, I can just rush through it. I don't do that either. I don't like that. I don't like that style of play for myself, but hey, if that's your jam, more power to you. All right, over here we have done some quests that we can get done as well. We'll get right back to it, everybody. Find and explode an exo cache. We did that. And what we're going to do is go ahead and take this off here for a second. And we found that, and we got some extra exo chips. Now, again, our production's up here by our mega build, our mega thingy here. And you can see that we have a bunch of exo chips now, and it looks like a bunch, but believe me, everybody, it's going to be gone in no time at all. Notice I'm putting that back over there, and what it does is auto running back into the compound there. And then I can just grab it off the top and put it in here when I need to use it. I just do that with all of the resources. That really helps a lot. And you can see over here, we've been out and about because you always end up with a ton of organic no matter what you're doing. But we go ahead and throw this up here maybe, and then throw all that organic in there nice and easy. Got ourselves a little bit of research here. We could throw that over there. How's our research doing? 40,000 ought to get it going. Remember, this is day 3, everybody. We got 40, 100,000. I could really just go and unlock everything, everybody. We really went to Aatrox, and we got a bunch of research over there. We brought it back, and it's been running and running and running. Also, I have my research automated. Oh, here it comes. I've got research automated, so it brings that research down the way. This one doesn't seem to be quite hitting this one on the left here. Let's see if it gets on the left there. Nope. It fills these ones up first before it fills this one up, it looks like. That's okay. I'll just throw one over there. And then you can see that is starting up. And it will automatically kind of feed its way down. It has 2 trees over there that automatically grow the research. And then it runs it down here. And again, if you just let the game run, I might have hundreds of thousands of research, everybody. And that's really all you need to unlock everything in the game. We started, again, with the basics. We did a bunch of quests and things. And then we went ahead and just kind of run ahead a little bit and got the big stuff that we're going to need. Anchors away. Construction anchor landing pad. We're going to get another one. All right, awesome. There we go. So now we have another one of these things over here, which is our construction landing pad. And basically, it's going to make it where we can shoot off rockets and take off rockets and land them. Just thought of something. I might have to take it to the other planet, too. And have some ships over at the other planet. That's good to know. All right, so we want to take this with us to Glacio as well. So we're going to put that over there because we're going to try to get Glacio to Sylvia because all the other planets are easy. You go to those and grab them. But Glacio is where you're going to need the most resources from because you're going to need an absolute ton of iron, massive amount of titanium, and graphite. And those are the 3, and luckily ABC, everybody. So in theory, I could get 3 of those resources just coming back to the base all the time. That would be amazing. Another one I would like to get would be hydrazine from Caldor. So I could go to Caldor, get the hydrazine, and bring it back because I'll have it producing the hydrazine the whole time. That would be awesome as well. So we'll try to set most of that up today. One of the things we want to look at is large tables as well because we're going to need a lot more tables because we're going to expand our stuff even more here. So let's look at our level C tables here. Resin and iron. So we're going to need a lot of resin. Look at this gigantic soil canister they added, everybody. It's massive, man. It's awesome. Awesome, big time. In fact, maybe we should start with that. I say we start with our massive soil container. We're going to take it and snap it to the back here. And we're going to go ahead and make some more holes in this mountain over here. But driving around this junk I got to get rid of. As you can see, we've been making holes in the mountain. And that's one of the easiest ways to gather resources. Right? So you can just go into the side of a mountain like this. And most of the time it'll be pretty solid. So you can just go ahead and take the mountain out little by little. But what it's really doing is collecting soil. And that's what we want it to do. And I'm trying to keep it pretty stable along with what it is. Going slightly up here. There we go. Not too far down. Yeah, just trying to keep it even. Very hard to do, everybody. Very hard to do to keep it super even. But we do what we got to do. Again, we're just going to keep cutting it out here. Oh, see? There it goes. Very easily can just start making a dip there. What I'm doing is just collecting soil. Now that I have this insanely massive container, everybody, I can just collect soil for a good long time. Again, we'll just go ahead and do a little UE here. And it's easier to turn the thing off and then align yourself a little bit. I got to go this way a little bit. And align yourself because it goes really slow when you hit the V. Because that's my drill bit running. When your drill bit's running, it goes a bit slower. So we want to go ahead and cut it in such a way that it's kind of open to the other part. We can always come back, by the way, and fine-tune all of this. Really, I'm kind of doing two things at one time. I'm creating like a passage through the mountain, but really I'm here for the dirt. Mainly for the dirt. The passage can always be worked on later. Again, I think the worst problem of this game, everybody, is this right here. Is this whole, like, see how I just went up and then down and up and then down? I can't see what the heck I'm doing. And that's because there's no first person. When you're in the car, you would want to be doing first person so you could see what you're doing. It's all third person, which I think they should definitely work on. I think having a first person mode would be awesome, even if it was just on the vehicle. That you could switch to a first person and do what you got to do. All right, here we go again. And it does take some practice. Keep it going somewhat straight. It's very easy to oversteer in here. All right, that was already done there. Go back the other way. Now what I'm trying to do is get this blue circle to go all the way around. Now this one doesn't have a paver on it. We took our paver to Aatrox and oh man, was it awesome. It was awesome. We did go to Aatrox without upgrading our personal shaper, which is a very, very dangerous thing to do because you can get totally stuck in there big time and have to, you know, commit hara-kiri to get out of there. But luckily, we don't have that problem. We managed to survive and make our way out of there with tons and tons of research. I think it was about 50 or 60,000 research we walked away with, which is pretty awesome. Again, just slightly cutting out this mountain like this. We'll take this little edge off. And that allows me to get over here to this giant monolith beacon thing. And not have to go around the mountain or over the mountain. I just go through the mountain. I think the drilling and the paver is one of the coolest things in the game because you just make a bunch of roads and a bunch of stuff. But we just filled up that giant container. And I could have had more containers on here, by the way. I could have made 3 different trailers, put those giant containers on there, and forget about it, everybody. Forget about it. We'd have so much dirt we wouldn't know what to do with it all. All right, we're going to roll right up in here. Look at this driving. Look at this awesome driving. Yeah, that was pretty cool. We drove up right in there. All right, and we're going to go ahead and... why is this not forging that up? Oh, our power's off. Oh, that's right. We went and disconnected our power. I forgot. We disconnected our power because we were having a problem powering that thing over there. We got to solve that power problem today. We're going to go ahead and do this. Then we're going to do this. There we go. We got to solve that power problem. Each of these takes like 25 power, so it's a lot of power, especially in the early game. That is a massive, massive amount. And I have about 25 power, which means I can power that or I can power that. But I can't power both. So we'll get that going as well. And that's part of what we're working on. Now, here's the cool thing, everybody. See this massive amount of soil that I have here? I love these massive containers, everybody. Awesome. Very, very awesome. What I can do is go over here and say, hey, you know what? I would really like some resin over here as well. What are we making here? This is aluminum. What do we do with our aluminum here? Tungsten. Let's put all this stuff back where it goes. Oh, we got to turn it back the other way. All right. This is tungsten. This is there. This is glass here. Carbon here. All right, and we got our quartz, we got our compound, tungsten. This is lithium. Lithium is a raw resource that goes up there. Tungsten, carbonide, up there. Steel. Oh, we got a little bit of steel there too. And then clay, which is a raw resource. Now I'm going to go ahead and do these by whether they were refined or not. So I actually got to go left to right here. Let's go compound. Then we've got quartz is probably the next one I would put. And then clay. Now I want some of the raw resources because you do use those. Lithium I'd consider a raw resource. Tungsten carbonide would be a refined resource. More glass. Oh no, that was the same glass. So glass is something you would do. And then tungsten, and then steel. Ceramic would be before steel in the table of things you would make. This is plastic, so that's something we refined as well. And that's just how I organize my stuff, everybody. You can organize your stuff however you want. We've got copper there. We've also got ammonium. Oh, okay. We're going to need that. We're going to want to put that right there and put this over here. We'll want to get some of that going. We need to also find a container that is empty, which I don't see. I don't see any empty containers. Wow, we made all those containers and we filled them right back up again. Awesome. Aha, there's one. There's always usually one laying around, everybody. And we found it. Oh, look at this. We got tons, by the way. Look at this, everybody. 400 carbon, and that's automatic. It'll just pull it from the trees, automatically convert it into carbon, put it up there because we're going to need a massive sum of carbon. So usually either that's resin, which I usually do in the beginning, and then I turn it into carbon because every one of these processes almost uses carbon. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to prime this one by setting it to inputting and then put the aluminum here, You get the idea. Put that up there, put this here, put that there. Run this out, and then we're going to convert all of that aluminum over, so we'll have aluminum. Probably we ran out of aluminum before. Now here's the cool thing. If you want to put this stuff back, you just put it right there, and notice it automatically goes right back in where it goes. I don't think I have anything for rubber right now. And that tells us that we need more canisters. I'd like to work on the big canisters, but we do what we got to do. So we're going to need plastic and glass. So then we go ahead and grab our plastic, which is probably why I was down here in the first place. And we'll go ahead and just put this up here. In fact, we'll put a few of these things up here. There we go. So we got our plastic. We can run that out. And then we need our glass, which is right here. So we can just run these out. And how much ever we have, it'll just print a bunch of those suckers right over there. So, oh, we're all out of plastic now. Okay, so now we got to go make some plastic. So we're going to go over here to this one. And we'll say plastic. So we need carbon and compound. Now, what I'm going to do on this particular one, everybody, is this one is going to be in order. So we're actually not going to do plastic. We're going to do rubber. Rubber's the first one in the chain. And we're going to start to organize our production. And so we'll take a bit of our gases here, and we'll put them off to the side. We've got carbon there. What a surprise. I'm going to go ahead and take this out of here and run that back in. There we go. And try to get this out of my way. And it's got a lot. Okay, can't get ahead of it. There we go. Then I'll run this out into this one to try to run some of this out, and then it will keep going on that. So again, on here we need organic and we need resin. Well, it just so happens that we have some organic here. In fact, I think we have 2 organics laying around somewhere. Yeah, over here. There we go. 2 organics there. And then we want, if I get my cursor going, we want some resin. Now, it just so happens that over here we have a centrifuge and a lot of soil. And that soil, we can go ahead and extract the resin from the soil, which is why it makes it so cool. And that is a lot of dirt. There's a lot of soil there. That's a massive amount of resin that we could make. So we'll try to get it going. Oh, and we have 1 plastic left over here that we can just go ahead, put right up there. It'll make us another container. Okay, so we need some resin. So we can go ahead and use this one here, and we'll wait for this one to finish. And then we've got 1 more after that one. And what we're going to do is queue this up to make resin, right? And then we're going to put it on loop, and we're going to tell it to go while it's melting the other thing down. Because what it will do is process while this is melting it down, and by the time this is melted down, it'll be ready to run that resin in. Now, one of the cool things about it is the fact that this one is now out of resources. So the second that resin is ready, I can set that to input, and the second the resin is ready, it's going to run into the one that was the one that had the raw aluminum in it, but not anymore. Oh, There we go. But not anymore. Now, notice how that aluminum went into the one in the back. That tells me that the one in the back is the primary one. So we'll do that, and then hopefully it goes into the one in the back and not this one. There we go. And now it's going to automatically make me massive sons of resin, and we're going to use both these containers for resin, and so we can then make a ton of rubber, right? So we want to have a container for the rubber itself over here. And so we're going to go ahead and put that over here. And again, we're going to set up all of our various processes along the way. Now, I'm just going to put this up here to hold that for a second. Same thing with this. And this is full over here, so we're going to go ahead and pull that. Going to run the carbon back in again, which means that the process back here in the back is going to start back up again, meaning that it's going to just take the organic from the trees, put it over here, forge it up in the furnace, and then put the carbon in there. And that's like 40 more carbon or 23 more carbon or how many ever it is, 33 more carbon that we can put in there. So it's just going to automatically make that 33 carbon. And really the secret to it is, everybody, is these tappers right here. These tappers are awesome. So I just got some trees, went over there and I hit the collect button, grabbed some trees, put 3 trees down with 3 tappers. Now I could have put all 3 tappers on the same tree, everybody. I absolutely could. But I just think it's fun to put it on 3 separate trees. And then this auto arm is just grabbing organic. So after it grows out, or after it taps that out, it will automatically grab it. You can completely automate the process, which is awesome. Let's go ahead and get some of our gas canister stuff over here. Hello, who's that? Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Appreciate everybody chilling out in the channel. Love Astroneer. Gonna have to play it again at some point. Oh man, you got to get the MEGATECH. The MEGATECH is super fun. Again, I'd start a new playthrough, everybody. Start a new playthrough because it is integrated in your normal quest lines, which is awesome. Highly recommend. 100%. 100% chance I'm going to play this all the way through. Absolutely. And that's my biggest endorsement, everybody. You see me playing it for an extended amount of time, you know I'm really addicted to that game. Big time. We gotta make some gas canisters too. We should make a massive gas container. How are we doing on our resin over here? Is it already almost full? Yeah, look at that 24 of thing here. And then we're gonna put this one in here so it can keep going. We're gonna take our aluminum and just stack it over here. We've got ourselves another thing here. Very nice. All right. Now, one of the big benefits of getting your stuff together and start to find a specific place for stuff is that now you know where that stuff goes, right? The organic goes here. This is the table that is set for organic because it is going to make as much rubber as it can. Now, organic, I got crazy done to that, but I got that coming out my ears there. I got 2 full stacks. I got 64 of it right there. But resin is the thing that I really want. And the second that this one fills up, I'm going to pull it from there. Actually, I could just run this one out. This one's getting close. Yeah. And there it is. All right. So this one now on the input, I can take this and I can put it over here. Actually, we'll take this one and put it here. Now, what we want to do is prime this, right? So we'll go ahead and take the rubber that we have sitting over here. Right here. So it doesn't accidentally put any raw resources in there. So it doesn't put the organic in there or the resin. We're going to go ahead and just put that in there. And now it knows that one's rubber and will only put rubber in there. And so now we have some resin and we have some organic. So we're going to put this on the loop and we're going to say make some rubber. Well, it can't make any because it doesn't have the resources. So we just run out the resin, run out the organic by hitting F. And now it is going to make an insane amount of rubber. But it's going to fill that entire canister full of rubber because, again, we have an entire canister full of stuff over here, right? So it'll make 32 rubber right there. And that will now forever be our rubber production area. Because you can just make a chemistry station or chemistry lab for each and every process. And that's the next thing that we're going to do. We're going to work on our plastic process over here. We got ourselves some nice graphene here that we'll utilize here in a bit. We're just going to set that off to the side. And now we've got a bit of a mess here, everybody. We really want to get this mess cleaned up, and we're going to need some of these medium gas canisters. Or maybe we might just go for the big boy. Let's go take a look in here about the large canister. So we got large resource canister, large gas canister, which we already have it unlocked. And then a large fluid canister. So what does the gas canister take? Titanium alloy. Okay, well, we'll come back to that one. We want to really work on our titanium alloy production. Right here, much easier. Silicon and glass. So we probably need to use this one temporarily to make a little silicone. Right over here, it's going to be resin, quartz, and methane. So I'm going to steal a little bit of the resin over here, put that right up there. Then we're going to go over here. Now you know why I keep a little bit of quartz instead of converting it all into glass, because sometimes you need quartz, like right here, see, to do some silicon. There we go. And then the other thing is methane. Now we got some nitrogen, and we just happen to have a little bit of methane there that we got from another planet. And we're going to run some silicon there. All right. Silicon done. All right, go over here. And say, hey ho, we want to go ahead and make a large gas canister. No, not large one. No, just a glass canister would be nice. Oh, you don't make it in the big one. You make it in the small one, duh. Glass canister. Or gas canister, not glass. Medium gas canister. There it is. All right, boom, go. All right, now what that's going to allow us to do is go in and set that up to do what we want it to do. And I'm just going to leave all that glass there so I can use this. How's this looking? Oh, that one's full. All right, put another one there. So now we emptied out. As we're emptying them out, we're just making more and more and more resin, because you're going to need a lot, everybody. You're going to need a massive amount. And so now we got another full one here, and you know what we're going to do? We're going to put another one there. And we're just going to we're going to fill both of those up until that dirt is done. Because we're going to need an obscene amount of resin stage right now. Right now it's got 19 rubber it's already done. It's already automated the whole thing because we already have the resources to run it out. Now another thing I'm going to need to do once I run out of canister here is probably get more organic and stuff. Look at this making a mess here. Look at it making a mess with all this glass. Making a mess. That's because I was switching between stuff. I'm just going to put this over here. Open up this gas canister. I don't like this stuff on the ground. It really triggers me, everybody. There we go. All right, gas canister it is. Now, let's go over here. And we're just going to set this gas canister over here, and then we're going to decide what we want it to do here later on. But again, this one here, we're trying to make elastic, right? So we need carbon and compound. Told you we're going to need carbon. And we're going to go ahead and grab this out, and we're going to grab all of this and just make a bit of a mess over here. We'll deal with all this here in a minute as well. A lot of nitrogen here. A lot of nitrogen. And then here we have argon. Do we have some room in there for argon? Do we have any argon sitting around? Let's find out. We'll put it in here. We'll set that to input. We'll put that in there. No. Oh, we got some graphite there too. Let's keep that graphite over there. And then we will put one of these up in there. There we go. I want to kind of organize these a little bit in a bit. But first we're going to just take all these off of here. There we go. Now we're going to go ahead and utilize our carbon. Oh, big thing in my way. Take our carbon and put our carbon over here. Now we're going to have a lot of carbon for sure. We're going to put that right there. And then you're going to see me move this over because I like to put the raw resources on this side and then the output on that side. Eventually we'll get the really big containers, everybody. We'll be getting hundreds of this. But this is how I set up my base. And at this particular point of the game, everybody, this is like your highest priority, is to basically go in and maximize your production where it's automatically running large sums of resources. That's what we want to do. Not aluminum alloy, plastic. There we go. And now the other thing we need is compound. So over here, I think we're probably doing pretty good on the resin. So we're going to go ahead and stop the resin right here. We'll probably combine this into one. Hold on, we'll stop this for a second so it'll run all those out of there. There we go. And then we're going to try to combine this one into this one. I just put them both in there to make it go a little faster. Oh, perfect. All right, awesome. That was exactly right, everybody. I stopped it at the exact moment to where that would fill that container and empty the other container. just luck, everybody. I didn't mean to do that on purpose, but awesome. Now, the next thing we need, you guessed it, compound. All right, there we go. We'll go ahead and run some compound. And then now over here, it has run so much resin and so much rubber, everybody, that this one is full, and it burned up all of that resin in the container. So now both the resin and the organic are empty. Now I have 2 empty containers again, right? That's pretty cool. And then, of course, resin and organic there. We're going to put this organic over there. There we go. So that'll burn that up. And then we'll go ahead and just store our resin over here as well. And we'll also go over here and set this to resin, or I mean to organic, like this. And so I'm going to put that in the back. Now, after this fills up with carbon, it's then going to put a bunch of organic in the other one, because it can't fit any more carbon, so it's not going to convert the organic. And so the organic is going to start backlogging on the bottom. So it's actually going to fill both of those things up at once. So it's both doing carbon and raw organic for me. And that's why I have it right behind this table, because I think that far ahead, everybody. That's why I put it right there, because the organic, it needs to be used in this table. I know, that's pretty far thinking, everybody. That's like 20 or 50 steps ahead of where I currently am now from when I put that table down. That's how you know you're really next level in it. That's for sure. Also, where do you find clay? The easiest place to find clay, I find, is here on Sylvia. You have to drive around. It's usually out in the open, sometimes a little bit closer to mountain sides. Clay you can find in much more abundance on other planets, by the way, like Caldor, like DeSolo. You can find it much better over there, especially on Caldor, because it's very flat. It's a desert. You might run across it just buzzing around. But you can find it. I suggest the easiest way to get clay, get a bunch of dirt, and have your centrifuge make it for you. That's what I do, everybody. Again, at some point, you can see I don't even bother to collect the resources anymore manually, just at the very beginning of the game. But manually, it's much easier for me to take that car, drive through that mountain, get a bunch of soil, and make hundreds to thousands of resources, to tens of thousands of resources using the centrifuge. And look at it go, everybody. Look at it go. It's filling that sucker up with exactly what we need for some serious amount of plastic. So there we go. Now we need an output of our plastic over here. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Now I think we're going to go ahead and put this one as nitrogen. Let's go ahead and start with that. Right over here. We're going to clean up our little bit of mess we have here. Throw that as nitrogen in there. Very nice. It's going to clean that up nicely. This is nitrogen as well in there. This is hydrogen, methane. Got a bunch of methane here. A little bit of sulfur there. Let's put our methane by our sulfur. We've got some hydrogen, methane. I'm just organizing it behind here. And then we have 3 sulfurs and a hydrogen. So sulfur I use a lot less. I'd rather have the hydrogen on tap. So I could use that. Sulfur is used for explosives, which I use from time to time, but not as much as the other stuff. Not as much as I'm going to use nitrogen and hydrogen. In fact, I'll probably use hydrogen more. That's it clipping through the giant MEGATECH thing, the camera. Yeah, so hydrogen I probably use the most of all the gases because that makes hydrazine, which we will make here in a bit. All right, we'll take our graphite and we'll put it over here. We're going to use that later. How are we doing on our compound over here? Oh, yeah, good enough. All right, we're out of there. Let's go ahead and tell this to stop after that's done. We'll have a little extra compound there. And now it is time to make a bunch. And now we're just going to run out a little bit. And then a little bit of carbon. And again, I'm working so far ahead that I had already gotten the carbon done, right? I had already got the carbon already set up. In fact, I got another 400 over there because you can see it's capped off on the top. That means that that's full. And now it's backlogging the organic over here as well. So we still have this 64 here and 400 more carbon over there. All right, so it had made the first thing. It has made the very first... Put it in the back just to troll me. There we go. It's made the first plastic. And so what I'm going to do, again, prime this for the output. I'm going to set that to the back. I like to have the little round thing pointed toward me, right? So you can see the outputs of these. Highly recommend so you can see it coming out of there. You can also look at have it sideways like this so you can see the amount of what's in there as well. Sometimes I'll put them where the red part is sideways, but I can still see it, but I can also see the side here as well. The one on the back here, we want to go ahead and do this. Okay, so now, again, same thing. Put it on loop, tell it to make some plastic, and then we run out our compound, we run out our carbon, and there goes 32 plastic, everybody. Again, look at that scaling, everybody. Look at that scaling. Just boom. Go right to it, baby. Kismet don't mess around, everybody. We scale up big time. We scale right up. All right, I need to move this out the way because we need to do some work over here. Right over here. So we need some resin and we need some iron. Well, that's the whole reason why I made this extra resin. And see, I put it over here so I know where the resin is, right? That's one of the best things. It's kind of like sorting boxes in 7 Days to Die. If you have it all thrown in the drop box, then you're looking through each and every box to find the thing. And the same thing with your resources. Very often you're like, okay, where did I put the resin? Where did I put the iron, right? But here, if it has a specific place where it belongs, then you know, oh, if I need some resin, it's right over there, right? That's a powerful thing. It's one of the most powerful things, both in life and in game, is to be organized and have the ability to find the thing that you're looking for, right? So we're going to need some resin for this. So we're going to go over here and try to sneak some resin onto here. There we go. And the other thing we're going to need is iron. And I can tell you we do not have no iron, for sure, for sure. We also have these cool little containers over here. I feel like we're going to make another one of these as well. Oh, man, we got lots to do. We got lots to do, and I love that about the game. And, oh, we got a second large printer. That's right. I made that for eventuality. We're going to be making a lot of big stuff. So what we need is we need iron. And, again, we'll just double check. We got tungsten, we got copper, we got aluminum, we got zinc, but we don't have any iron. So we got to go ahead and take care of business there. And it just so happens that I've loaded up this vehicle over here with that, but it doesn't have too much fuel. It only has 3 more launches, so we really need to work a little bit on hydrazine. So let's go over here and get our hydrazine popping off as well over here. We already got that one going. So I'm just going to go ahead and switch this to hydrazine temporarily. Now, of course, obviously, we'd want it to be separate, and we'll have a whole process of it going. And that's why I put this ammonium over here, right here, there we go. And we'll run that out of there, and we will tell it to make it some hydrazine. Now, we need some hydrogen, like I said. Told you we're going to use that. And we're going to take our hydrogen, we're going to stick it right there. You really only need to put one up there. There's 5 charges on it. That's more than enough. And then make us some hydrazine, so we'll have some fuel. And now this one is empty because we emptied out the hydrazine, and then we can recycle this one. Over here. Oh, the other thing we need to make is our, oh, I just thought of it. Our little thing that's going to make our job so much easier. Where are you? Here. All right, did I unlock it is the question. I sure did. Hydrazine jetpack, which is titanium alloy, which is some of the toughest things, if not the toughest one, other than nanocarbon alloy, to actually produce. There's our hydrazine there. Let's go ahead and see if we can make some. We're going to have to make 2 of them. Titanium, graphene, and nitrogen. I have some graphene already made. Right there. And nitrogen. We have that sitting over here. Very nice. We'll run one of those out. Throw it in there. Very nice, and stick that over there. And then, of course, some titanium. Now, I don't have any titanium because we haven't started our titanium farming yet. What we've been doing is having a lot of fun over here and taking stuff and putting it in this little shredder to make scrap, and then we'll send the trade platform off to get some titanite, which is basically titanium. Again, that's the raw form of titanium, and then you get that, and then it comes back on the shuttle, and then you just forge it up, and now you got titanium. You don't have to actually run over there and grab it, though it is much more effective. Oh, we got a bunch of canisters over here. I thought I made a bunch of them. Yahtzee. Awesome. Yay me. Way to think ahead there, Kismet. All right. I thought far ahead, everybody, that I forgot. Let's go ahead and put all these medium resource containers together like this. Yeah, that's nice. That's very nice. All right, we put some of these in our backpack. What else we got in our backpack? A little bit of organic. Oh, tethers. Yeah, bite this. Yeah, there you go. Throw those tethers in there. There we go. And then we got some carbon in there as well. Rather have me some canisters. What else we got over here? We got some zinc. We got some methane sitting right there. We want to clean this place up. This place is a mess. It's like hanging around my kids, everybody. I've tried for almost 18 years now to teach them how to clean up after themselves, but they still have not mastered it. They are messy teenagers. Messy, messy. Everywhere I go, there's a mess here, there's a mess there. I got to keep cleaning up their messes. They never think about, hey, I dropped this thing on the ground. I need to go and pick that up and throw it in the trash or do whatever I need to do with it. No, they just leave it there. Just thinking, they're just waiting for someone else to be their maid and pick up after them. Either me or my wife, who can't stand it when they just stuff thrown around everywhere. I tried, everybody. I tried, but, you know, they won't listen now. They're teenagers. They're completely a lost cause when it comes to trying to teach them anything, really, unless they want to know what that thing is. If they want to know what it is, then they're all about it. But if they don't want to know, they'll just ignore everything you have to say. And that's fine. Go out and learn the hard way. That's what I say, everybody. Let them learn the hard way if they don't want to learn the easy way. Because it's rough out there, everybody. It's rough. I'll put that right there. There we go. Again, you see I'm just kind of cleaning that stuff up, putting it away. So we can go, oh, large shredder was the other thing, too, because we made this big table over here for the large shredder. That's right. That's right. I have a feeling we probably need some titanium alloy for that as well. Let's take a look. Large shredder. And I don't remember what this stuff takes, everybody. Is it not in here? The large shredder's in the medium printer. Nice. Yeah, oh, I already have it going. I just need a little bit of iron. Oh, okay. Awesome. Very large. Oh, wait. We need the extra large shredder. Did we do large shredder or did we do the extra large one? Thought we did the real big one. Where is that one? I don't remember where this stuff is, everybody. I have to go in and look. There it is. No, we didn't unlock it. Well, hey, we got 50,000 research. I say we unlock it. Yeah, I wanted the extra large shredder, not the large shredder. I'm glad I saw that now. Well, actually, we have this. We have this right here. Again, that's why I thought it was in here. The extra large shredder. So we need tons of carbonide, which I think we have sitting somewhere. And if not, we can just take the tungsten and make it. I think we'll just make it real quick. Yeah, oh, we'll get our shredder going on. Sweet. All right, and we were going to make titanium alloy, but we need titanium. So we'll put that off to the side for now. We're going to make tungsten carbonide first. There we go. Just happen to have a little bit of extra carbon there that we can use. All right, put our tungsten back where it goes, over here. Let's see. Where else? Oh, and this is from another planet. That's right. I'm putting that over there. So we need our... not there. This one. And steel. That was the other thing. And I thought we made some extra steel. We sure did. Let's run out some steel. Put that right on there. There we go. That's why you always make a little extra. Because at this moment, this is when you're like, man, I wish I had some steel. And then you do. Well, how cool is that? All right, there we go. All right, big boy. Oh, that's the big boy right there. We're going to make ourselves some serious amount of scrap here in a minute. All right, and we need our hydrazine. I'd love to use this hydrazine for jetpack fuel, but what we really need to do is get our hydrazine production going, and the way we're going to do that is having the ability to fly around on our spaceship over here. Actually, probably be easier if I put it back onto the launch platform. There we go. We got some stuff that goes boom. We want to make sure to move that far away from where we're at. Did we go over here and clean this scrap up? We did. We left a little bit of scrap here. And some research there. You see that there's a little bit of a hole here. You can guess what that was from. So what I do is I make a little bit of a pedestal to put it on. So this way when it explodes, it does just a slight crater and then all the stuff falls in that little crater. Usually about that high, just a little bit higher than your character. I'd say maybe your character maybe twice the height of your character in a pedestal, and then you probably want to flatten it off at the top here, just to make it easier to put the exocaches up there. I really feel like I want to reattach this tether here, so I need another tether, and I just grinded up those tethers. That's how it goes. All right, then we'll take this little scrap and we'll put it in there, and again, that'll grind that up until it has enough scrap. Well, we're going to get serious about scrapping over here, everybody. And now we can take our little junk pile over here that we were using for our automated research and throw it over here. Now, the thing that I would not put in there, everybody, is your auto arms. You are going to use these auto arms again. 100% chance that I'm going to use those. So we're going to go ahead and do those. We need to turn these off, too. Let's get over here. Turn those off. Like that. There we go. And we could, if we had enough graphite, could go in. Now, see, this is also automated power here as well. You can see that I'm extracting the organic. I'm converting it into carbon. The carbon is then being fed into the generators, and that's perpetual power. That'll just keep running because it'll keep growing the organic. It'll keep it collecting it, converting it, and then powering. And then the power that's running is powering the forge and the research and the auto arm, which is the thing that's feeding it. So basically, once you get it started, it'll just keep itself going. So it'll just grab the organic with the auto arm using the power that you're using from the generator, put it into the smelter, smelt it down into carbon, and then the carbon powers the generators, and the generators power the auto arm, so you get the idea. It just goes in a circle and powers itself, very much like when you go from biofuel up to coal power in Satisfactory. Once you have your coal power running, the coal power itself powers the extraction of the coal and also the water that you need to make the coal power plant. So you create this loop, right? You create this endless loop. And because it never runs out of resources, it's an infinite loop. It'll just keep going forever until you stop it, which is awesome. And that's the kind of things I try to find in games, everybody. The awesome mechanics that make loops like that happen. The same thing with my automated research over there. You can see it just finished. Is that it will continue to grow those little research things, right? And if that's an infinite resource, then I'm going to tap into that infinite resource and have it just automatically keep feeding that research into my research things, right? And then, of course, I have the automated power, I have the automated research, tie those two together, and that's it. GG's, you're good. And that's been running since the very beginning of the game, and that's why I have 45,000 research. Though I did go to Aatrox and get some there as well, but it's probably produced for me just since the this is the third day of this playthrough. Though some of those days were really long, like 12 hours. That this right here has probably produced me about 50,000 research so far, just by itself. I mean, not even touching it, just letting it run, not counting the Aatrox stuff. Just from the plants themselves. So pretty awesome, I think. Big hydration. Big hydration going on. So yeah, that's where you find the clay. Let me get back to the chat here. I was getting so wrapped up having such a good time. So yeah, you're going to play it again? I suggest it. I highly recommend. Get this DLC. You're going to love it. Seafish coming in and say, hey, Kismet in chat. What's up, Seafish? Thanks for chilling out. I played for like 3 hours. Couldn't find laterite and caves for aluminum. You know what got me, Tab? Was lithium. It took me 9 hours to find lithium in my first playthrough. I could not find it. And we came around the corner and it was like a miracle. Oh, we found lithium. And we found so much lithium it was coming out of our ears, everybody. We had no idea where it was. Because I didn't know about where you could just look on the planets up here and it would tell you where it was. And the thing about laterite is that it is in every planet. So it's not just this planet as well. And some planets more abundant and is much easier to find. But sometimes you will get a world, and remember, it randomly spawns. So my playthrough is going to be different than yours, just because the worlds are different. It generates the world different every single time. So you can play 15 times, everybody, and you won't find the stuff in the exact same position again, ever. So yeah, you can do 1,000 playthroughs. It all randomizes the world. It also randomizes your landing location. like right here, this is an incredibly great landing position, everybody, because you got the mountains there. You're on plains here. You don't have drop-offs like you would if you're in the caverns area. Then you have a forest over that way. Hold on, let me bring this thing down. I got a forest way off over that way where I can go and grab some research. I can grab some trees for extracting organic. I can go over there. There's probably a bunch of just random stuff laying around. Also, there's going to be some ammonium over there, potentially some clay. Over on that side or this side with the mountain, we know we're going to have some copper. We know we're going to have potentially some clay over there as well. Also some graphite that we could find on mountains and so on. So just massive tons of resources just nearby the base. Just a lucky landing, everybody. Lucky landing. And I have actually landed in some of the toughest places in the game and still crushed it. Absolutely. That's how you really test yourself. All right, so we got some big tables over here. We're going to clean up our bit of a junk pile over here as well. We're going to start moving this stuff over this way. Now, these little tables are actually useful, everybody. I use them from time to time, but if I really need it, I could always remake it. Remember, you can always remake all this stuff. There's no reason to hang on to it forever, especially if it's kind of junking up your base. You want to really get this stuff rocking completely separately. Okay, so we got that going. We did our plastic over here. Let's go check our plastic. Put my dish away. I've got a little microchip on me. These microchips are very valuable, everybody. Do not lose them suckers, that's for sure. There it is, everybody, the big boy. The extra large shredder. We opened the large shredder, which was wrong, but that's okay. We got plenty of research. Sometimes I use them in tandem, by the way. I'll use the extra large one, the smaller ones. Use them in tandem so that you can just shred more stuff. All right, now we're getting serious about our stuff here. We're going to put our trade platform here. Since we got the small shredder, we might as well use it, right? I'm going to put it in the back. Or actually, I'll put it in the front. There we go. And then we also have an auto arm over here that can pick up our scrap. And I'm going to actually turn it this way, because what I'll do is just kind of hold down control here and just widen this out a little bit here so that I can take the scrap whenever I blow up this stuff over here and I pick up all that scrap. I can just take them, say I've got 4 or 5 of them, I can pull them out of my backpack, throw them on the ground there. It'll automatically take it and feed it directly into that minimum small shredder and be good. And then when it's done here, it'll automatically take that scrap once it's full and put it over here into our trade platform. So great thing to do that. I can also put a container there, and it will put it into the container if I wanted to. There's also, I'll show you through later how to use containers as pass-throughs, right? So you can have it, if it's too much, it'll go in the container and wait and then pass through into the trader later. So we'll get into pass-throughs and all that stuff, which isn't too hard, everybody. We get that done. And then we're going to take this and we're going to grind this up. Oh, or we're going to drop it. Oh, hold on. We're going to drop it right there. My bad. Slight problem. There's a slight problem. There we go. We need to go in and power this sucker. How can we power this? Could try to power it from over here. Good use of this table. Not that one. Let that little table go over here. Good use of this little table right here to do a little power split. Right here. Yeah, we'll bring this out further. Okay, so what we're going to do is a power split. So what we're going to make it do is go into the table. I told you these things are useful. And then we're going to try to connect it to this table. So we'll move this back even more. And then, boom, there we go. Now it's got power. All right, you see it open up. And then the little one opened up as well. Again, we take our canister, throw it in there. Don't need those, too many of those anymore now that I have the big canisters. And you can see the scrap went on the trade platform. Now, you can actually make stuff specifically for scrapping it. So I can just have it automatically making canisters and then automatically scrapping those canisters to collect resources from other planets. But they have a whole thing set up, everybody, where you can transfer resources from other planets through the MEGATECH. So I'm not going to do that. And I feel it feels a little chintzy to me. It feels like in No Man's Sky, where I realized that you could take some stuff. I'm not going to tell you what it is because I don't like glitches. And if you break it down and then remake it, it actually costs you less because it gives you more resources back when you break it down than it does to make another one. And then you could create that in a loop and then make an infinite amount. That you don't want that to happen. That's the old No Man's Sky, by the way. I think they did fix that eventually. But I found it in there and I said, no, I'm not doing that. That's not the way I like to play games. So, all right, we're going to go ahead and put this right here and recycle that big boy. See it breaking it down? It's cool because it gets a little smaller and a little smaller and a little smaller and so on. So we don't have to package these and keep these on the base. We can reutilize these for something else. All right, repurpose it. Just break it down into scrap, use that scrap to get some titanium. And again, eventually we're going to go over to the planet and get it at the planet. And we're going to try to set up this thing where we can transfer back and forth. We'll get all that going here. We're going to definitely need a vehicle eventually as well. All right, let's keep going here. Let's go ahead and clean it up. I love this part, man. They added this way after the game got launched. It's one of the coolest things they added because you end up with just so much stuff that you're trying to get rid of. Because, you know, in the beginning of the game, you're building smaller stuff. And then when you start building the bigger stuff, the smaller stuff becomes obsolete. Like, this is obsolete now. I don't really need those for what I'm doing. And if I do need them, I can always remake them, right? I say get rid of it in the moment and try to use it for the thing that's most important, which right now is titanium. There we go. So, I have 3 out of 4, so I need a 4th one. So let's go ahead and get any other trash that we can. In fact, what did I do with that table? Oh, it's right here. Put this table over here for a sec, or put that stuff off the table here. And we're going to go over here to what I call the junkyard. The junkyard is where you have all your leftover solid fuel thrusters laying around that just got annihilated. Some of them even have some charges left. That's okay. We'll go ahead and take all of these at the same time because we're using the table as a storage. And then we can just feed these in here. Now, the cool thing is these will feed multiple at the same time. So you can't put a couple of them in there, and then that's it. You just keep throwing, put your junk over here by your shredder, and then just keep feeding it in there. And it cleans up your base at the same time, which is pretty cool. Okay. And how we doing? All right, that's still going. Now, while we're waiting for that, we'll go ahead and run over here. We're going to grab this container here. And we're going to put some, we're going to put it as input. We're going to put all this extra compound in here for a second. That is turned off. I do. All right, awesome. And we'll just put that in there. It'll grab the rest of it. Then we're going to take this compound down here because we know we want to use it eventually with our plastic. By the way, over here, everybody, 32 plastic now. Again, I told you we're going to scale up pretty quickly. We also have 2 empty canisters that we can repurpose, and we'll put that compound right there. All right, let's repurpose this because we're going to need to make a bunch of hydrazine. And so the next thing that I'm going to make in the centrifuge, and I can make resin, organic, clay, which becomes ceramic, quartz, graphite if I want, but really I want to make a bunch of ammonium, which is actually the toughest thing to make. Notice it only makes 1 ammonium in there. But we're going to go ahead and let that run, and then put it on loop. And then what it's going to do is automatically go into that resource canister, which we can use. And then you can see I always bring my canisters out front, so I can say, oh, okay, I got an extra canister there. I also have some canisters in my backpack that we can use for resources as well. And we have plenty of carbon and stuff. Okay. Now this is done. This is pretty much done for now, so I'm going to tell that to stop. And then over here, we're going to go ahead and get my cursor to roll over. Nope. Okay, there we go. We're going to set this back to rubber. Or actually, we're probably going to make some more hydrazine, so we'll leave that on hydrazine for right now. Because after this ammonium is done, we'll make more hydrazine. And we have... now we're up to 4 of those. scrap piles. And again, throw that in there, scrap that up nicely. Really want to take this and recycle, or not recycle, but package those, because I'm definitely going to use those, but they're kind of in the way right now. Don't need my small vehicle anymore. I could package that as well. Let's go over here and find this loose graphite that we had just sitting somewhere right here. We're going to turn it into a packager. I'd say the thing you want to probably package first would be the vehicle. We'll take this little power cell and we'll just scrap that over here. I don't really use those. And then, oops. What happened? Oh, it's full. Oh, I didn't even see on the back. It's totally full. All right, cool. Go get us a bunch of titanium. Off it goes. So it doesn't have the ability to run any more out. I actually have this backwards. Just realized because you can't see the scrap on the front. Got that backwards. So you can see that the scrap is full. It can't scrap any more stuff because it's waiting for a slot on the trade platform to do it. Now we'll wait for this to come back. Put this up here. Also, we'll go ahead while we're waiting for that and start moving our ships over this way. Now we have some extra ships, a small and a medium. And we're just going to move these. Oh, here it comes. It's coming back. Okay, notice it starts back up again because you can put the scrap on there. We're going to grab this titanium because that's our high priority item right now. And we're going to run that titanium over here. Probably take these out of my inventory for a minute. There we go. Make this a bit easier. Yeah, that made a lot. Holy mackerel. Yeah, it's still going too. So again, you saw I don't have to even leave the planet, everybody. If you have a lot of scrap, and you can run around and find a lot of it out there as well. Ugh, clicking all the wrong buttons. There we go. You can run out and find it. I need me one of these little flat guys. You know what? We could probably put this glass back in here. Sucking up all my space. There we go. Just put that right there. So we can keep this going. There we go. Okay, keep that titanium rocking. Back over here, we want to get this going. Keep the scrapping going. Can I put this up here yet? No. Still in the middle of scrap. Oh, there it goes. There we go. How we doing now? Oh, we got 4 of them on there already. All right. Again, that's just random stuff I had laying around. That was just trash that I had made earlier that actually served a purpose, did a good job, but now I no longer need it, so it's out of there. It's out of there big time. Okay, how are we doing on ammonium here? We've got 6 of them. All right, we're just going to take this then, put this over here, run this out, and tell this to do its thing as much as it can. All right, there it goes. Pull this out of here. Run all of that out. And then, we should prime this first. Just so it doesn't accidentally grab the titanium. Alright, here comes our hydrazine. More hydrazine, always a good thing. Okay. And then we can take our titanium. While that one's making hydrazine, we'll flip this one right here to titanium alloy. So we're going to need nitrogen, which again is in a canister somewhere right here. And graphene, which we had an extra graphene here. And there we go, titanium alloy, ready to rock and roll. I think it's because I'm close to this building. It keeps thinking that I kept trying to roll over. It's not rolling over. It's highlighting the building instead. All right. We'll just wait for this one. Got room in the backpack. Okay. Now, the hard part, remember what the heck you were trying to make here with that titanium alloy. I can't remember. By the time I go to do it, I've already forgotten. Was it large soil canister? Could have been. What was it I was trying to make? Oh, my jetpack. That's what it was. Jetpack right here. Hydrazine jetpack. And so we need to make that in our backpack. Right here. There we go. Oh, yeah. All right. Now we're going to start taking this stuff out of here. And we're going to put this in the backpack. Now we got a hydrazine jetpack, everybody. That means a reusable jetpack that doesn't expire. All you have to do is put some hydrazine in there like this. And we are jetpacking. Yeah! I love the jetpack, everybody. The coolest thing about the jetpack is you can grab resources like this and then jetpack them where they need to go. Or, great example, if you want to move this, you jetpack, you click on it, and guess what? Look how much easier it is to move that, right? Than to pick it up and set it down, pick it up and set it down over and over again. Which is why I love the jetpack. Now, one jetpack will go a certain speed, but two jetpacks go even faster. You can see how fast I'm going right now. And again, this just transforms the entire game and how you play it and how nice it is to run your resources around. Okay, so we're going to try for another titanium alloy here. We're going to go here. We are going to need more graphene. So we're going to go over here and switch to graphene over here. We are going to go ahead and stop this after it's done doing this one. How much more we got here? Okay, 6. Perfect. It says 5, but this one will be 6 once it's done. All right, now you can probably guess what I'm going to make yet next. That's right, some graphite. See how easy it is, everybody? You're just using the centrifuge. The centrifuge is probably one of the most powerful resource generators in the entire game. Absolutely. It makes massive sums of resources as long as you have massive sums of soil. And because they have this massive container, I see what I could be doing while I'm running this, everybody, is I could take another container, put it on my vehicle, and be shaping out that mountain or digging underground and taking out a bunch that way. And just doing whatever I want to be doing while this is running. And by the time this one's done, I'll have a whole nother one filled up. In fact, just a few minutes in, I'll have a whole nother one ready to go. All right, so we need some graphite. We're going to wait for that to finish. There we go. And then we're going to move this graphite over here so we can make another graphene. Nice. All right, there we go. And then we want to take the rest of this and put it over here in the back. There we go. Wait for this to do my graphene here. Very nice. And then we'll run this out and we'll tell this to go back to hydrazine. There we go. Oh, making a mess. Making a mess. And then go ahead and make as much hydrazine as you can. And we'll pull this one off of here so we can pull that off of there. Okay, so graphite. Actually, we'll just put it right there. And then we got more graphene that we can use to make another titanium alloy. And again, you see I didn't even have to go and get it, everybody. I just made it via extra stuff that I had laying around the base. And if you're out exploring, you're going to end up, if you're picking up all that stuff, you're going to end up with an absolute massive ton of resources. Including some other stuff that we're going to grab here in just a moment. All right, so titanium alloy in the backpack. Make another one. There we go. Now you know we're going to need a lot of hydrazine, everybody. We're going to go ahead and do this. Now watch this. If I have it in my backpack and I press the space bar, it's automatically going to put it up there into the jetpack for me, so I don't have to actually manually drag it. And then watch how much faster we go now. We outie, everybody. Little Superman action going on over here. Now we're going to run right over here, everybody. Look at what we got here. Look at what we got. A bunch of random trash just sitting here, right? A bunch of random trash. Now, we could bring that trash to our shredder, or something even cooler. We could go over this way. I'll show you something really funny, too, everybody. And we could grab the shredder itself. And we're going to put this back here. We're going to take that off. Don't need this. Don't need that. And we're going to go ahead and do something real funky chicken. We're going to take that, put that right there. And this is really awkward to drive your vehicle this way, everybody. But it does work. Sometimes it's in reverse. See, I'm driving actually in reverse right now. So I can drive the shredder to... I got to go around here. To where the actual things were. Now, I can also make some trailers and put it on the trailers, which would be the smarter idea to do. But I just think it's funny that you can drive the thing in here, and it considers this the back when you're like this as well. And then, of course, we can just take this debris, put it right in there, like so, and it's going to break it down. Now, the problem is power. Because it's going to run out of power, but the QRTG will eventually break that down because it will just keep running. In fact, we might want to give it multiple QRTG. This takes 10 power, by the way. So even if I had 3 QRTGs, which is 1 power each, it's not enough to run that. But I can just leave it there and let it do its thing. I probably want one of my QRTGs back for now. There we go. We'll let that run. And then we can just jetpack back. Like so. Very awesome. We can take an aerial view of our base. Look at this. Look at this giant MEGATECH going on. Got that going over there. Very cool. And again, you can just tap your way down. Just watch out you don't run out of fuel, everybody, or you'll drop like a rock. Not good when that happens. All right. What do we got here? We got our tractor. Might want to take that with us. Let's put it up here. All right. We got a bunch of organic over here. Now, a lot of times what you're thinking, hey, how can I consolidate something out of a container like this organic, get it out of that one, combine it into another one, or turn it into another resource to clear that container so I can use that container in something else. Oh, why is this not running? Why is this not running? Oh, I'm out of hydrogen. Oh, no problem. I got it right here. There we go. And we have one more there. And then we have an empty canisters. It is what you're doing most of the time, just managing your canisters and whatnot. All right, let me catch up a little bit more on our request queue here. We've got the retweets are good. Are they? Let's check. Again, I'm just trying to get a bunch of stuff going. I got to refresh. Refresh. You're absolutely right. They're ready to rock. Let's go ahead and see if we can go ahead and do some kiss caps here. I wish this thing worked better. I wish my Stream Deck worked like it used to, because it used to work awesome. But now it sadly doesn't. Maybe I just need to open that window and then close the window, and then I can press it. It's so sad, everybody. The Stream Deck works so incredibly well, and now just completely useless. That sucks. That really sucks. It's like the center of my whole stream, but I got so much stuff set up on it that the fact that it doesn't work is like debilitating. Debilitating in there, but that's okay. We'll go ahead and give you guys a bunch the old-fashioned way where we copy-pasted it in the chat. There's 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 caps. I can go old school. If I got to go old school, I'll go old school. Start of the stream circa 10 years ago. Let's do it. All right, thanks for letting me know those retweets are good. And hydrate. That was about an hour ago, though. But I did hydrate eventually, so let's do some more hydration. There we go. We got it going. So let me catch up again on chat. Don't worry, everybody. If you say my name, hey, Kismet, or whatever, it'll highlight in red. I'll know you're talking to me. I'll definitely circle back to you eventually. Crimson Knight says, good evening, Kismet. How are you? I knew you'd get back to Astroneer. Oh, absolutely. I'm having a great time. You're only 3 to 4 hours in the game. Take your time, Tab. Again, it is worth taking your time, doing the quests, learning how to find the resources and all of that. And I did show you some great ways to get started. So I hope that helps you in your playthrough. Reed in the chat saying, hey, Kiz in chat. What's up, Reed? Thanks for hanging out. Does it make your file size increase by digging the soil? That's what I'm worried about. I have digging out almost like half a planet in the game. So it doesn't really have that big of an issue on a local playthrough. On a playthrough that's on a server, because I find most games are built for single player, meaning that they fix more bugs and issues on the single player. On the server, it has an issue of lag if you take out too much. And then what happens is you're driving along and it hasn't refreshed the terrain. And so you fall into the terrain and then all of a sudden it fills in and then you're stuck inside the terrain. It's kind of like phasing your way through a wall and all of a sudden you phase into the wall. That would not be good. That would not be good. So that's not an issue that I've ever ran into. And I've played the game through, I don't know, 30, 40, 50 times. I can't remember, everybody. I don't keep track of how many times I've played through most games. Other than Fallout. Fallout I've done, I'm on my 13th playthrough. And each one of those playthroughs is between 250 and 500 hours, everybody. So it's like 4,000 hours of playing Fallout. Live here on stream, by the way. That's not off stream. That's on stream. For sure. How's the stream going tonight? Going great. I had a little technical problems at the beginning, but we are off and running and having a great time. As you can see, we're scaling up, showing you some of my techniques on how to scale. Once you get to a certain point, you really want to focus on the hydrazine and the hydrazine production, because you're going to use hydrazine for fuel for your vehicle. And now we're using it for fuel for my jetpack, right? So we're going to need a whole lot of it. And we're going to need it to be automated. The whole entire process we want to automate as well. All right, so more hydrazine. Now, I highly recommend that you keep one extra hydrazine on you. Not only for your jetpack, but also for your vehicle, in case you forget and you land, you go, oh God, I'm out of hydrazine. You can go and do it. Now, you can always bake another solid fuel thruster to get you back wherever your hydrazine is and make it there. I've done it before. I've forgotten and said, oh God, whoops, I forgot. And then I just went in and built a little mini base on that particular planet I was on. Went and got some basic resources, made that solid fuel thruster, put it on my ship, and then flew back over here to my main base. And most people put their main base on Sylvia just because it's a nice planet. It's a nice green planet. It's beautiful. Some people move to Glacio. The only problem I have with Glacio is the constant wind noise that's there. It's like that happens. That's typically why I don't put the base there, because I don't want to listen to that wind noise all the time. I like Sylvia, very chill, nothing going on. There's no mobs that are going to attack you, by the way. That are like going to run up into your base and attack you. The only mobs that are going to attack you are mostly plant life that you might run into. Though, there is stuff coming down the line in another game called Starseeker that might be stuff we might have to fight. So that's a multiplayer game that's coming out. It's not an expansion to Astroneer. It's a completely separate game, but in the style of Astroneer. And it is awesome looking. I can't wait to try that one too. Coming out next year. Hopefully, we have that one. We're 100% playing that one too. About 100% chance. Without any doubt. If I'm still alive, then I am for sure going to do it. Because, you know, I'm 55, everybody. So my days are winding down. So tomorrow's never guaranteed, no matter what age you are, by the way. What I need to do is prime this one for some graphite. And we'll go ahead, get this graphite in here, and then put that there. There we go. I have to make more graphite for us. You can see I'm just making different resources that I'm going to need here in a minute anyway in the centrifuge. And because this is so massive, everybody, it has so much soil in it, that you can just run and run and run. Just tons of resources. But making that is tough in the very beginning, especially if you don't know how to combine all of the various resources. And that's how it gets more complex as you go. So first it starts off pretty basic, right? You make yourself some more organic. Let's go back to rubber here. You make yourself some organic, or you collect some resin. Boom, now you can make rubber. Okay, now you're good, right? Then you go over here and you're like, okay, now I want to make some plastic. Okay, how do I make carbon? Oh, okay, I got to take organic, put it in the furnace, turn it into carbon. Okay, now you did your first, what's known as like secondary tier item, where you have your first tier, which is your organic or your raw resource. And I guess it would be the first tier item. And then it would become carbon. And then the third tier, or the second tier, depending on how you look at it, would be plastic, right? So now you've taken the carbon and combined it with compound, and now you made plastic out of it. So it actually has 3 separate tiers of resources that you are feeding in, right? And that you're converting into its final thing. And then you take the plastic and then you make something out of it. Right? You take plastic and you say, oh, okay, I want to make such and such thing, like gas canisters and things of that nature that we're going to need. So, speaking of gas canisters, we're going to go ahead and take the plastic from over here. We're going to put it right there for a second. And then we're going to run over here and we're going to say, okay, that's why we were making some plastic over here. Medium resource canister is actually what we need it for. But we also need some silicon over here as well. So we need to get that going as well. But this is going to be plastic, so we have our carbon and our compound here. Now we need these big tables. And the big tables are steel. Or not steel, they're iron. So we need to get that going. So we need to do large platform C's. So we need resin and we need iron. So we'll get this extra resin that I had laying around here. Oh, where did it go? What did I do with it? It was right here. It was right there. I did something with it. Maybe I put it over here already because I'm on top of it. I sure am right there. Look, there it is. Okay, we put that glass back in there. Let's put the glass up here. In fact, we could go ahead and take this glass out of here for right now, just because we're going to be switching between stuff. Okay, so we need resin. 2 resin and 2 iron. So I'm going to run the resin out. And then now we need to get iron. Okay, now we need to start on our base on Glacio. Now that we have tons of hydrazine here, we put hydrazine in the fuel. We've got some very large extractors, everybody. Very, very cool stuff as well. Oh, and we can go back over here. Again, see how easy it is to travel now, everybody? Once you have the jetpack, man, this game fires off over here. And we can scrap the rest of this, everybody, but I just wanted to show you that you could do that as well. And we might make a trailer or something that'll make that work. See if we can cut right through here. It's really awkward to drive like this because you're driving the reverse that you normally would, where you're in the front of the vehicle. Oh, we ran out of power. Should have left 1 in there so we could make it. All right, there we go. Drive this right back over here. Very nice. You get the idea. So you can't go around and collect the resources using your rover, though you're going to need a lot more power than what I had on it. All right, let me put my rover back together there. Okay, so what else can we do? We could take this rover with us and just make another rover for over here. Or we could just make another rover. And then we wouldn't have to package it. Even better. Okay, we don't have enough iron for this, but we do need a rover. So we need aluminum alloy in here, which I thought I saw we had some somewhere. Do we have any left over? Don't think so. Okay. Weird that I don't have any aluminum alloy. You'd think I'd have a bunch of it, but we're going to make a bunch of it eventually. No problem. All right. Now, I need to make the stuff before I can make the stuff. If you know what I mean. All right. So, aluminum alloy right there. There we go. Okay. And then we're going to need copper. And this is why I always have a bunch of resources on tap that I can go ahead and just tap into and grab. When I run out of that particular resource, I go and get it. But eventually, you want it where it's auto-extracting. So auto-extracting all of those resources constantly. And we'll get to it. We will get to it all eventually. There we go. We'll put that right there. And rubber. We certainly are not hurting for that. We got a whole thing full of it now. I'm going to put it here for a minute. And see, what I do is if I only need one of them, I'll just put it off to the side. I'll hit F. It'll run it out. I'll just put it in there manually. And then I'll just run it back in, put it back up on the shelf like that. Very nice. All right. And then easy mode. Again, look how far I think ahead. I'm making rubber so I can make the vehicle eventually. Okay, now over here, we're going to need another seat, rover seats. We're going to need a couple compound. How easy is that? Because our compound is sitting right up here. We'll run that out. We'll go ahead and, oops, run that back in. Okay. Run it back in. No. Run back in. There we go. Cursor's a little weird today. And then we're going to run the rover seat out. These canisters back on us here. What do we got? We've got a lot of stuff on us now. All of our RTG, soil canister, and our hydrogen. So yeah, that's probably good enough. And oh, we're going to need our seat. Put our seat in our backpack, even better. Okay. Now, that's going to take a minute for that to run. And the smart thing for me to do, since I don't have room in my ship for it, is while that is running, I can go ahead and then take this, drop it off, and come back and grab that vehicle that we're going to need later on. So we're going to leave Sylvia, and we're going to head on out to one of the greatest planets in the game, everybody, the mighty Glacio. Some of the highest end resources you're going to need are right over here. And this is the key to unlimited power as well in the game. And I try to look for one of these little monoliths that the landing pad is nearby. And we already landed over here before and made ourselves a little base. Yeah, there it is. And so we're going to go ahead and run over there. Eventually, I'll probably move that closer over that way. I'm just going to see what I have over here. Oh, a little bit of research. Now, is this really where I want to put my base? Probably not. Probably not, because there's really not any more thing here. We've got resin up in there. Now, watch how much easier it is to survey the area with our jetpack. So now we can just fly around. Again, it's like night and day difference, everybody. The second you get this jetpack, it's on. Look at this. There's a bunch right here. Right? Oh, and there's graphite compound up on the hill. Not graphite, compound. And you can see this kind of blue line over here. That's the beacon way over there. Now I'm going to show you another really cool thing. First, we're going to fly back. Now remember, this jetpack burns through it real quick. See all the iron we got there? We channeled all that out. So what we're going to do is we're going to grab our ship here by flying first. Grab the ship. And then we're just going to take the ship and use our little anti-gravity beam to fly it over this way. Now, if it does run out of hydrazine, and I'm just kind of looking around as I'm flying, if it does, oh, look at this nice flat spot with a bunch of iron right in front of the thing, or some iron and a bunch of graphite, everybody. What an amazing spot. Holy mackerel. All right. And see, I'm just going to put it right here. Now, the reason why I'm going to put it right here is because I want to take all this stuff out and just set it down right here, which is where our base is going to be. More iron out that way. A bunch of, look out. Look out for that guy. A bunch of iron there, but we have a bunch of graphite here, which we are going to need. And then eventually titanium. I'm definitely going to flatten all this out, turn this into a big old base. And then also we have our construction pad, which is going to be our thing that takes off and lands. So we'll probably flatten this out, put that down, and then have it where train cars are dropping off the resources. And then, of course, we'll bring it automatically back to us on Sylvia. We'll figure out how to make all that work because I have no idea. I've never done it before. And then we're going to go ahead and put the seat here. And now we've dropped off a bunch of goods, right? The next thing I would do is first look how much jetpack fuel I have left. No, not that much, but I have an extra hydrazine, so I'll be fine. And we're going to dip back this way. Oh, look, there's some loot sitting right here. What do we got? Research is the only thing I would take out of there. I could also use the oxygen filter as well. But we're going to go... Oh, wait, I can just leave this here. I can leave a bunch of this stuff here. Hold on. We'll go back over this way. Also, re-up our oxygen while we're here. Do this. We can leave some of this here because I'm going to need to carry some stuff back. And then this here. I'd probably leave the... Nah, we'll take the hydrogen because we're probably... The other jetpack one's going to run out. Ooh, they were trying to get me. Watch those things, everybody. They blow up, so look out. They blow up and try to get you. All right, so I'm going to fly back to my landing spot here. I'm just going to pick up some of this stuff that I had over here, like this container and this research item. I'm going to leave the beacon for right now. The reason why I'm going to leave the beacon is because it'll let me land there one more time. And I'm going to make a... Hear it running out? You start to hear that noise of it running out, everybody. I highly recommend that you start for the ground quick. Now, it just so happens that I have an extra hydrazine, so I have them fine. But you can see I'm flying slower because I only have one hydrazine. If I had two hydrazine, it would fill up both backpack or both jetpacks. In this case, it only filled up one. You see, I'm running low on oxygen as well. But we want to bring this back over here. So we got this laying around. We might as well take it back to our base. Throw it in our thing. And then we're going to go ahead and take care of this baddie over here, so we don't have to deal with him. We'll just learn that research. I think we already have one of these. But you know what? We'll take that with us, too. You only need one, because you can just harvest it over and over again. And we're good. Okay, get my QRTGs back. Our little research there. We all good. And back we go. Again, the hydrazine thruster is also a big major milestone in the game where you can have 24 launches and you don't have to keep making those solid fuel thrusters all the time, which can be time consuming. And I always have an extra one. Every single time I go anywhere in case I misclick on the wrong planet, which I actually did in this playthrough, proving to you, didn't do it on purpose, did it on accident. That's very vital. Just able to click on it before it flung me around the planet, and it's going to zip me right over here. Bingo. All right, very nice. While we're at it, while we were away, it was working away on the thing. Put that back up there. It was working away on our rover. So we'll go ahead and get our rover over here. We'll get our research out of there. We'll put this here. We'll take our plant and just put it off over there. And now we've got our extra little research here. We're going to throw it here. Not that we need any. We've still got 50,000. But that's worth about 2,000. A little over 2,000. About 2,200 research. And again, if I see them and I have empty space, I'll bring them back and throw them in there. You can also just make research on that planet, by the way. But that takes longer, so it's easier to just throw it in the ship, bring it back here whenever I can, whenever it's empty. And then I'll throw it in there. GG's. GG's all good. Okay, and we got that up in there. And we're going to need these auto arms. So now we need this graphite that we were making. And we can turn this off of loop now. You can see that we've emptied our gas container. Let's go ahead and find another mountain to carve out. Scrap on the back of there. And there we go. Okay, and we're going to put a couple of our RTGs in there. I had a little solar thing on the front there. I totally... see it. Put that on the side just for fun. And we really need to make another paver. Let's go ahead and make a paver while we're at it. Over here, paver. We need aluminum alloy and more silicon. Again, this one's set to plastic. We'll just leave that on plastic. We'll just keep using this one. All right. Silicon, resin, quartz, and methane. Methane over here. We've got resin already right there on the cube. And over here we'll run out some quartz. Throw it over that way, run it back in. Easy. Again, you got a little smidge. See, I only collect a little bit in the beginning, everybody. I don't really get massive sums of resources in the beginning. Just what I need to progress the thing I'm trying to progress in the moment. It's a much more efficient way of working. so that you're not making 10,000 tons of resin, but you're not ready to use that resin yet, right? So it just sits there unused, which is not my style. And then some glass, which we put back up here. All right. Wait, that's not what we're looking for. Paver is over here. Wrong thing. There we go. That threw me off. Aluminum alloy is what we need to do. That's funny. I just put the aluminum back. Right over here. And then we switch it to aluminum alloy. And aluminum. And conveniently have our copper right here because we knew we were going to make more of them. There we go. Alright, aluminum alloy, yeah. Now we already made a paver and we've been using it on Aatrox to great effect. It really helped us a lot collect a bunch of research. But now we can put this here. Oh, it's going over there. No, we want it over here. And paver. Alright, here we go. So what it's going to do is collect the soil, but also pave the road for me as I'm going. And you'll see why this is cool in just a second. It's very, very cool. Make sure you have enough power. Usually you need about 2 power because each one of these uses 1 power. Paver uses 1. The drill bit uses 1. There we go. Now we're going to have some fun. Let's go. Oh, I forgot to fly that over there. Hold on. Which jetpack fuel? I got a lot. Weird, okay. There we go. Let's fly this over here. And eventually we're going to need to make more hydrazine fuel, obviously. We'll want to put this over here. So cool. So cool. And then back over this way. Queue up some more hydrazine. Over that way. If we can. Oh, we already have some hydrazine. Oh, we already got. Boom. Watch as it refills both of them now. Look at me go faster now. Oh, awesome. Okay, so we got that going. Already had some extra. And then paver. And then vehicle. And now we're going to get crazy. We got to get crazy, everybody. Here we go. We're going to go way over here on this side. And right across here. All right, now when we're going, we can actually make a road at the same time. You can see we can destroy stuff if we run into it. And so now I'm going to go ahead and start taking the top of the mountain off. I'll go up a little higher by pushing the mouse forward and then pulling it backwards to flatten it out. And we're just going to go back and forth and take off the top of the mountain. Now this is really where you want to start, everybody, at the top. Again, just kind of flattening it out. I'm also using some of the dirt at the same time I'm flattening it out. And this can get real awkward. I also turn it off if it starts getting awkward. Oop. I always do that. Back in there. Accidentally hit F at the same time. See how it starts getting awkward? Whoa, it's starting to shape up, right? I don't want it to do that. I just want it to go straight forward. Now sometimes that's because there's some sort of resource underneath what you're doing and it's causing it to be awkward. So I just take it slow and easy. If I need to, I back up and then go forward again. And again, now I'm pulling the mouse backwards while holding down the right mouse button. Again, sometimes you're using up more than you're actually gathering when you're doing the top of the mountain. See, I'm pushing forward now so I can make myself a little bit of a ramp to get this. Now sometimes it's just faster to do it yourself and whatnot on some of that big stuff up there. Now let's go down this way. Now if I run out of resources, it'll stop shaping the ground, everybody. That's not good. You don't want that to happen. Alright, we want to make sure we have plenty of resources. Make this mountain into a molehill. This does definitely take some practice. I'm making this look easy, everybody, but it definitely takes some practice on controlling the angle of your vehicle and not diving down too quickly, because it'll just make you go straight down. And knowing when to turn it off and turn it back on. Like right here, we're coming down. Again, notice it takes out the trees. They added this, by the way. They didn't used to do this back in the day. It used to be where you have to wait for it. Now it just gets instantly destroyed. I absolutely love that change. It was a fantastic change. And then I'll hit V. And you can see we've kind of matched it to the thing. We've got another one up there. Whoa, that's got a ton of copper up on the top of that one. All right, we're going back for another round. Let's go. You can see I'm just ignoring all that research and stuff. I don't need any of that anymore. And when you're doing this, everybody, you might plow over something too, because I hear some drops. But you might end up plowing right over some drops or resources and whatnot. It's really up to you to know whether you want it or not. Me, I don't need any of that right now. I'm just showing you how to take out a mountain. See how I destroyed the research there? And this can be real tough, angling it just right. There we go. I'm gonna backtrack while pulling them, holding right mouse button down and pulling backwards. There we go. Just so I can cut it out. I want the top of this circle to be over here, a little A and D to move back and forth. Take that little bit out. And then again, backtracking, holding the mouse button down, pulling backwards. Just to dig a little bit of a ravine there. Basically what I'm doing is I'm using the dirt I'm picking up to flatten this mountain. Now it's actually easier for me just to drive through the mountain, which you saw me do earlier, to pick up soil. This is a lot harder. It takes a lot more effort and practice to actually take it out of, to make the mountain itself disappear. That's a lot tougher. And back up just a little bit to get that last little bit. There we go. Yeah, I'm actually using up some of the stuff while we're paving. So if you can do it without the paver, like I was doing earlier, you'll collect it much faster. It's really cool to come in here and just flatten the top of these mountain ranges and just bring it to the ground where you just end up with no mountain at all. Which I've done in many playthroughs. I've done it manually, meaning that you just use your personal shaper without the vehicle. I spent about 8 hours taking out a mountain that was in my way, blocking my solar, and I didn't like it, so I took it out. It took a while. We did end up with a lot of soil, though. That's the good part. Alright, turn around. Really start to cut into here. Flatten it out. No matter where I go, as long as I have soil, I can make a road. And it's taking out these spiky bits. A lot of copper right there. Oh, look, we actually took a bunch of that out. Now, I don't want to underplow that because there's actual resources there. But I've done it many times where I just make a hole and throw stuff in it and get rid of it. Or see like that research there. I don't mind just drilling right over that. Then matching it to the train out here. Very nice. Turned it off. Turn around. Look at that, everybody. We took the top of that mountain off. Okay, we gotta watch out for this copper on the way back. Very fun. Especially with a big vehicle. Oh, yeah, there's the copper. Gotta be careful. They got some of this. And then underplow it here and then forward. Get that out. More copper on the ground there. Research. I have to make myself a little bridge over here, see what this is. Always come back and take it out later. What you got? Just the thing in this, nothing big. Could also bring our shredder over here. Could have drove our shredder up here and take that thing and throw it in the shredder to get resources that way. Again, you want to survey? Easy. Up you go. Survey the whole area. That bridge we made. I'm just tapping the space bar to keep myself from dropping too quickly. All right. Keep going. Now, we're not going to take the whole mountain out. I'm not going to spend 8 hours taking the mountain out again. But I did want to show you how you could do that pretty easily with the paver plus the drill bit. All right. Now, I'm really here to get soil. So let's do it the fast way. We're going to just drill a hole into the mountain. Like this. So you're just non-stop collecting soil at the same time you're paving. And apparently some resources there as well. That's why typically you'll see me drilling at the lower part of the mountain. Oh, this copper here. Now this is not destroying the copper, it's actually collecting it. And if it doesn't fit on my vehicle, you can see it dropping on the ground there. So we'll just leave that on the ground. And then again, digging into the mountain. I'll zoom in a little bit with some resin. Now we'll just go fill this up. You can see we've dug out pretty much the middle of the mountain here. That off and go right here where we haven't dug it out yet. Now, if I cut underneath here, everybody, this mountain is not going to fall down. It's not that type of game. It doesn't have that kind of physics, so it'll just float up there. When you cut stuff out, it doesn't just drop. If it ever adds that, they're going to be in trouble. But they don't have it in there, so you don't have to worry about it. So you can just cut through there, and eventually this mountain will be just floating here. Oh. Got a bit overzealous. There we go. Again, I just cut out the bottom of the mountain. The reason why the bottom of the mountain is so great is because there's usually no gaps. It's usually pretty solid. And so you can go ahead and just cut it out all day long. You'll end up with more and more resources. And you usually don't need the paver when you are cutting out the bottom of a mountain. Sometimes there's a bit of a drop-off, which actually happened in this playthrough, where there's a bit of a drop-off, or it might be another tunnel that you might have cut earlier, a little lower than the one you're currently cutting. There go. So the point is to get the soil as quick as possible. You'd want to do it without the paver. You can get away with it. But I like using the paver because then it flattens it at the same time I'm cutting it out. And it's just a whole bunch of easy soil. Easy soil I like. Very difficult to keep it at the same level. Oh, I think it's done. It's not collecting anymore. All right. That's it. Done. Now we got easy passage through the mountain. And bring it back to the base, and we have a tremendous amount of soil. Now this part here, which used to be our junk pile, could use some work. Speaking of soil, I'm going to use the soil that I have on me to flatten this area out. We're kind of combining our old base with our new one that we're building. And you can see I'm just filling this in nicely. Now if I need any dirt, I can just dig right into the ground. I'll eventually cover all that up. There we go. And same thing here. And then what I'm going to do is make myself a nice little ramp here. This wide one. And then fix this top edge again, holding control. Make yourself a nice soft edge. It's a little wider. Control again. And then on the ramp, control to try to get this to match top part there. It feels very creative whenever you do that. Pretty awesome. Then we also want to fix the bottom part here. So we've got several levels there. Let's fix this bottom part. So we got a nice soft edge there. And now, boom, I can just roll up into my base with this massive amount of stuff here. Look at this. Wow. Okay, that's awesome. Okay, and we made a bunch of graphite so that we can put some of this stuff away. So let's do that real quick. Oh, we got some extra research. Again, if I just run across research, I'll grab it and throw it in there, but not really worried about it. I'm at 50,000 right now. And then we will go to Packager. Eventually, you'll see me just put a bunch of this down, and it will make like 50,000 packagers for me. Because packagers is one of those things you use an absolute ton of at some point. Yeah, I gotta package up that little vehicle. Another one, and run the packager while I'm packaging my auto arms. Put those over here. Okay, this place is shaping up. This over here. Great way to clean up your base also is just to package it and put it away on some shelf until you need it. For example, is these tables. Package those, and you can see I'm having them on this table right here. So when I'm going in and out of various planets that I just need a little table for, I don't need the big one yet. I'll just use those little ones, recycle them, reuse them. All right, that's a perfect place right there to save. So to save, we're going to go in our shelter, though we get in our vehicle too. and take a little bit of a break, because holy mackerel, 2 hours have gone by like that. That's how you know you're having fun. So I'm going to go ahead and let you guys check left, as they say in fighter jets. Or basically de-scrabble the words, earn some kiss caps if I see you guys working together when I come back. So we're going to start this up, and we'll be back in just a bit. All right, I'm back, everybody. Let's get to it. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me. We're going to get into it. Oh, here we go. What am I doing? I got to fix some stuff here for a second. There we go. There we go. All right, let's go ahead and try to earn you guys some Kiss Caps. Work together, everybody. Work together. Get these words in there. Let's go. What? Oh, man, I can't think of anything. Nope. 0 words coming to me. Ha! I'm trying. I'm trying. Wow, good one, everybody. Office and offices. Yeah, there you go. Big words. No N. Gonna do coin, but none there. Hoyas. C-O. Oh, you got that one. Coif. That's what we're gonna try next. C-E-O-S. Huh. Cisco. That's actually a router. Cisco router. But that's not there. Fife. F-I-E-F. Fife. Yeah, there we go. Hey, look, I got a word, everybody. Yeah. Oh, wow. All right. You just witnessed a miracle, everybody. All right, got it in there. You got the other fife too. Yeah, there we go. Come on, we got 4 more words, everybody. Let's go. I'm locked right now. I don't think I can do another. Oh, I can do another one. C-E-I-O. S-E-I-O. Farmer had his name-o. Oh, pretty good. 9 out of 14, everybody. You got it done. Nice job. Let's go ahead and give you guys some Kiss Caps. Apparently manually here. My darn Stream Deck keeps not working. I gotta figure out what the dealio is with the Stream Deck. All right, there's a bunch of Kiss Cats for working together. We're gonna get back to some Astroneer, everybody. Yeah, very, very fun. Let's go ahead and get into it. Okay, so we were running our resources. We found a little bit of research. We dropped that in there. We're collecting crazy tons of soil. Look at this giant soil caster. Awesome. And that allows us to just pump out resources from our centrifuge like nobody's business. Of course, we could also make a ring around the whole world like I've already done before with the smaller canisters. The medium canisters, I just made a ton of them and put them on a bunch of trailers, and I made a ring all the way around. It was awesome because I went up in the air and then made this ring around the planet that I could use as like a freeway. Very, very cool. Way back in the day. Maybe I'll do another one. We'll see. We will see. Okay, so what are we doing here? We are taking our extractor. We have got our vehicle now on the launch pad. We need a landing pad so we can move our landing place. So we need some aluminum and ceramic. Let's turn the game sounds back on. Aluminum, I think we had over here. So aluminum there. Ceramic. Where are you? Over here? What did I do with it? Resin? Around here somewhere. This is what's making that noise. Stick that around the back where I have to listen to it. Yeah, there we go. It's trying to tell me to put it down. That's what it's trying to do, everybody. I don't think I've ever let it go that long where I haven't put it down, but I haven't really built out my base yet, so I'm not ready to put that down yet. So it's making like a whining noise, and I don't like it. In fact, let's move it even further away. We're gonna take it. Let's stick it way off over here. Or I don't have to listen to the whining of that thing. While I'm walking around my base. Yeah, oh, much better. Again, when you're partially deaf too, it's very muddy, so it's like whoa on this ear over here, on top of that high-pitched whine. So don't like it. Don't like it. Again, not good for peeps who are hard of hearing. All right, we are making a landing pad. Totally distracted me from my landing pad action here. I could have sworn that we had some laying around, but we might have used it all. We can make more. We've got some clay over there. We can make more. I think we used it all up. Okay, well, we'll make some more. No problemo. We've got a whole thing full of clay over here. And how do we make all this clay? From the centrifuge. We had the centrifuge make a whole bunch of it. And I usually keep, again, some raw resources around in case I need them. We need another canister. Right over here. Wait, that's the buggy. Dash the buggies. Canister. Okie dokie. Run that back in. And then we'll prime this one for ceramic, and then we'll just run that out and it'll convert all that ceramic around. Let me get this off of here for a second so I can rotate it. Rotate it this way. There we go, so I can see it. There we go. If I do want to run that out of there. But I'm just going to take this, put this right here. What are we trying to make? Right here. So we need 2 ceramic. If I can run it out and just grab a piece there, throw it over here, run that back in. Go ahead and make us a landing pad. And we'll take our titanium and stuff and stick it back there. What do we got here? Oh, we got a bunch of them here. And then we have a bunch of canisters here that we could be breaking down. I think I might just make the large canister. Yeah. Alright, gonna pull the small ones off of here for a little bit. And we'll put that back there. Put this over on this one so it'll go back in this thing. We're going to go ahead and put another large printer here because we're going to be doing some large-scale printing in a bit. But what we want to do is... Huh. Trying to think if we want to do this shelter quest. Like a glitch shelter. Cool. Yeah, we're gonna need more rovers and more landing pads. All right, so we'll set that up here in a bit, and then we'll get another table eventually for our smaller printing. All right, landing pad. Let's go ahead and run it over here. See how cool it is with a jetpack? You can just dip over there, drop it in there, dip out of there. I think this thing needs to be further away. Which one is it? It might be this one. Oh, yeah, totally that one. The particular piece. I know just what to do. Now I don't have to listen to it hum the whole time. All right, there we go. Again, we'll get into that later. Right now, we're trying to set up our resources. So we're going to need our landing pad. We got our vehicle. We already have our seat over there with a bunch of other stuff. What else can we bring with us? I'd love to bring a large table, but we have to go over there and get some resources so we can come back over here and make a large table. Or we could make a large table over there, but easier just to bring it back over here. Let's see. Oh, we need to bring some stuff. We'll leave this here. We've got our tractor. We got another trailer. We got auto arms that we could bring. Maybe some more containers. Let's get those here and here. And this one. We're going to need a bunch of containers. And then we'll just slap it right there. All right, seems good enough. We'll go with that. Let's go. All right, what we're trying to do is set up one of the best planets in the game called Glacio. Right there. Ooh, it happened to be close this time. Okay, how are we doing on our hydrazine? Oh, almost. We got just what we got. Okay, now pick this up. And then try to remember which way we were going. We just look on the compass and look which way the thing says my vehicle is. That way. So we'll jetpack. Oh, that's my other vehicle. No, that's wrong. That's wrong. We actually want to go toward the beacon. Yeah, that way. Oops, I just took some hydrazine off there, but probably a good idea. We might use that hydrazine here in a minute. So yes, toward the beacon. Is that where we're going? Kind of feel like it is. Well, let's just take this and see what happens. I forget which direction we went. I think it was this way. Oh yeah, I can see my boxes there. Alright, awesome. Almost went the wrong way. Nice. Alright, right here seems good. And then we're going to go right here to the center. How do we want to do this? Do we want to flatten it out to this level, or I think maybe to the level of our dealio here. I should have brought a shelter. Should have brought a shelter, and then I could put the shelter down. It would flatten it out, and then I could flatten it based on the shelter. We're going to do that. All right, first thing we're going to do is take all this stuff out of here, because we're going to drop this stuff off. Put that hydrazine in my backpack. After I have some space. And then we're just going to put the landing pad down temporarily. Well, I got 2 landing pads. Oh, no, this is the construction anchor. Don't put that one down yet. We wanted an actual landing pad. Right over here. And then you kind of open it, move it where you want it, and then you put it down. And then I'm going to put the beacon down so I know which one it is, right? Very important to put the beacon down. Okay, so I need to make a shelter. So I was right the first time. That's why I was thinking of making a shelter, was to flatten it so I can then use that flat surface, semi-flat anyway, to build a base there. So back to Sylvia. Plus, it's also a quest to put a shelter on every single location. And the shelter allows you to go in and save and be, you know, hide from hazards and stuff. Though, most of the time, I don't use the shelter because you don't really need to use it all that much. But you have a vehicle, you go in and out of the vehicle, it'll save. Okay, so shelter it is. Okay, what kind of shelter do I want? Basic shelter? I think it unlocks some shelters too. What other shelters do I have? Good question. We have our pumpkin shelter, which is always a funny one. I unlocked that one, and then I also unlocked the glitch shelter from playing through those events and through those the DLC. But we have some other shelters around here somewhere, and honestly, I forget where they are. Up here. Yeah, there's a shelter there. So yeah, just the regular shelter. Then there's kind of like a little mini shelter as well. That might be in the medium printer. A little mini shelter. Again, we have 55,000 research now, everybody. We can unlock whatever we want at this point. Honestly, can't remember where that shelter is. I know it exists. Large stacked platform. Ooh, that was an update they added that I haven't played yet, so we'll mess around with those later. Right now, we're working on MEGATECH. We gotta do this print filter stuff too. Man, so much stuff to do. Don't see it in there. As well. Oh, there it is. There it is. It's actually in the small printer called a field shelter. And it just takes less to do it, but it does take graphene. Graphene does take a little bit to get going, especially the ammonium. But eventually, it won't be an issue. We'll have tons of all of that. What does this shelter take? Plastic and silicon. Probably just do the regular shelter. It's bigger, but it is a bit easier for us to do because we already did those resources. So we already have our plastic, and we have the ability to make some silicon. In fact, I think that was the last thing we were doing over here, right? No, this one. What were we doing? Aluminum alloy. So, silicon, so resin, methane, and quartz. Resin, we got that. And some of our quartz over here. And let that run. Oh, I need 2 of them. Quartz over there. And then a little bit of resin, run it out. There we go. And now it's ready to do another one. We're really setting up the ability for us to expand all of this, so we don't have to keep switching those around. We'll get that going here in a bit, and then plastic will run out. All right. Away it goes. All right, we'll get our shelter good to go here. And we'll probably make some carbon out of this. There we go. Okay, we want to get our QRTGs back now. What we got? We got multiple soil canisters. Probably one of those we could just get rid of. Keep all my QRTGs on me. By the way, this little solar thing on here will keep this charged when I'm not around. So when the sun comes up, it'll just keep charging my vehicle up over and over again, which is awesome. And again, we could probably just get rid of this soil canister now. Throw it over here. Let it grind up. What are we doing over here? Oh man, that's almost a couple more of those, and we'll get more titanium if we need to. Man, that shelter takes a minute. It takes a minute. All right, what else could we be making while we're waiting? Probably make some more ammonium. Yeah, let's just burn the rest of this up on ammonium. That's what we'll do. Ceramic is done too. Just waiting for this one to run so I can prime this. There we go. Now just run that until it runs out of soil. Okay. Always need more ammonium because you always need more hydrazine. And we're going to work on our hydrazine production here in just a moment as well. But we want to work on our titanium and iron first so that we can extract it and then use it to make larger tables and then use those tables for extraction as well. So again, it's like a perpetual loop once you get yourself in there, and then it just accelerates everything that you're doing. But we got to do a little bit of work here first to properly set up our base and everything. So we definitely want this shelter to do that. There we go. All right, all ready to go. Right in there. 3 launches left. Oh man, we're gonna need some hydrazine. That's why we're doing some ammonium, so when we get back, we can get that going. Glacio, way out here. Now the cool thing is now that we have a landing pad, we can land right where we want to land. Because we moved where the base was, so we want to keep on the lookout for our little green beacon that we have. And sometimes it's like way on the side of the planet, depending on which way I went. But you can see this one is right over the top of that monolith there. See, it's right next to it, which is how I like to typically be. Now, I don't want to disturb any of these resources. I don't want to go in there and start shaping these resources because I don't want to interrupt them and mess it up. What I want to do is get it going through the extractor. And the extractor will extract way more than I can solo. And it will just keep extracting and extracting and extracting until it depletes all of that. Okay, so we are going to do, let's do it back here. So we're going to move this over there for a minute. Collapse this. We'll pick up this beacon. Well, unless our backpack is full. And we can just move this out of the way. And then we're going to put our shelter right here in the center of a whole lot of action that we're going to set up over here. And then when we unpack the shelter, this is what it does. It creates a little flat space, well, flat to the shelter anyway, that it uses. Then what I'll do is go grab some of this over here. We did upgrade our drill bit to the best drill bit. And so great gaming secret right here, everybody. Great trick for here. Now be careful because if you have the highest level drill bit, you can actually cut into this. And in the beginning of the game, you can't because you don't have your drill bit's not strong enough. So just be careful. Hold down Control. And you're going to see that we're going to use this as the base of everything that we're going to be doing here, which is awesome. So we're just going to be cutting our way out. You can see I just cut a hole in the ground because this is all going to be covered up anyway. And then more Control like this. Trying not to hit any resources. We've got some iron over there as well. We've got these platforms here that can be drilled out and utilized. Because the planet is round, it will start to round out eventually, and you'll see the edges of it get higher and higher and higher. Thus why we want to kind of set our own levels. Taking out these high sides. Again, they'll go up pretty fast too. They got a big mountainside here, perfect for making holes in it. Like I want to get some more canisters. Probably should have brought more canisters to make this go a little faster, but I'm just getting started here with our base extraction. Okay, now what we want to do is take our where to go? Our landing pad over here. And we're going to put over here. Normally I put the landing pad right by that thing, but in this particular playthrough, since we have some iron and graphite and other things over there, and we want to have a lot of room because we're going to be building some MEGATECH in a minute. So we don't want to have anything that's going to interfere with that. And then this I can put pretty close to my thing here. Now, if this is red, everybody, you can't expand it. So if I have something that's like over the top of it, it was over here, it was too close to the thing. Say like that. When it's too close to the thing, it'll turn red. It says, hey, it's too close to that thing. It's obstructed. Watch out for that. But again, I feel like one of the best things to do is throw one of these shelters down and use the angle of the shelter, even though it might be different from the angle of the world, to have it as flat as possible. There's also other tools you can use for flattening. But I'm just going to turn this so the interactive thing is this way, because this is going to be the front, in theory, of the base. I've got this turned off to the side on purpose, because I don't really use that all that much. And if I do want to access it, it's not going to be blocked by the landing pad. Okay, landing pad in. Now, shuttle back on the landing pad. Then we can go ahead and use our beacon. We're going to put it right on the top here. Oh, I guess I could just attach it to the side. Normally, I just put it on the top. But I will attach it to the side. And then, again, we'll flatten this out. Like so. Okay, now the first resource that we want to start to tap into is iron. Now, there's a bunch of iron over there. But we're going to go check this iron over here. Now, we have 2 auto extractors. And so we're going to take the first auto extractor. And we're going to do a sampling. We're going to sample this graphite as well. Sampling is when you just put this in here. Oh my God, that is an absolute ton of graphite right there. We do even better. Holy mackerel. Yeah, that's a spot right in the middle. Again, I'm moving it around. You can see the little green bar goes up and down. If I put it over here, you can see it's much less. If I move it like that, it's much less. And then over here, boom, that is a that's hundreds to thousands of graphite I can extract right there. Let's go check this iron. It might be a big node, or it might be a small node. Right now it looks like a small node because, again, the green bar is not all the way at the top. What you're really looking for is multiple nodes right next to each other. When you have multiple nodes right next to each other, I usually put 3 extractors there and just let it whoa. Like this one here, this one will definitely be a 3 extractor working on that graphite. Now, this is nice and close to our base, and that other one's a little bit out there, but guess what? We've got our jetpack now. We don't have to worry about, stuff that's too far away. We can just jetpack on over. This one looks like a pretty good one, but sometimes it's just the surface level. There's not that much underneath. Oh, yeah, there's a lot there. Holy moly. All right. That is a tremendous amount. What about down here? Again, this is what I call surveying. So you just, oh, whoa, okay. Holy moly, that is a massive amount. Look at that, almost completely full. I think I'd probably nudge that around a little bit just to see if there's an absolute full. Right there, looks good to me. All right, now what we need, oh, I already have one. Looked in my backpack for it. A container. So we're going to put a container here. We're going to take one of our QRTGs, though eventually we'd want it to have its own power. We're going to put this right up here at the top. And we're going to tell it to go to town. Turn on. There we go. Now it's going to start extracting iron. And that's just going to cook away on that. Get back over here before we run out of oxygen. Now, these shelters, by the way, have built-in oxygenators as well. So I can also go to the shelter if I need to. All right, we're all good. Now we want to charge up our vehicle a little bit here. And we could have brought like a solar panel or something like that, or we could make one for that. But I really like just kind of running into stuff and finding random stuff as I'm going along. One of my favorite things is basically doing that. All right, now on this side, we want to look and see, okay, is there any resources other than this research item, which we'll just throw in our vehicle and try to remember to use later. Is there any resources over here that we don't want to disturb? And I don't see any resources over this way that are going to be in my way. I do see again some iron over this way. So what I want to do is bring that iron over here eventually. And so we want to go ahead and do some more of our expansion here. And again, we'll just grab all this down here. And then just keep expanding this further and further and further this way. Like this. We're just going to head toward this iron. We're really going to make this big. We're going to go big mega style. We're going to widen it out this way. Holding down control. I think control is probably the best thing in the entire game. Control does it flat. Whatever you're on, it'll also match the angle of whatever you're doing. Just hold down control. And you're golden. I definitely feel like I should have made more little things, but that's okay. We'll keep widening this out. Wider, wider. Bigger, bigger. We going big. Big time. Collecting that soil. I could just get my vehicle and drive around and collect a bunch of soil and then put it in a bunch of soil containers, which also would help. And just trying to make that as big as possible. That's pretty big, but it might not be big enough. Let's go find out. Let's get over here, get some oxygen too while we're at it. All right, we got the big boy here. Now, this is just like a landing pad, everybody. You unpack it, and then it's ready to be moved where you want it to go. Now, it's going to make some very, very large stuff. So, we got to watch out when we put this down that it will go the right way and then have enough platform there or enough room to put itself down on the platform. All right, so I'm going to put it like this. Hopefully it doesn't go this way. I think it's going to go that way. It's not really previewing it. I don't see a preview, though it would be nice if there was. This is going to be a construction anchor landing pad. So here we go. Let's see what happens. Where is it? I got to press the button. Huh. Call. DLS signal not found. DLS launch tube state. DLS signal not found. Oh, maybe because I don't have enough power back in my primary base. That's okay. We'll leave it there for now. Hope that it doesn't screw up everything we have over on this side. It's up that way. I'll go look at the other one back at the other base. When we go back there. But this is just going to run and run and run. Now, obviously, we need to bring way more power over here so that we can let this run. It's already got about 3 of them in there. If you didn't know, everybody, you can take your QRTGs and chain them. Made it better than that, though. And then, of course, that'll speed that up a little bit. Also, if we go around and look for some resources, we might be able to find some power that we could use. Kind of feel like we'll get on our vehicle here and try to go for a little ride over this stuff and see if we see anything. Now, it'd be great to have a drill bit and a paver. We'll get one going on here eventually. Usually I just kind of dip, right? I'm just going to zip out of there. Look at all this. Oh, my God. Look at all that iron over there. There's just massive sums of iron over here. And then you try to look for one of these little valleys like this, because quite often there's some resources down here that we can unlock. See, these right here, this right here just requires power, so I can take my QRTG and try to run the power into there. Yeah, like this. And we got to maintain, oh, it's not enough power. Not enough power for it to run. So you just need a certain amount of power. Now, there's that one that it's got, you got to have, say, 5 power to open it. And then there's this one over here, which is much easier, where you can just plug it in, and you'll see it just charge up first. We'll get rid of this thing behind it here. Listen to that wind noise. And you can see it's charging it up, and then eventually what it will do is it'll open. And you can actually find some cool stuff in these. And of course, some of them require certain resources, like maybe one of them might need quartz. And so if you have some quartz, you can put quartz in there and then it'll open it. Very cool. Now, very rarely do I open these. There we go. Watch it go flinging way off in the... Look, it got stuck in the sky. It goes flinging off over there. This is actually a research item, which is worth a good amount. We'll put our QRTG back on the vehicle. So you can open those for your research if you need to. All right, now we're going to go look. Oh, there it is. You can scrap those too, by the way. Now, I'm not looking for research. I'm just looking for random items that we might find that could help us power our extractor. There's a lot of these things over here. It's actually a really good spot. I should probably throw a beacon here, but I think we're good. And that's for the holiday event. What's going on? Oh, there's one of these cubes up here. This is for later. We'll get into what that does later, everybody. But if you see it, I say grab it. Bring it back to your base. All right, another flat area here. Just going to survey. Not really much stuff here. Really cool flat area. That'd be a cool place for a base there, too. Let's go on down in there. See if we can see some stuff. There's a flower there. See, if it has like a little flower like this, you can grab the seeds from it. You can also just scan these or bring them back and research them. I'm always trying to find flowers. As you're running along, if you see something that you don't think you've collected before, just grab one of them. Because you can always plant it, let it grow, and then make more of them. So you really only need one if you're going to do like a garden out of them. Look at this kind of thing, like right out of Star Trek, everybody. Look at this thing. One Star Trek episode where they go in the, the arch thing. I'm sure some of you Trekkies know what the name of that one is. What's the name of that episode, everybody? Come on, you Trekkies. I know you're in the chat. I know you're in there. What's the name of that one? That's a really good episode, by the way. I'm not that big of a Trekkie, everybody. I don't know who's in scene 37, the third guy back or whatever. I don't know all of that stuff, but I like Star Trek. Star Trek's very fun. And gives you a little bit of hope for humanity, because humanity is kind of iffy at best. Most of the time. Oh, look at this. We got titanium right here. Very rarely do you see it on the surface level. Is there a whole bunch, or is it just that one? Oh, there's a whole bunch there. Oh, yeah, that's a good... Oh, that's a whole bunch. Oh, that's like crazy lucky right there. I don't think I've ever seen that much at the surface level. That's a ton. We're taking all of that. We're taking all of that. How much more can we fit? 3 more. Oh, and put some on the front, too. I forgot. Yeah, 2 more on the front. And get rid of that organic material. We'll put our seed up here. Oh, yeah, we're taking this. Now, normally, again, you can put an extractor here and get this, but... Again, I've never seen it this much at the surface level. This is a lot of titanium. This is just pure luck, everybody. I wasn't looking for it, see? I wasn't looking for it on the surface level. I was going to go underneath and grab some here in a bit. And we'll do that here in a second, but very rarely do you ever see it there. All right, very nice. We got a bit of organic there. I got to wait for my thing to charge me back up, because I think I get one more. We're here, and we found a bunch. That just keeps going and going and going. Way down in there. Now, the cool thing is we got our jetpack now, so we can just jetpack out of there. Try not to fall in with my vehicles, because wherever I park my vehicle just always happens to be right on the edge. It always seems to back up right underneath my vehicle where the resources are. Seems to happen. All right, so far, we haven't found anything that we're looking for, but a bunch of cool stuff that we don't need right this second, but we do need later on. It will be very helpful. And in fact, if at this point I found something, I wouldn't really have the space to carry it with me. If you can go buy these things when you're in your vehicle, it's when you're out of your vehicle. Oh, another one on the surface level. What is going on with this playthrough? Titanium on the surface level. We got a bunch of these at the surface level. And massive sums of iron. Awesome. Ooh, look at this cool sunrise / sunset over here. Beautiful. Lots of resin. We've got an abundance of resin. We could make more canisters. Now, you have a tendency to go a different way when you don't have a drill bit than when you do. And you can see I'm just kind of running all over the place. Oh, this is a different beacon. This is a different beacon from my beacon. Now, the cool thing is the vehicle produces oxygen, everybody. So you have an oxygenator with you at all times because the vehicle does it automatically. You don't have to actually make an oxygenator. So I can really roam around wherever I want to go. I can also dip off the top. Oh, and then do the flippities. Oh, I didn't quite make it, but that's okay. Hit F flip. We're back at it. I think I see something over this way. What do we got? We got ammonium there. Ah, okay. I haven't seen any debris whatsoever other than rail lines out here. And that's what I'm looking for. Ooh, caught a little air there. Just looking for any excess like solar power or anything like that. And of course, whenever you're looking for it, Kismet's Law of Gaming, when you're looking for it, can't find it. When you're not looking for it, plenty of it around. In fact, I should make that into a t-shirt. I just thought of that. Why didn't I put that in a t-shirt yet? Don't steal my idea. T-shirt idea. Beamer rule. There we go. All right. I don't know if I'll ever do that, but you know, when you have an idea, write it down. That's what I do because I'm not going to remember later. There's not any bit of solar or anything out here that I've found so far. But that's how it goes. You'll have very little. Ooh, look at this ammonium though. Tons of ammonium there. Tons of resources on this one. Again, remember it randomizes the planets every time. So this one is different than the planet I played on the last one and so on and so forth. You get the idea. Okay, well, we might want to head back toward our vehicle, which is in this direction. So we went completely, like, half the world around because those beacons are spread out along the world. So we went about half the world around. Again, I just full-on just dip straight down, everybody. Oh, look out for these guys. You get out of your vehicle, they're going to shoot at you. So don't be standing next to your vehicle when they're shooting at you. But they don't shoot at you when you're on your vehicle, so that's useful. Traveling through the tundra. You can see I'm just bumping into the edges and just trying to get up over the edges. It takes a little bit of practice to know which edges to bump into. And so on. Again, we had our drill. We could drill through here. Oh, this is going to be a tough... Oh, there's an exo cache over here somewhere. I'm going to try to drive up on this if I can. See where this takes me. Nope. Not gonna let me get through there. Come on, you. Get up there. There we go. Ooh, that's some good driving right there, everybody. That wasn't easy. That wasn't easy. All right. Cutting through the middle of this mountain. Yeah, if you got the drill bit, I bet this is super easy. You drill right through the stuff. But when you don't got the drill bit, sometimes it's all on you. So what I'm going to do is just shape the ground here. And then this stuff's going to fall down. Right there. We give it a second to despawn. There we go. And then we're through. Look at all of this. Oh, mama. I'm about to leave that iron behind. Makes me sad, but I do what I got to do. Come on, get that tire up over that. Tire up. You're going to make me take out that iron, aren't you? I want to leave it pristine, but it's in my way. It's in my way. Nothing I can do. I got to get it out of the way. There we go. Go left. There we go. And then try to hit this and bounce up. Oh, you got this, bro. You got this. All right. Oh, I can see my beacon out there as well. Not one bit of leftover equipment. Okay, well, everything has its pluses and minuses, everybody. We didn't find any equipment, but we sure did find a ton of titanium. To get us started, that's what we really want to do, is get started with the titanium. And we got another cube. Man, bunch of cubes on the... Usually those are underground. And I'd grab it if I had it. I could grab some graphite and shrink this stuff down, but I think I'm good. And really what you want to do when you see stuff like that, everybody, is put a beacon down. And just keep putting beacons down as you're traveling around so you can come back and find it later. Usually I turn it to purple, which means, hey, come back and look at this thing. And we made it back to our base all in one piece. Imagine that. All right, awesome. Now what do we do with that little thing over here? We're going to grab. We're going to get this all up off of here because we're going to definitely shape that out further. But we want this right here. So we're going to go ahead and just pull our stuff here that we're going to use later on. There we go. And use this. Oh, wait. Duh. Wait a minute. Well, I brought it. I can just use the container. D. Duh. Let's just use these containers to put this in here, and it's just going to grab, of course, the seeds. By the way, if you didn't know, they actually made it now the containers can do the seeds, but that's not what I wanted it to do. It always grabs the opposite of whatever you want it to grab. I mean, there was only a 50-50 chance there, and it grabbed the one with the least resources, which is funny. All right, yeah, I got 8 titanium there, and then we'll get this titanium out of my inventory. I love these containers, everybody. These were a great addition as well. All right. And we have some research. We got this. We can go ahead and put our plant on this. There we go. All right. We got some research up there. This is also research. Right there. So we'll just throw a bunch of research in there. Again, we're at 57,000, and it will never stop running, everybody. It's perpetual research. It'll run and run and run until I have every single thing unlocked forever. It'll just keep going as well. I'm still here, but I was making a pumpkin muffins. Oh, hey, I hope you brought enough for the whole chat. We want some pumpkin muffins. Does it have pumpkin spice in it? Because everything's pumpkin spice about right now. Me and my wife, when we go through the store, everybody, oh, pumpkin spice. Ooh, pumpkin spice. That's my wife anyway, not me. I'm like, oh, okay. One of my mods, by the way, absolutely, in the past, she absolutely hated pumpkin spice, everybody. Every time I'd see it, I go, oh, look, it's a pumpkin spice cereal. She goes, because we know she didn't like it. So we'd point out everything that had pumpkin spice in it. Lori was her name, by the way. I was trying to remember. I appreciate her greatly for all the time she helped us out here in the stream, everybody. Big love out to her and everybody, all my mods over the years. And for one reason or another, you know, they got IRL stuff they got to take care of, or they made some mistakes, and I had to get rid of them because they were like annoying my chat or being rude to the chat. You never really know with mods, everybody. You know, you try peeps out, you see how they do. And then you have some people who just cause no drama, and then some people, they cause a little drama, and you got to say, hey, no drama. Yeah, easy with the drama action. Easy, easy. I try to be, you know, fair, but also you got to be strong, everybody, or people walk all over you in life. That's how life is. Look how cool that is. You just grab it and just fly it back over here. And that'll get us a little bit of iron and a little bit of titanium. Look at that. That was perfect. What did I do with my containers? I'll put it in my backpack and fly back over this way. And we're just going to leave one QRTG for here for now. And we have a replacement container. Which we'll grab this one. We're going to try anyway. Come on. No? You're going to make me move the thing. There we go. Sometimes it takes a second. We'll just stick that up on top. Now, this is just a quick and dirty system. Instead of setting up a bunch of power, making a bunch of solar and wind power and all of that, I just use my QRTGs, which is just as effective because it's going to be running while I'm not around for now. Now, obviously, you'd want it to be completely powered up so it would run at full speed. But we just need a little bit right now. There's only 10,000 tons of it to extract. All right, and we need to do some more work on the base, so let's go ahead and get this going. Again, we might run up there and grab some resin. I think that might be an idea. Where was that resin? I think it was up on top there. Oh, I see some right there. Let's get this organic off of me. Notice I've got two of my RTGs back. I have 3 total right now, and I can actually do quests for more. But usually about 3 is fine. Oh, yeah. Big one there. All right. And then we are going to... Can't even see what I'm doing. We're going to go ahead and look through canisters. There we go. Look at all that. Nice. Okay, more than what I needed. I'm going to take one out so that it has a room to put the canister. All right. And what that's going to allow me to do, and I'm going to go over here and actually avoid the resources. It's just going to allow me to extract more soil and put more soil down faster so we can expand this a bit faster. Over here, again, using our shelter to kind of flatten a base foundation for ourselves. And then now you're going to see I'm just really going to go to town. Holding down control, and then you got to go over the same spot a couple times, especially when you're working these edges out. You see I'm working this edge right over here to this graphite. And that's pretty good. All right, that's good. Let's work. Oh, nope. Let's work this edge. Again, holding down control over here. And it'll get awkward after a while, everybody. The further you stretch this, the more awkward it gets. What I want foundations for the base, everybody. So you just build out the foundations, and then you have a nice flat base, and you don't have to shape the whole thing out. I like the shaping, and I think the shaping is really fantastic. Probably one of the signature things in Astroneer. But it still sucks when your base is all wonky and sideways and angled and all of that. That part sucks. I want to just connect a bunch of big pieces together. Even if they were just those landing pads, everybody, I would connect all those landing pads together and use them. But we've got a bunch of MEGATECH, and we're going to figure out what that's all about as we go as well. But I really would like foundations or some sort of big modular pieces that you could connect together to put your base down, so you could use it for production, right? So you could have say something that's round, and then you put your chemistry station in the center, and then around the outside you have all your resources, kind of like you see already with the thing that's the 3D printer. So you put the resource around it, then you say go, and the little thing goes and prints the MEGATECH. That same kind of thing, but for a chemistry station. Put the chemistry station in the center, you put all the resources on the outside, maybe even have like a little train station that's bringing your resources in. Whatever, something like that. That's not where I have to shape out a big flat thing here that's going to start rising like this, and the planet's going to start going like this, and this part's going to get thicker and thicker and thicker, right? Because you're going wider and wider and wider from each other. And that's what's happening right here. You can see that as I rise, the part here is going down, or really it's just rounded. That's the thing. This part is not rounded. It's flat, and this part is rounded, so the world's going to round out. So if you notice that, everybody, when you're playing, that's what that's all about. That's what it's all about. Again, working my way over here toward the iron. Again, really just building this in here. Big area back in. We're going to be doing some MEGATECH over here. Nice and smooth. All right, well, smooth as we can make it. I think this needs power. I think maybe that's what the problem is. All right. Destination for construction anchors placed at the desired location and activate button to call a construction anchor from the DLS. But maybe I haven't made the construction anchor over there. So I have to make it back at Sylvia. Then it'll be in the DLS. Then I come over here and I call it from over there. I think that's what I need to do. Awesome. We'll get to that here in a bit. Okay, so we got this all flattened out. And like I said, there's no resources in this direction. And that's an important thing because I'm going to widen this out. And you can see this base is going to be really big, everybody. It's going to be massive. Because Glacio is like your go-to planet, everybody. It's got so much good stuff. So much good stuff. And again, we're just going to widen that out a bit. And you can see, again, using this as the foundation of the shelter has really helped us kind of flatten out a spot for our base. And we'll go over here again. Back, we can get in here in the middle. And since we have multiple containers, we're collecting way more soil. As you can see, just find yourself a nice mountain, everybody. There we go. Being a little conservative on my jetpack as well. And we're just gonna, now we're gonna grab it from here and make sure that it is just perfectly flat from the base itself. Still holding down control. Just walking it this way a bit. We do want to have lots of room. Normally I put the stuff right up on top of each other. But in this playthrough, we're going to go big. Very, very big. All right, there we go. All right, now what we need is to go down into the planet like this. And then we'll fix this edge like that. And then we'll create a wider edge here. Nice wide lip. And again, we're just going to shape it out like so. Figure out where the center is by doing that. And then, again, widen this and soften these edges. Again, this is pretty steep. That's okay. Oh, is it time to hydrate? It might be. Might be. Okay, now the trick is jump down here and see if you slide. If you instantly slide, it's too steep. If you don't slide and you just kind of land, but you can make yourself slide if you want, if you jump and then land, then you did it right. So let's go ahead and get some oxygen, though, before I get going here. But I think I could go and put down these containers now. We'll just leave them full for later. And we can go ahead and get to work here. We're going to go over here and get some more resin. Always want to find the resin straight away wherever you're at. Wherever planet you are, find your resin straight away. Now, the cool thing about resin is it also is used for oxygen filters. And this means I don't need to be by my base or anything like that. And we'll go ahead and get a couple more, and we'll have plenty of oxygen filters. And then now you don't need any tethers. You don't need your base. You don't need your vehicle. You're completely autonomous from that now. And because I have the QRTGs, which is giving me power, I don't need anything else. I'm good. I'm good to go. All right, now we're going to go ahead, hold down control while we click on the thing, and we're going to make ourselves a nice little tunnel. Now, we can do this with the vehicle as well, with the paper, which I have multiple of them now. But I'm just going to do it manually because I really enjoy just making a nice ramp on my own sometimes. And then, there we go. And that thing there will go away, as I was about to say, and then it did. And again, you can see we have a gap. And so if we were driving our vehicle with just a drill bit, we would be in trouble because we would get to the end and would would just fall off because we wouldn't be shaping. But eventually on every planet, if you are going to be doing a lot of driving around and drilling and all of that with your vehicle, you'd want to have every planet with a large vehicle and paver and a drill bit. See, I'm just working this all the way down. Again, I could have brought those other canisters, but we're down here for a purpose. Okay, now I'm going to make this go right in the ground a little bit. Just a little bit, and you'll see why here in a minute. Really wide. Look at that. Nice, wide thing. Now, of course, we're going to work on the ceiling a bit, but we want it to come straight down into here. I feel like a little wider on this side. There we go. Then we're going to take the plane of what's already here and just smooth this edge right across there, and then kind of just use this as our landing spot. Like so. And again, remember my oxygen filters are doing their thing. You can see my oxygen filters run out because my oxygen tanks is running out. Let's make another one. Yeah, as long as you have power and some resin, you got endless oxygen. And there we go. See, my power automatically charges back up. My oxygen's charging back up. My oxygen filter is working wonderfully. All right. Oh, already found it on the left. Nice. So the next thing we do is we look for the resource that we need. And it's right over here. I like to shape out the ceiling and take out all these stalagmites and other debris that might be in our way. And we're going to roll right up on it. Right over here. It's just super satisfying as well. Wow, there's a whole bunch in the wall, too. Whoa, there's a ton there. Okay. That's a bunch, but you never know, because sometimes it looks like a lot, and then it turns out to be not that much. All right, we want to take out these baddies, because you're going to forget at some point, and these little guys are going to be all up in our business. All right, there we go. Don't want to disturb the titanium. Take out these little things. Take out this top part here. Yeah, scan a little research. I'm up for it. Take out this floating bit here. And then time to go back the other way. Now, I'm kind of wasting this dirt because my soil canister is full. But I don't really care. This is really my benefit. And again, you don't even need to shape it this much, this tall, but I like to have some headroom when I'm driving up and down, because that's what this ramp is for. Even though we didn't use the vehicle to make the ramp, I don't have a drill bit or anything. I can go make one. I sure can, but just showing you some different ways of doing stuff. And now we got our vehicle. And now we're going to dip on down in there. Now we definitely want to have some power in there, or the vehicle's just going to die on us. And if you've ever had a vehicle die on you in real life, everybody, it's one of the scariest things ever. When you're driving, all of a sudden it goes, and then just dies on you, because you know what's going to happen is you're going to lose control. Especially if you have power steering. Power steering is very hard to drive once it dies. So you have to really hand over hand, push it so you can get off the side of the road. Same thing if you have power brakes. Yeah, scary stuff, everybody. I've had it happen to me multiple times with multiple cars. One car broke down. Another car ran out of gas because I had a rental car, and I didn't realize that the gas gauge didn't work. And so it said I had like 3/4 of a tank, and it didn't. It ran out of gas. It wasn't good. All right, now I'm going to take my vehicle. Oh, wait. Before I take my vehicle, I'm getting ahead of myself. Now I'm going to take my vehicle and load it up. And then, wait, even better. Put along the back so it's easier to see when you're driving. There we go. And instead of me carrying it down there, whoa, there's some air there. We're going to drive it down there. And we got a thing in our way here. What's this right here? Ice chunk. A dense ice shard contains something of interest. Can be cracked with explosives. Oh, okay. Now we know. I think I've done that before. Can't remember. Let's just go ahead and fill that right back in again. Very nice, very nice. And we'll deal with that later. Right now, we want to do this. We want to survey our titanium over here. And again, this is usually underground. Oh, see, look, looks can be deceiving. It looks like a lot is right here, right? Totally not. I bet you it's in the wall. All right. Oh, not that much in the wall either. Ah, okay. It's not as lucky as I was hoping. Not really that much. This is what I would call a weak node when it comes to titanium, because you're going to need obscene amount of titanium. Yeah, it's a pretty small node. We can find others. But for right now, I would just go ahead and set it this way. And I would look for the front of it. This little red circle is the front. That's probably his best option like that. I don't have a canister on me. Let's go get a canister. Let's turn this thing around. Turn her around here. Pull it over here. Put this thing up here. Maybe to use it. Oh, I can't put it on there. I can put it on there, but I can't put it on there. It doesn't snap on there. Let's see what happens when I move. Yeah, it's just going to fall off. Alright, deal with it later. Deal with it later. It's actually faster for me to just fly out of there with the jetpack. But again, being kind of conservative on my jetpack right now. So I'll have it when I need it. Alright, just some random resources on me here. Got this here. And we need another canister. Now you know why I keep bringing all these canisters over here, everybody, for this, for the stuff. I don't even need the vehicle now. Just using the vehicle to move the thing. Which way is it? This way. And we want to put a something over here on the side to remind us this is where our thing is. And this, I do something like this, like make a pillar. Oop, took a little damage there, a little far. Thing. You're gonna definitely not miss that. I was gonna show you. One of my favorite ways to get down is to slide, everybody. Whee! Sliding is fun. Watch as I continue to slide through all of this. And then end up over here. And then I'll jump to get out of it. Alright, there we go. We're gonna put a container here. And have this start doing its thing. Now the awkward part is you gotta attach the QRTG up here. Then tell it to start. And now it'll just go ahead and extract a bunch of titanium over time. Slowly though, very slowly. But if it has one power, it'll just go slower. Look at all of these ice shard things in here. Tons of them. Oh, ice chunks everywhere. Watch this with the jetpack, everybody. You can use the jetpack to just go up at that same angle, and it will just slide along that angle as well. I got to be careful because I'm going to run out of oxygen, so I got to get up here and get her done. Another great thing about the jetpack is it will help you if you're starting to run out of oxygen. You can just jetpack over there faster and get back to your base. Okay, so we've established our iron and our titanium extraction, and we want to just let that run. It's going to take a while, and because it's going pretty slow. I was hoping to find some wind power I could throw down, or some solar power for the iron, but no such luck. Now I want to take my other QRTG because I'm using both QRTGs, one over there for iron, one over there for titanium, and we don't have the thing that we need to make this work. So we need to go make one of those as well. But we did collect a little bit of iron, a little bit of titanium, and that allows us to scale up our stuff some more. So very cool. And a bunch of research too. All the rest of this stuff I'm going to probably leave here. I see I've got another container there. I should probably just unpack it to remind me that there is a container right there. All right, very nice. Anything else that we need? grab this back. Do we have room for it? We don't have room for it. That's okay. Again, we could package all of these and then we would, but we'll just leave it. We got one more launch left. Oh, we can only launch into orbit. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, we got problems. Yeah, we can't take that off of there. We got issues. All right, and this is a great time. I thought I had enough, but I didn't. I ran out of fuel, everybody. So now you're stuck on this planet because I can only go into orbit and I can't actually fly back to the thing. Now, I was going to show this later, but it's happening naturally, so that's okay. Now, how do you survive? How do you get off of this planet now if you're stuck on a planet? And you can do this on any planet because every planet has the basic resources that you need. We already have some sitting in our base. And what you need is you need a solid fuel thruster. And that solid fuel thruster will let you leave this planet, go back to your other planet, and get your fuel and stuff going. So what I'm going to do first is get some resin over here. There we go. And we're going to run back over here. Now, what we're going to do is start with all of our basics. The first thing you want to start with is your small printer. It's like, kind of like starting the game over, but not quite. So, a small printer is... Oh, I've got to take all this out. Put it down there. Requires a compound. So, you just take a compound, get your small printer going. Now, the cool thing is this right here produces 1 power. So even if I didn't have the QRTG, which I do, I can just plug this into my shelter because I was smart enough to bring one that has power built in. There we go. Then what we'll want to do is we'll want to make ourselves, again, a, right over here, we can find it, solid fuel thruster. Now what do we need for a solid fuel thruster? We need aluminum and ammonium. Right? That's all we need, which is fine. But the problem with aluminum is you have to refine the aluminum, right? You have to take the raw aluminum and refine it. So that's all you really need. And we saw a bunch of ammonium when we were running around, so we can go grab that. That's not that big of a deal. But the aluminum is the tough part. But it's not that tough. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and now print a medium printer. So we start with a small printer. And then we're going to try to find a medium printer in here somewhere. Medium printer. There we go. And we need 2 compound. And luckily we got some. And we'll say, okay, print the medium printer. I got to get this stuff out the way here. Okay, so now you have a medium printer. But now you got a problem. The small printer has its own stand. The medium printer does not. So what you need is you need a table to put that on, right? Very much like the beginning of the game. So you can go in and say, hey, I need a little medium platform. And you can see it's that little small one. It needs some resin. How convenient. We just happen to have some right here. Yes, because I'm already 20 steps ahead of what I'm doing, everybody. But I'm showing you that you can, even if you do get stuck on a planet, make your way back. From wherever you are. And then we'll go ahead and chain this one into here and just kind of move it off to the side so they don't get in each other's way. And then again, we're now going to need another platform. So we're going to need a slightly bigger one. A large platform B is what I'm going to use. And I'm going to get 3 resin here. Again, as long as you got resin, you're pretty styling. You're going to see it's going to go pretty slow. We can increase the speed here by just tying in one of the QRTGs that I have here. There we go, a little faster. Keep our stuff organized. We'll just throw it down here on the ground. Keep the resources that we have organized. Again, these are the 3 basic resources: organic, compound, and resin. Organic becomes carbon, but compound and resin are what's known as natural resources, meaning that they don't convert directly into anything else unless you're using the chem station. In the smelting forge, they don't smelt, right? So we're going to go ahead and make ourselves a table. This time we'll do the table first, because we could have done the table first on our medium printer as well. Really, build order is not that important because you can't do the thing without the other thing. So whichever way you do it, you're going to have to do both of them anyway. So, and I could make another medium printer and be running that medium printer, but really don't have the power for that. All right, we're going to go ahead and take that, put that right there. Then on there, we're going to need ourselves a smelting furnace, and we're going to need compound here, and then more resin. Luckily, we got some nearby. Okay, smelting furnace, go. Okay, now while we're waiting for our smelting furnace to go, we're going to need some aluminum. Now, right now, we don't got any, so while that's running, we can multitask and go look for some aluminum. Now, the best place to look for it is underground. And I think it looks like little coins, personally. I call it the coin stack. And we can just look around. Now, right now, the only thing I see is titanium, which is crazy. Normally, you see all the other resources first. And titanium later. There's titanium behind us as well. Oh, okay. And now I'm just going to kind of run around a little bit. See, this may look like a little node, but you never know what's underneath there. It could be a massive amount as well. Not really seeing anything on this side. Really need our QRTG back. Yep, I'm gonna need our QRTG back. This is just gonna die. We'll just walk. We don't have any power, so the problem is if I don't have any power, I can't drive my vehicle as well as if I run out of power, I can't make a oxygen filter or anything like that. So we want to go back, get our QRTG here, and we can see that our furnace has finished. There we go. All right, nice. A little bit of sliding, which is always fun. And then power up our vehicle. Park it right there. We'll go look this way. Remember, all the resources are located on all the planets. Ah, there they are, stacks of coins. All right, there we go, straight out. So we're going to go back here, where our vehicle is. And we'll say right here, hold down control. Just try to run this into this road and soften it back a bit. There we go. And then we're going to make a road that takes us right to that aluminum. Now, the reason why I want to make a road is because I want to bring my vehicle with me. Like so. Just so it makes it easier for me to, one, drive back, but two, have my oxygen nearby while I'm doing this. We actually unlocked the one of the most expensive things in the game, the actual little mini oxygenator. But I'm using my QRTGs elsewhere, so you got to have dedicated QRTGs to all sorts of stuff. And straight out this way. Wrong buttons. Then I might want to angle this down just a bit so I can match it up to the terrain because it's getting up pretty high. Go back and forth until it's somewhat flat. Okay, Getting there little by little. Okay, and then I'll use the train itself. Okay, now I'm just going to grab my QRTG on me. Again, looks like stacks of coins to me, but I'm old school. Stacks of quarters. Gonna go use it at the arcade. Alrighty, give me some of this. Don't need the organic. I leave organic all over the. Oh, this is a mixed resource too. I probably don't need that much, so I'm good. Take this research back with us. Now we got a nice road. We can just back out of here. Easy mode. And then flip this crazy thing around. Like this. And before you go up the ramp, make sure it does have power. So otherwise it'll just die while you're in the middle of going up the ramp. Big time. And up here we go. Nice. Okay, and then we'll take our aluminum, plug it in here, and again, because we have the, this is what, the QRTG makes this way easier, because you can just use it for power, but I'm also using the base for power too. Again, if you pre-thought it out ahead of time and you get stuck, that's pretty much all you need to do right there. Make the small printer, make the medium printer. Of course, you're going to need to make a table for the medium printer, make a bigger table for the forge. In fact, you can even just make the one that's square. You don't have to have the sides on it. And then make the smelter, get yourself some aluminum, throw that in there, you're good. Now, I'm going to actually throw a few of these in here and let it do its thing. And while it's doing a thing, we're going to go ahead and try to find where that ammonium was. Get this off of here. And oh, we're gonna need the QRTG. No, we giveth and we taketh away. Let's go ahead and connect this into the rest of the system so it'll run while we're gone. There we go. It runs slower, but it does run. Okay, now that we're looking for it, you watch. We will not find any of it. That's how it goes. Honestly, can't remember where it was and which direction it's in. It's usually on the mountainsides. And this could be the longest part of the whole thing. Again, when you find it, good time to put a beacon down, if you got one. Your inventory is pretty limited, so you're not normally going to carry, 5 beacons around with you. Sometimes if I am driving around, I'll make a bunch and put it on my vehicle. Oh, here's a little bit. Get one. There we go. Back to the base. I was actually fairly lucky that we found it nearby. And those two resources are mixed together. I don't really like mixed resources, especially when you put your extractor down, because it'll probably choose the one that you don't want out of the two resources, which is most of the time. But how will it know which one you want? So, I mean, you could tell it, but still. Or you could have it where you can tell it. But they don't have that. All right, off the top ropes. Way! There we go. Fun every time. Give you that little sinking feeling in your stomach. This vehicle is great for this. If you have the smaller vehicle, you have a tough time getting up over that. Alright, QRTG back. And now we have our ammonium that we need for oh, wrong thing. Duh. Happens to me all the time. I realize, oh wait, I'm in the wrong thing. I should have seen it by now. I looped all the way around. Solid fuel thruster. There we go. All right, put this in here. Put the aluminum that we refined in there. And now, we're going to make ourselves a solid fuel thruster. Now, we want to bring our hydrazine thruster with us because we don't want to leave that behind. So we're going to have to make a choice here. We'll leave this one behind. And we're going to put our hydrazine thruster in the vehicle. Oh, well, it's going to automatically try to go down there. Hold on. Let's put it over here first. Then we'll put our solid fuel thruster on there. And then this in the vehicle. There we go. Now we have the ability to leave the planet. So that's not too hard. You saw just a little bit of resources that you learned how to do at the very beginning of the game. You can do it on any planet if you get stuck. And great tip right there, everybody. Really fantastic tip on if you do get stuck on a planet. I actually did that accidentally. I was going to show you later, but hey, it happens when it happens. Let fate decide. Again, it usually happens to me once a playthrough or so that I underestimate how much fuel I have. Because you get used to that. Oh man, I don't have to do hydrazine thruster every time. And then here we are. All right, awesome. And then we're going to go ahead and just throw this. Even though it does have another charge, I could fly back if I wanted to with it. I'm just going to immediately take it and grind it up. And we'll grab all this, move it over here for a second. Make this more convenient. So just take this. Throw those right in there. This is worth around 1,500. This one here is probably about 2,500. I actually forget how much it is, but it's a good amount. Got our hematite there and our titanite there, our titanium and iron. Okay. Now we'll go over here. Oh my gosh, we got a whole thing full of ammonium. All right, awesome. Look at that. While we were gone, it was kicking butt on ammonium. We're going to go ahead and tell that to stop because I think a whole jar of that's enough for now. Now we're also going to need our fluid container over here. And we're going to put that over here. Now we're going to get real serious about our hydrazine. And we're going to go like this, and we're going to say, make a bunch of hydrazine. Now, the hydrazine will end up because it's a fluid, in the fluid canister. So it's just going to run and run and run. So we're going to make sure that we have enough hydrogen as well. So we'll grab a big stack of hydrogen here and put it right there. And then we will run out the ammonium. And then we'll say, it already is, make as much hydrazine as you possibly can. And you'll see once it's done making one, that'll automatically put it in that container if it's set correctly. There we go. Yeah, and then now it's going to do 24 of those, or as many as it possibly can, into there. And again, we were doing that while we were busy doing other things and come back and get more fuel going on. You get the idea. Okay, perfect time to let that run for a few minutes while we take a little break. And when we come back, we'll have crazy tons of fuel, and we're going to use that fuel to actually make more fuel. I'm going to show you how to set up an entire hydrazine automatic run where it's all automated, and you can just let it just collect tons and tons of hydrazine or tons and tons of ammonium to make hydrazine as well. We'll do that when we come back. Let's go ahead and take a little bit of a break. Let that run. Perfect time. Perfect time. Let you guys play some words on stream. All you big brains, all you awesome peeps right here, work together and earn some Kiss caps toward future giveaways as well. Good advice. Thanks. You're welcome, Crimson Knight. You're welcome, man. All right, here we go. Running this. Back in a bit. I'm back, everybody. Let's start up another one, and let's see how we do, everybody. Let's work together to get it going. Me and you guys, let's go. What do we got? Boon. Boon. Boom. There we go. Boon. Let's go. What about Kaboom? Booking. Good one. Somebody put book, because it's a smaller version of booking. Put that in there. Let's go. If you don't get it, I'm going to get it the second I get unlocked here. Boom. There we go. Book. What else we got? We got King. What about Goon? Is that... Oh, I can't do it. I'm locked. I'm locked. Try Goon. Yeah, there we go. Nice. Kingo. Is that a word? I don't think that's a word, but we'll try it. Kingo. There we go. What? Noob. That's not one. Again, that's Boon backwards, by the way. Noob, if you never noticed that. What? Goob. That's actually a word of my generation, everybody. You're such a goob. Meaning you're like, derpy. You're kind of derpy, everybody. What? Noggin. Do we need 2 G's? And then, and more O's. Nog. Oh, it's K. K words or later, everybody. Remember, they got to be K or later, so it's got to be a K word, an O word, or an N word. Nog. Noko. What? Noken. I'm just throwing letters together. Nook. Ooh, good one. Oh, and it came up with that one, too. So yeah, it's a K word or any other thing. Coog. I don't know. I'm just throwing letters together. That could be a little dangerous too, everybody. I gotta watch my wrong words there. Yes, not that I haven't heard them all, and you guys too. But there we go, everybody. Nice job. We almost got them all. That's pretty good. Nice job working together. Let's go ahead and dish out a bunch of kids caps. Put a 1 in the chat if you can see and hear me as well. To all of you, and I'm just going to assume you're going to put a 1 in there. I'll give you a little extra kids caps as well. Appreciate you guys hanging out, playing some words on stream while I took a little bit of a break there. I'm trying to do better with my breaks because it is helping my health, everybody. It really is. So my doctor's like, come on, don't forget your breaks. Do your breaks. Just while your feet and your whole legs are going black, you're sitting there too long for one sitting. I mean, you can work for a while. You just don't sit there for 12 hours. That's the bad part. At least when you're my age. Crimson Knight said to hydrate, so I did. Let's do it. I see you over there, Crimson Knight. Let me know a bit ago there to hydrate. All right, let's get back into some Astroneer, and we were letting it run, as you can see over here. And now we got a bunch of hydrogens sitting right in there. We got 16 of them. And now we can worry less about running out of fuel. Now, one of the things I first do, everybody, is I take this one right here, and we're going to run over here. Turn my game sound back on. Run right over here and basically keep this with your vehicle, right? So you always have a bunch of hydrazine nearby that you can use, not only for your vehicle, but also for your backpack. So now we can have both on there, and I usually keep an extra on me there. And now we can really dip around and get things going. Now, the next thing I'm going to need, everybody, is a big old extractor. We're going to go ahead and do that again. We're going to need some steel, some tungsten carbonide, and some rubber. Now, rubber's not going to be a problem because we made a ton of that. So we can just pop that right over here and start with the easy stuff. There we go. Rubber, good. Put that right back up in there, though probably going to end up using a ton of that. Let's just leave that out. And then with steel and tungsten carbonide. And we've got tons and tungsten just sitting around right here, at least some tungsten. We got 17. We're going to go ahead and run that out and get that over here, and then switch this to tungsten carbonide. And then, of course, we've already got some carbon hiding somewhere over here. I'll just take this one up off the top, put that right in there. Tungsten carbonide, go do your thing. Again, we'll keep all these metals like this. Sometimes I keep them up on this thing, and then sometimes I keep them like this where I can just grab 1 or 2 that I could use. And again, we'll automate all of this, everybody, to a massive degree. Coming up very soon. Hopefully we get to it today. We got plenty of time. Plenty of time to get it going. And now we need some steel. Right over here. Steel. Right there. So we need iron, carbon, and argon. So we have some iron that we just did one right there. We have a whole bunch more we're going to convert. And then argon, we have a whole canister full of argon because you make a lot of steel in this game. But we'll just run one out, and then we'll pull it out of there. That'll stop it from running too many. I wish there was a way you could just tell it run out 3 or 5 or 10 or something like that. That would be awesome. And then we need the carbon, and luckily we can just snag a carbon from over here. And there's tons of it back behind us there. And then we'll let this run, and we're good to go. All right, very nice. And then we'll have some steel for another extractor. That's really what we're looking for. Looking for our extractor action. Over here, and put me back in the middle. There we go. Kind of offset here again. Camera's slightly moving. There we go. All right, very nice. And then steel right up in there. And we got ourselves an extractor popping off. There we go. Now, we also need to get one of these things going up over here. We're going to move this back just a little bit. Put that graphite up there. And then this is part of this big MEGATECH here, everybody. And this is called the DLS, which stands for the Direct Large Printing or something. I can't remember. Mega Tracker Component Printer. I forget what the DLS stands for. Distribution. Come on, brain. Distribution. I know how to speak, everybody, but it just doesn't work as well as it used to. Everybody's like an old iPhone that just doesn't work anymore. That's my brain. Distribution Launcher System. There we go. So the DLS will launch these things over there. And again, once you have them, you can go ahead and say load. And now I've loaded something. Basically, this is a biodome. This is a museum. And this is the orbital platform. But we've launched a construction anchor load button. So we loaded that in there, and then we'll tell it to go to the other one so that we can do this. Now, I have a feeling that we're going to not only have to do this, but also we're going to have to do the launcher system as well. So we loaded that in there, and I think once you load that in there, then that's when you put this in here. No, this is just the anchor. That's just the construction anchor. And then over here, we have an orbital platform package launch button. We can say F to open up here, which we have an orbital platform thing. So we haven't done the orbital platform thing. We've only done the distributing system. Not sure how all that works together, and I absolutely love it. Don't tell me. I love not knowing, everybody. That's pretty fun. But we need to get our extractor going here. We probably want to move our hematite out of the way and get our titanium popping off over here. Let's go. I know right what to do with that ammonium. Put it over there. There we go. All right, let's get that converting over there. We can probably take some of this carbon and just throw it over here because you know we're going to need that in a minute anyway. Let's see. So we got that running. We're going to let it run out a few while we try to see if we have an empty container somewhere. I think we might have taken them all. Might need to make some more. Looks like we do. All right, make some more. Okay, so we're going to need our small printer now, and I'm going to see if I can use this platform for my small printer. Oh. Right up here. I had this thought with the first time I saw it. I was like, I wonder if you could print it from up there. Wouldn't that be cool? Yeah, so you can actually print it right off the side of there. Neato. All right, I like that a lot. All right, let's do that. So this is why I want a bunch of these little platforms where you can put them together and then distribute it. Like I said, you could have a chem station on there and then put all the resources around there and then feed it in there, which is what I might do with that platform. And this is the Mega Printer platform, which basically, this thing here in the center is the thing that printed that big thing over there. We put all the resources on there and it went and printed it, kind of like a mega-sized printer that's like a remote control robot that prints it for you, which is pretty cool, I think. We got to move this over just a little bit so it's kind of out of the way so we can use our printers here. Okay, and we need to make more. We'll keep that on glass jars for now. Oh, we need to make our drill bits and all that stuff too eventually. Right now, we need more medium resource canisters. We need plastic and glass. Glass we got. In fact, we got some extra we can put up there. And then plastic, we have it sitting somewhere right here. And we'll just rotate it around and pop that out of there and just kind of manually throw one up there. Like so. Now, I wonder if I put this over on this side. Oh, it does. It does. It distributes it wherever it can. Awesome. Let's go. I don't need that. I need... Yeah, we need to run that back in for a second. This is going to grab it from the whole platform. Yeah, it is. It grabs it from the whole platform. Awesome. All right, exactly what I needed. So we need... Trying to find it here. Medium resource canister. There we go. All right, now we're going to double up. Here we go. Go do the thing. We'll run this, and then we're going to put these on loopity-loops. Weird that this button doesn't press in anymore. I don't know why that button doesn't press in, because normally when you press it, it goes in. But it doesn't seem to do that. Then we're going to take our glass, which we may or may not have any left, up here. We have 8 left. And we're going to put that on that side. We're going to run them both out. And we're just going to let it make a massive amount of canisters. Yeah, that works. Hey, that's a win. You saw it here first. Oh, thanks for the one in the chat as well. I already gave you some cash for that. Thanks for letting me know everything's working there. Now, I appreciate it. But yeah, that actually works. So that works as a production platform. And you can just stack them up. Very cool. All right, we're going to burn up all those resources there. We can always make some more because we do have a bunch of quartz here. But we need some for our stuff over here. And again, eventually we'll get to the really big resource canisters. But for right now, we need something that can hold all this titanium that we want to convert. Right there, and then roll that one out. So it's running out that and then feeding it in there. Now we need another one also here in a minute. And this we'll put up there for a minute for our iron that we're going to do. Oh, that's rubber. Put that back over there. For our iron that we're going to do right over here. Yeah, there's our iron. And I can create another forge for it as well. Each thing will have its own individual production line over time as well. And we're going to keep working it toward that launch tower, or that launch thing over there, and we're going to try to make another launch thing. So yeah, this actually was this way. And this is the construction anchor landing pad. So this will bring the construction anchor landing to that pad, and then you make the mega printer platform from that construction anchor. I see. So it's basically, this is where it drops off the stuff from that, and then you take it and then you make it where you want it. Like, so you want to make multiple museums on different planets. You can go grab that one, drop the museum off, put it there. That's what I'm assuming. I don't know. I haven't done it. We're working our way there. Little by little. We'll get it going. But first thing we got to do is we got to scale up our production here, because we're going to need a lot of resources to do a lot of big things. So we'll let that run for a minute. Now, the next thing we need is we need to double up on our platforms here. So we need resin and we need iron. So we're going to double up on our platform C's. And again, we're going to just tell it to loop. Again, weird that that button doesn't press in. Normally, like when you press it, it goes in on a lot of other stuff. Now it doesn't do it on the printers anymore. All right, we got ourselves lots of containers over here. Very nice. And again, we're going to need iron and resin. So I'm going to take this out of here now and just maybe just set it up there. We're going to go ahead and snag a bunch of resin that we have just sitting over here, because we know exactly where it is now, right? Because that's where it goes. It goes right there at that one spot. You also see me label it by using the smaller table that I label it with. I do it every time. It's very, very effective in what we're doing. So resin there. And now our titanium is done over here. Actually, we got an extra one right there. So we're going to run that hematite out, aka iron. And then we're going to stop it for a second, and then we're going to turn this one on input and put that there. And then what we'll do is we'll wait for it to put that in there and basically prime this one like so. And then we'll go ahead and run this out, and then we'll go ahead and run that for a minute. Kind of a good time also to dip, go for a little drive. The first thing we're going to do is just drive right over here and then take our extractor and stick it right in here. Very nice. And then while we're running that iron that we need, we're going to go ahead and drill out some more in this mountain. Let's go. Oh, it'd help if it had some power. That's why I always keep at least one QRTG on me. And you can see I haven't really been working on my overall power yet. Normally I do that very early on, where I just work on massive sums of power, unlocking solar and wind and other powers that we'll use. But in this particular one, running very slim on power. And then we're going to scale up our power here in a bit. There's a bunch of ammonium right there. Hey, nice. We could have went and been bringing this ammonium over here. I'd say we just kind of swing a little wide. I mean, hey, we're here. Let's see how much is actually in there. Oh, actually a decent amount. Ammonium is usually pretty hit and miss here on Sylvia, much more on other planets. And we're going to get into our ammonium production here in just a moment. Oof, we do need another one of these. Let's back out into the sun and see our solars kicking in to help out. You really want to, when you're doing caves like this, you really want wind power, because wind power works in caves as well. But we'll let it charge up here for a minute, and then we'll get back to it. Wrong button. I always hit F instead of V. It happens quite often, or sometimes I'm hitting F and I hit V also. I think that's good enough. We're just getting a little bit here in case we need to run some more stuff in the centrifuge. Again, everybody, I played this game before half of this stuff was even in the game, everybody, especially large containers and all sorts of stuff they added later on, which every single thing they added was a great boon to the game. I feel like they absolutely nailed it. All right, now I'm going to snag this out of here, and we're going to turn this one into the input now that it's emptied it out. And we're going to run these out. And here we go. I love this moment, everybody, when you start building big things. Awesome. Actually, we'll turn that off, so we're going to do that. And we got a bunch of tungsten carbonide and stuff that we can use later on. I love the chips and iron over here. Go back here. There we go. Now this is going to make an obscene amount of those. And that's what we want. We want that just to run and run and run. You see our wind power is going back there too. Now, through a quest, everybody, we got wind power, a bunch of solar power, some big stuff over here. You can see we got that right over there. That's from a quest. And then we made this. Look at the size of the battery, everybody. That actually runs 25 power from that one battery. So I'm kind of working more on the bigger stuff instead of just making a lot of little stuff, which is what I normally do. I do a bunch of solar, a bunch of little wind power, and it really does add up, because if you do 25 of those small little solar ones, guess what? You got 25 power running and doing a good job. Then you make a bunch of batteries and you backlog the power, so when it's nighttime, you have a bunch of backlogged power, which is pretty awesome. Oh, you know what we could do? We could use this right here and put these on here. Look, I'm like doing a Jenga there where I pull the one underneath and it drops down. Gotta love it. All right, and then this one we'll just put over here and we'll unpack that one. And then we have a whole bunch more of these, which we're going to need in a bit. And this we can go like this, and we can go ahead. We already got that in there. We'll put this in here. I like to keep it in that little side thing. You're supposed to keep an auctionator in there, but I don't. Very much, I rarely ever use auctionators anymore because I can just use resin, or I can use my vehicle, or I can use whatever. And then eventually I don't have to do it at all when I get to that stage. Speaking of stuff to do, stages and things of that nature, let's go ahead and check our rewards over here. What else we got? Breaking ground. Deploy a construction anchor. Print the megastructure from your construction anchor. And then pardon our dusk and a large solar panel. Ooh, okay. What we got? We got a large wind turbine and a large solar panel. We got another large turbine and solar panel. Nice. I know just what to do with it. Stick it right over here. And again, you want that sun to be hitting that solar panel for as long as you can. How convenient. I just got a big old table to utilize my new power stuff. Now, I can take this to another planet and use it there. But right now, we want to scale up our power here at our primary planet. We'll lock that. This is already locked. And I use anything I get from quests straight away. Try to maximize the use. Where'd the other one go? Here. Use our little jetpack to fly it over there. And there we go. I'm going to move this back here. Gives me more room for batteries. And then this is all just generating power here. Very nice. And again, the sun comes up like this. You don't want this thing to cause a shadow on your solar. I've also put my solar up higher on a pedestal so that it's actually got a little bit of extra time as it goes. If you actually do it on the side of the planet that never has the sun never sets, kind of like if you live in Alaska, everybody, some time of the year, I forget what time it is, winter or spring or summer or whatever, the sun never really sets. It's always bright, even at nighttime, which is great for solar power. Solar power, keep on going. Not so great for humans, but really good for solar power. Some humans would go mad if they didn't have day-night cycles. Right there. All right, and then we got a big table. We got an extractor, looking good. Right over there. I probably want to get my QRTG back now. Right here. There we go. We'll take this and put this on there just to grab that ammonium off of there. Stick that over there. All right. These are going to print for a while. So we're going to let those run. We're going to check our fuel over here. It's 17 launches. Looks good. Maybe we can squeeze another one in there. Oh, this one's still running out. No problem. Let's go ahead and take this. And we're going to go to a different planet now and start to work on our production here. Again, scaling up all of our stuff. Meanwhile, by the way, back at Glacio, it's collecting another whole canister of titanium and a whole canister of iron. The raw resources of those. And we're going to go ahead and just land right over here. Very nice. And how convenient. We just happen to have a bunch of ammonium and happen to have a landing pad right next to it. How convenient. Let's see how good it is. Now's the time of truth here. Good node, bad node. Mediocre node. Oh, wait, that's not bad. Not bad over there. A little better over that way. But over here. About halfway there. A little better back this way. Yeah, a little better than half. Darn cactus in my way. Get out of here, cactus. I hate hitting the resources like that, but there's a cactus in the way. Trying to find that optimal spot. I think it's right where that cactus was. Alright, that's pretty good. Alright, we'll go with that. We're going to spin this around. That's good enough. That'll work for what we want to do. And we also have our big boy table now because we're going to get serious now. When we bring the big boy table back, we're getting serious. We're getting things going on. Okay, now what we want to do is go ahead and take all this out of here. Again, this is our sulfur that we were working on. And we do have a little bit of power, this random power that we found. We didn't even make these, everybody. We just ran around and found them, I think on this planet and a bit on Sylvia. But we're just going to aim this right at this over here. Okay, very nice. And then we're going to tie all the power together like this. Very nice. And then we're going to go ahead and take this one and use this kind of like a little power station to hold that power back there. We're going to take our atmosphere condenser here and we're going to change it to hydrogen. There we go. Very nice. We're going to need some containers and stuff for that. Oops. Did not want to move that. Let's go ahead and put it back where I had it and lock it. There we go. And lock that one. And then we have another table over here that we can use for other stuff if we want. We'll just go ahead and tap that in. And then we'll take our sulfur and put it over there. I think we're all good over there so far. Okay. Now we need what? What do we need? We need chem station. We need auto arm. We should write this down. That'll make it easier. All right, where are we at over here? We need chem station. Auto arm. Using my spreadsheet over here, but always got a spreadsheet on tap, ready to go. And we're gonna need some power, whatever other power we can muster over here. And I just like to find the power. We need a storage for our resources that we're gonna extract. Yeah, we need all that. Look how close I am to my ship, and I'm still running out of oxygen. Yeah, I think we want to go back for that. Let's go do that. Just wanted to go over there and assess the situation. Couldn't quite remember how much stuff I actually already moved over there. So I wanted to go over there and look and say, okay, what do I need? Make a list and come back. And make it. Now, I could build up a base over there where I could make it over there, but, I mean, you've already got this base established. I say go with your primary base. Because it doesn't cost you that much to go back and forth. A little hydrazine. You can make a bunch now, hopefully by this stage. All right, looking good. Oh, it's printing more of them. And we got more big tables coming through. Very nice. We're going to move these out here before they start bumping into each other and going flying. Okay, we want to get to work here on a chem station. We're going to go ahead and also move our medium printers out of here now. And we're going to go ahead and grab this. What do we got up here? Plastic. Okay, we'll put all the plastic back in there. And really want to move this large platform a little bit out of the way here, over here. There we go. Lock it there, get my medium printer. Use my medium printer over here. Oh, look at it go. We got an empty resource canister we're not doing anything with. We've got a oxygenator we could probably put there. This is our plastic, and we are going to print the chem station. All right, ceramic, glass, and tungsten. So, I think we might need to make more glass. So, ceramic, there we go. Run that out. I just love how you can use that platform for crafting. That's cool. Ceramic, we need glass, so we're going to take our quartz now, put it over here. Our iron, a little bit more iron in there that we can go ahead and tip to put over here. There we go, and run that out, run this out so it can make more. And then we can do this, and then set this to input, run out a quartz or two. Oh, why you do me like that? Why you do me like that? Totally just straight put the quartz in here instead of putting it in the smelting furnace first. You'd think the smelting furnace would be the priority, but it looks like another canister is the priority instead. Alright, we'll go ahead and put this in here just to prime it. And then now we're ready to go. We'll just run out all that quartz and go get more if we need it. Alright. And we're just going to print as many tables as we can get started with. We are massively scaling up our stuff here. And we were looking for more stuff over here. The glass and tungsten. We got glass. I'm still amazed we have tungsten left. We must have grabbed a lot of tungsten while we were over there. A lot of tungsten. There we go. Run that out a little bit. Gonna set it over here. We got plastic there. Now we need that glass. All right, and then we'll run. Turn this around. I got to run one of those out so we can grab it and run it in. Oh, I forgot I had that on loop. My bad. My bad. All right, chemistry lab it is. Go to it. Okay, and auto arms, which we have laying around somewhere. Or did we take those auto arms? I think we took those auto arms to where our iron was, which is fine. We'll just make some more, because we're going to need them over there as well eventually. More canisters here. So let's get over here and go auto arms. Actually, we could probably... What are we at now? 72,000. All right, we're done. We're done. All right, that's enough. We're going to steal this solar power, too. Oh, take that with us. We're good. All right, I can turn this whole thing off over here. Let's go ahead and do it. This way we can use these auto arms. We're going to go ahead and shut down our automatic research production. We're going to just learn all of these. Shut that down. Shut this one down. You see I got a lot of auto arms here. Now we're going to... Oh, not that. We're going to grab the whole thing. And we're just going to put these off to the side. Break all of that. Let that one finish running. Turn this one off. Do this. Much smarter idea to just decommission this now. Because we have plenty of research. Really to unlock just about everything now. We've already unlocked a lot of the big stuff already. So all the rest of it is just little bitty stuff. And we're good there. Again, just trying to do it in such a way where I don't cut the power. Look at this big hole right here. Let's just clean that up a little bit. Right there. Make a little better transition here. Or a ramp there. Okay, so keep the auto arms. We're going to definitely repurpose those. And we're going to take our little table here and unlock it. Throw that over there. We're going to grab this. Unlock that. Throw that. Clean this base up. The perfect time to decommission this stuff. And get it all on out of there. Alright. Awesome. And then we're going to grab this. And away we go. Alright. We're going to put this right over here. And a little hard there. Right there. For a minute. Then back this way. Grab this one. Just so I can move the table and the thing at the same time. And we're just going to go ahead and do this because somehow I got carbon in there. By the way, you could just do carbon as research. You can see carbon actually works 71. And so the same thing that we're doing with it for making just carbon for us to use by grabbing the organic, converting it into smelter, and then do that. You can also do that with the research. So this actually is more than the plants, but I was just showing you how to do it via the plants as well. which is the way I normally do it. But you can do it either way. It's your game. You do what you want. And then over here, and the reason why we're getting that carbon is because this part over here keeps feeding that carbon as we're flying by. I'm going to turn this off, and then we can revamp this now. And I was actually only using these tables here as a way of extending the power. And now I don't need to do that. I can go ahead and move this. Actually, I could move it right here. Some solar on there I could use as well. Pick up this extender. All right, and then we want to pick this up. Move it back here. Like this. Take our little auto arm and turn it off for a minute. Unlock this. Put that. This is our perpetual power that we made back here. And now we want to harvest the tree, and then harvest this tree. There we go. And we'll get our seeds before they go away. Put the rest of the stuff on the ground. Grab these seeds. That we can just scan. Grab that as a seed. All right, nice. Okay, now what we're going to do is basically the same thing, but we're going to do it over here by our little garden that we have going. And it's just going to be kind of tucked behind the base, out of the way. We don't have to really deal with it all that much. So this one is the organic, and then this one over here is going to be grabbing the carbon and feeding it into these generators. And then those generators are then going to run it into our main power, which is then going to chain all the way over there to the other power as well. So let's just go ahead and do this. Into there. And so now that has some power. And then this here. And these generators are not running right now, so we can go ahead and just boost our power by just manually dragging those over. Like this. Turn this back on. There we go. And I want to make sure that this is going the right direction. I think it is. I think it's green to blue. And that's going to automatically, again, grab the carbon from this side and run it in there. But what we need to do is we need some trees over here in the spot in which this can see it. I'm going to widen these out a little bit here. One there. And again, I'm just rolling over it so I can see the distance of the trees and if it's in the circle. And then I'll plant those trees. Again, a lot further apart than I did before, just for fun. And then get my tappers. These tappers are like one of the most powerful things in the entire game. Absolutely, hands down. They didn't used to be in the original game. They added them, and they're awesome. You gotta wait for the tree to grow all the way up, though. Give it a minute. And we'll take this. Throw this over here so it can do its thing over there with that organic. Alright, how we looking? You ready to tap the tapper? Now I have another seed there too, but 2 trees is enough for this perpetual power. Put this seed over here. Anything else? Nope, just our tappers. Okay, and then we'll take our tappers. Again, this is like, you want to do this as early as you possibly can in the game. I'm just going to put it, going to be a little awkward there. We'll put it in toward the inside. And then this one here, probably same thing. We'll rotate it a little bit. Good to go toward the inside. There we go. And so these tappers should turn on. There we go. And tapper on. There we go. Turn this on and should automatically grab it. Make sure you see the little green light flashing on those. You can see it flashing. Now it's extracting that, and we'll go right back to what it was doing, making a bunch of carbon to be fed into these generators that I have here. And again, we found one of those generators which got us started in the beginning, and then we made a couple more later on. All right, now this is a big old mess over here that we can recycle and reuse. So we're just going to throw it right up in there. And we're going to get some more stuff that we can just go ahead and decommission, get out of our base now. So junking up our base. Throw all that stuff over there. And deal with that. All right, now where did that graphite go, because we're going to need that next for our... Again, I try to reuse stuff if it's possible, or I just scrap it down if it's really unnecessary to save it, because you can always make it again later on. Take another packager. Take another one with us here as well. And we'll run a packager while we're using a packager. There we go. Get another one up in here. Run that one while we're using one. We'll use a couple. Gonna break all these down. One more. Over here, and we're gonna use a bunch of these also here at this base. But really, where we need these is elsewhere right now. So we're gonna go ahead and do this. Very nice. Then we're gonna go back here and take this off of here. And we're going to organize these a bit. Just throw them on here to keep them off the ground. Very nice, like so. All right, now we're looking good. We're going to go ahead and grab this big boy. And bring it right over here. Like this. Unpack that. Checking the arrow. There's an arrow that's right here on the table, right there. This is the front. That means it's pointing toward me, is the front of the table. Then we're going to take this off, put this right here. We're going to keep these grinding up in here. We're going to put two of the smaller tables in there, and you'll see they'll just get smaller and smaller as they get grind up. And then we're going to take this one off of here, and we're going to just put this like this. Across here, we're going to lock this, and this is going to be where we do a good amount of our research over here. We're also going to get rid of these tables now, because I got a bunch of extra ones, and we no longer need them because they are the small ones. Let's go ahead and put this down here, away from our driving area here. I don't like them to sit like that, because they'll start going, and they go flying. They done it to me many, many times. So keep that in mind. Then we'll pull our vehicle kind of a little out of the way. There we go. And we got to go in here and just kind of fix this edge just a little bit. That stuff bugs me when it's like that. Then we're going to need these, so we're going to put these apparently on the ground. Put those up there. There we go. Do we have any other quests done in here? What are we? Master of Unboxing. We get a buggy and some XP for our stuff. So yeah, we'll keep our buggy over here. We might use that. Never know. We're definitely going to take our solar. So let's get our solar here. Now you know why I made so many of this graphite. Purely for repurposing stuff. And then we're going to put this right like... Come on, you. Oh, you can't package that. That just goes in your inventory. Duh. Over here. Solar. Repurpose it or... break it down, one or the other. And then put the plants there. This one right here, we can go ahead, put this in our pile of stuff. Oh, we're out of stuff. We got to go run it, get some more titanium. Go get it. Get that titanium. How much room we got in our backpack? Not much. So I think we got room up here to put it in here. Yeah, there we go. And then we broke down or packaged the solar, put that up there. Again, we're not going to need those over here because we're working with a real big power. We don't need that small power anymore. All right, more research things over this way. Could have just flew them over there, I guess. And we'll take all of this. Fly this over here in our little junk pile. Oh, it's back. It's back from outer space. Bringing me my titanium. And we'll run that out. We did a bunch of glass there. At least a little bit of glass. Go ahead and convert this titanium. And somewhere we have a thing full of titanium right here. Run that in there. That all out of my inventory. And more scrapping. Again, this is one of the greatest things they added to the game. The whole scrapping thing. So you can just get rid of the stuff out of your base. I mean, you can also blow it up with dynamite, which is also fun. I've done both. Highly recommend trying them both. And then we need a little bit of glass here. Throw that over there. What are we making over here? Our chem lab. Okay, chem lab, good. Put it there for a second while I go ahead and run it over here because we're going to need our chem lab with us. We needed some auto arms. We have that. What else are we going to need? Gas canister or fluid canister. Right? Fluid and gas canister. Fluid and gas canisters. We got some fluid canisters. We'll take both of these. And package those. And repurpose. And we'll make another one while we are making this one go. And then another one here. Okay, fluid gas canister, awesome. Put this up there. Now we need a gas canister. Let's go over here. Medium gas one, we need silicon and glass. So that's what we need the glass for. There we go. And silicon. Back over here. Okay, methane, resin, and quartz. Resin, oh, we took it off of there and we're using it over here. We're going to snag one from over here. And then we have quartz right here, which is why I didn't run all the quartz, if you noticed. So I would have it when I needed it. Just need a little bit of glass. Don't need a ton right now. And then we'll put our quartz back where it goes up there. We'll take our titanium and put it right over there. This is rubber that belongs up there. Titanium here, actually. That's just how I have it organized. I put all the kind of metals at the bottom. The metals that are from this planet, and then the metals that are from other planets are on the second one. And you'll see me revamp all of this, everybody. I'll revamp the whole entire thing today. We'll really get it going. All right, and gas canister. And the cool thing is when you craft stuff like that, it will automatically be packaged, so you don't have to repackage it. There we go, put that on there. There we go, organize this a little bit. Get these together. We got some titanium here that we can now feed over there and better organize that so we know what we got. Glass over there. All right, yes, gas canister, put in my backpack. Resource canister, put in my backpack. I think we're ready to go. Let's see. Maybe in my backpack? Yes. Okay. Maybe bring another table. Because we're going to need one later. Let's go. It's always good to check how many launches you have before you actually launch to another planet. Probably a good idea. I didn't look, but I know I had a bunch left. Oh, man. Trying to find Glacio sometimes. There it is. Way out there. Going to, oh, wait, I wasn't going to Glacio. Well, hope we don't run out of fuel. Wrong one. I do want to eventually go back to Glacio. I have 11 launches there. You can see it saying at the bottom there. Launch to another planet. All right, my bad. Wrong one. We're working on our Caldor over here. That's where we're going. All right, and there's our landing pad. Nice and right when we come in. Pretty sweet. Love it when you come to a planet and boom, you're ready to land. It's awesome. Okay, first thing we're going to do is grab this big old table out of here. And this is going to be a big production area right here, everybody. This is going to be like the center of our universe for a little bit. And we'll go ahead and re-pull that off of there. Put this over here. And then we'll just kind of extend this out, let it hang off the side a little bit, put that right there. Very nice. Okay. We've got some power, so we're going to go ahead and just maximize what power we do have over here. We can put this up here, put this over here. We don't need these seeds right now. Let's get that out of there. Like this, and just use this as kind of a little storage area there. And we can then grab this power, put that on there. So now we've got some solar power going and a bunch of wind power. And that's consistent solar, by the way. That solar will just follow the sun the whole entire time, which is awesome. Let's see. Over here, we need our auto arm. Right here. Like this. And we're going to go ahead and tell this to start. I should have told that to start before I left, but I totally forgot. Then we're going to need our chemistry lab right over here. Like this. Okie dokie. Now, this thing's sole purpose is to make hydrazine. And you can see it makes ammonium and needs 2 ammonium and 1 hydrogen. So we're going to turn that on loop, and just so happens that this is going to make hydrogen. So we're going to put that on loop. Get that going. Now, another thing we can do is move this over here, and then move this back here. The reason why we're going to do that is so that we can separate the two things, so that this doesn't make so much hydrogen that it fills this whole entire table, and then this cannot output the ammonium, so that this chemistry lab can make hydrazine, or cannot output the hydrazine that we are going to need. So we're going to go ahead and see if we can find our fluid canister here, which is basically going to be for our hydrazine. And we're just going to put that right there. Very nice. And then over here, we've got a medium solar panel. Put that back here in our little stuff. And that medium solar panel is really going to help, because that's going to give us a nice boost of 4 power. It's going to make this stuff go a little bit faster. We are still underpowered, because this right here, if you add up the math, everybody, this is 8. This is 10, so that's 18. And this is 20. So that's a lot. That's a lot, everybody. It's 38 power that we need right there. And right now, we're not even close, everybody. This is probably, let's see, 5, 10, 4, that's 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 power out of 30 plus power that we need. But it will still work. That's the important part. And we're going to go ahead and unpack this. We're just going to grab a hydrogen that's not full. So this can grab the hydrogen and feed it over here into this. Now we got to be careful that it doesn't totally fill up the whole entire thing. Now this has done some ammonium up here and has stopped. So now we're going to do this, and we're going to go ahead and do that. And now it will automatically grab the ammonium and put it in there, which is really cool. Now these also take power too, the auto arms. So again, very underpowered right now. But again, it just runs slower. And slower is better than not at all, I think. For sure, for sure. Now this will wait until this is full. Now I suggest to move this over just a little bit, so that the output of this, even if it does fill this side over here, eventually it will fill this side, and then this one will start grabbing it and putting it over here. Right, that's what we wanted to do. All right, we got medium gas container as well. And we can have this doing what I call the pass-through. So what we want to do is put a little bit of hydrogen in there right now, like this, or like this. So it's got like 1 hydrogen in there. And then we want to tell it to output, right? And what it's going to do is, if it does get full, it will automatically go through the canister, fill the canister, and then this will then keep grabbing it out of that particular canister, right? So it does take a while for that to happen, because again, this is going pretty slow. But we can let it do this first now, and this will just kind of pass through this, because you can see that it's set to output. So we'll let that run for a while, and we're going to definitely need to scale up the power. And then we have another fluid canister here that we can put right here to basically block this from putting too much hydrogen over here. That's what these two things are doing. And there we go. And now it should put it right over there. Nice. And then this will start up as well, which isn't running right now, but it will here in a minute. After it goes. And that will fill up with hydrogen over there. That'll be massively full. And again, look at the power going off. Let me help it a little bit with my QRTG. There we go. Need a lot more power over here. A lot more power. Okay. So now that we got that going, and we have some auto arms for other things, I think this is good. Nothing else we need to do. That's all automated now. We'll scale that up even more. We'll take these back with us, because we're going to use these elsewhere. And we're good for now, right? We want to just let that run. These are all running in, right? Yes, those are running in. This is going to pass through. We're going to need our QRTG back. And you can see we're getting no wind or solar power right now, so it's really struggling, so it's just going to run out of power. We need a nice battery there as well, eventually. But what we need is more power, right? We need a lot of power. But we need that fuel to help us fuel all the other things that we're doing as well. So fuel is the most important thing at this point, just like power usually is. But at this point, I need a lot of fuel for my vehicle to go back and forth, and I need fuel for my jetpack. And then once I have that fuel, I can also use it for making other resources as well. So it basically is the engine of everything you're doing after this point. And that's why I got that going right now. And then we're going to go back over here. Like so. And now we're going to work some more on our setup over here. Alright, so we're going to try to jetpack over that. There we go. And we're going to get this going. Right over here. We're going to extend our little platform we have going here. Again, this is wonk. Oh, I hit the tree. My bad. My bad. Nobody's bad but mine. My bad. Hit the tree. I gotta let it grow back up again. But then again, I got 2 seeds instead of just 1. So you can expand that pretty easy. And I'll just throw that over there now, and I have to put my thing back on there. So watch out when you're shaping, everybody. That stuff can happen pretty easy. Oh, I need more stuff. Where's my resin? Right here. More canisters would be awesome right now. There we go. And I like make them and then grind them up, and then make them and grind them up as I need them. This way they're not just, you know, uglying up my base. You know how it goes. Oh, also, here's another great trick. You just want to make this easy mode. You take these. And then just fill them up like that. From the soil that you already collected from running out the mountain with your vehicle, right? Because you're collecting so much more with your vehicle than you can individually with your thing here, your personal shaper. Again, we're going to try to keep these 2 sides fairly even. Probably I'm just going to choose one elevation out here over the other elevation, so this is all one level on this outside edge. You can see we're kind of moving this way. What we're doing is just kind of flattening this out for our production. Now we have a landing pad right there. Man, this needs a little bit of work here. It needs a little bit of work. It's not too perfectly straight, but we're going to nudge this over just a little bit. Make this a little wider. All right, it's good enough. So we put this down, and it built this big mega launcher thing here, which looks like it transfers resources around. Now, I don't know how it works. Never used it before. We'll figure it out. We got to get some power going, though. And so, again, we're kind of moving toward it right now, right? So as you can see, my base is progressing this direction toward this. Now, what I really want is another one of these right over here. So I'm going to leave some room, about the same spot, right here at this spot, so that we can do another one. So we're just going to go ahead and move over this way. And again, do this on this side. And then we'll go over here. I see a little hole in the ground here. Looks like I made this hole too. Looks like I made it. Right there in the ground. This one I did not. This is a ravine here. You'll see I shape under it. I can just leave the top part, or I can reshape it out. But I just shape down there because that's easy. And then if you want to be safe, you can just shape up the top part. You got more than you spent worth of resources. Throw that up there. Okay, this is looking rock solid. All right, I like it. Throw this over here so I can grab that organic. So my bad, everybody. I got to put my tapper. tap, tap, tap it in. There we go. Put my tapper back over there. Not that this isn't absolutely full. Yeah, it's insanely full. All right. Let's go ahead and prime this one with some organic. Turn this off for a second. Ah! Forgot to lock that. Why they added that lock, everybody, is because everybody does that where you accidentally hit that thing. All right, there we go. Feed some extra organic into that one. And then this is some carbon, which we'll throw over there. Deal with that later. All right, we need our table over here. And we're going to give ourselves a bit of room here between this next table. What did I do with that extender? Put it down somewhere. I might have left it behind. Yeah, I think I left it behind. What's that noise going on over here? Oh, right here. These research chambers. Not bad. Forgot to put them back over here. So they could finish their research. There we go. Alright, keep cleaning up the base. Look at me multitasking, everybody. Multitasking for the win. Alright, look at this. Cleaning up, looking good. That's where I put it, right there. Hey, I found it. Oh, well, my backpack's full. Of course it is. Take that off. Do this. Take this. Unlock that. Put this over here in our junk pile. And we'll keep the soil thing over here. And our little table over this way. Like this. And we no longer have this power running this way, so we can pick up all these extenders as well. A whole bunch of them out here. Oh, backpack full again. Alright, I'll take our soil canister out for a sec. Come on. Click the thing. Alright, shift left clicking. I'm trying to anyway. Trying to hit the power extender. But I'm getting the little attachment. There we go. I don't need it. I'm getting it anyway. And then this I'll just hold on to while I'm jetpacking over this way. We'll drop that over with that one. Alright, we want to extend the power this way. Is that done? Oh, it's done. Alright, again, keep cleaning up that base. Don't need those small ones anymore. We're going to replace them with all the big boys. We're really mega building our base, everybody. Looking cool, though, right? Looking cool. Again, I wish there was a whole bunch of these that you could just connect together. But I'm going to use the platforms because that's very consistent. Works great. All right, we're going to need some extenders. Let me take my jetpack off for a second. And then just hit V because that's more convenient. And then we're going to run this way. Oh, okay. Or the complete weird way. And then like this. Like this, just to kind of move this a bit further out. And then I'll toggle that so the power runs in both directions. And we'll go ahead and... Oop, we got this going the wrong way. Of course we do. Spin it around. I like it to all be consistently facing the same direction. Which is this currently facing toward our big mega build. Now this you can drive over this thing and walk through it, everybody. It is not a solid object. So thanks to them for making that not a solid, because you go over it with your vehicle all the time. And that sucks. Okay, so we got that going. We're going to need more of this over here. In fact, a crazy ton of these. Glass, tungsten, and ceramic. How much ceramic do we have? We have tons of glass over there. Let's take this platform, put it over here so we can see our stuff a little better. So glass, ceramic here. Oh, we got a lot of ceramic. A good amount of glass. And then the other thing, I already forgot what it was. Tungsten. And then probably burn the rest of our tungsten wherever that's at over here. 14. All right. So now what we want to do is run that out, run this out, run that out, and say, guess what? Make me as many of those as you possibly can. And that's exactly what it's going to do. Off it goes. All right. And so, that does not look straight. Straighten that out just a little bit. That stuff bugged me. All right, there we go. So now we need another chemistry station there. So we're going to go back over here and work a bit on these. Did we unlock those tables? Let's go see if we unlock these little tables that I like. Right here, platform C. No, is this one? Medium platform, T platform. Really want to try these stack platforms. We'll get into those. But we're going to do some T platforms. And we're going to go over here and switch this to a T platform. There we go. Making a little bit of mess here. I think that's the tungsten. Is this tungsten? Yes. Tungsten back in the tungsten. The plastic, I think, in there. Is this plastic? That's resin. Plastic over there somewhere. Well, if we don't know where it's at, we can always place it over there. And then this is ceramic, so this would be glass. There we go. And again, that's going to print a bunch of those. So we have all of that done. And we are trying to print something, the T platform. We'll grab this resin in my backpack, and then we'll print a T. And then same thing here. Ah, gonna do that, are you? See, it just starts dropping stuff on the ground, which drives me crazy. Then back in there, back in there. And now we can go ahead and print a bunch of these by just grabbing a bunch of this resin. I'm just going to manually print them instead of having auto run. But I could print 50 of these right now if I really wanted to. All right, now I like this one right here. It's called a T platform. And what it does is basically just reminds me of what the heck I'm doing. I know that's a really important thing. Actually, I'm going to turn it this way. Really important thing to know what the heck you're doing, everybody. All right, so I'm going to plug that in right there, though I don't really need to plug it in. I can just put it over here. One of the things I do like to do with this also is put in like an extra light in there if I have an extra one. I'm going to keep mine right now so you guys don't have to watch me play in the dark. But if I find some extras, I'll throw it in there. Or if I feel like making them, I'll do that as well. Okay, so this needs to be restored back to its original purpose, which is making rubber, all right? So what we're going to do is we're going to take this out and all this carbon and whatnot and hydrogen and stuff. We're going to take that out of there. We got some argon here as well, which we can probably put back in the canister somewhere right here. Put that back in there. And so this has now one purpose, and its purpose is to make rubber. So we're going to have organic and we're going to have resin there. Now we're going to look at scaling up even more so than we already did. So we're going to go look at our big boy canisters here. Not a really, really big ones. We'll get to those in a bit. But the large ones here. We need glass, titanium, nanocarbon alloy for the real big boys in there, which are the 400 ones. These big boys right over here, right? So we need to make some nanocarbon alloy. That seems easy, right? It totally is not. All right, but we're going to go over here and see if we can find it. Do we have it unlocked yet? Nope, I'm just making a big old mess over here is all I'm doing. Making a big old mess. All right. How's that doing? Still going. We'll pull some of these out of here before they go flying. There we go. Again, we'll just make as many as we possibly can. Let that run. And over here, we're just going to pull this out of here for a minute so it's not flipping through all that stuff. Did I run it? There it is, RTG. All right. Yes, so we have the RTG already unlocked. Couldn't remember. Guess I could have just looked in my little research thing, but sometimes a little easier to find it in there. Okay, so over here, we're going to take one of these chemistry labs, shift left click, and then use your jetpack to fly it over there way faster. Like this, and we'll just put it right here. And we'll try to put it right there. Unpack, there we go. Okay, so we need this one right here, which is the highest level item in the game, nanocarbon alloy. Now, we need titanium alloy and steel, which are also two of the hardest things to do in the game. So we're going to go ahead and get our little things out of there and put our hydrogen backpack back again. So we're going to need those two resources as well. So we're going to work our way from the end backwards and start to work with that. And we're going to go ahead and put some platforms this way. And I'm going to kind of line up the end of the platform with the end of this platform. And we're going to run it this way by where we're going to be bringing the resources in, theoretically, right over there. So we're going to just go ahead and lock that in place. Oh, wait, no, we need to have this just so it's overlapping. Because we're going to do some fun stuff later. We might have to do that at an angle, too. That's okay. We'll work all that out later. And we want to go ahead and extend this. Now, we have a rail line here, so we want to kind of watch out for our rail line as well. We're just going to, again, keep working toward our launch pad, which hopefully turns out awesome. We'll see how it goes. And then we have another one here. Come on, you. And we'll drop that down. Arrows in the correct direction. And we'll revamp all this later, everybody. But, again, just want to get the production going. And you're noticing that I'm putting the chemistry labs separate, right? All of these chemistry labs are going to be separate from each other, like so. There we go. And then over here, we'll grab another one. By the way, you can grab it while you're flying. Shift left click it real quick and then try not to land before you thrust again and splat. Okay, so two of the things it said we needed our titanium alloy and we need steel. Now this one I'm going to put steel over here and we're going to deal with that later. And then this one here is going to be titanium alloy. Right there, very nice. Okay, so we got that going. Now, what we want to do is also have the ability to convert our iron over here and our carbon if we wanted to do that. But I don't think we're going to have a problem with carbon personally. And this one needs titanium, nitrogen, graphene. We'll work with that because that's why we made this big old canister right over here. And now this canister is going to have a little home over here. There we go. That is your home canister from now on, right over there. So very, very cool. Now, in the meantime, we can also, you know, utilize our production over here and have this collecting, other way, this collecting any more of that carbon from over there. Again, we can automate all that later. We could always move it around, do whatever we want to do with it. But for right now, we're going to leave it there. And then the other thing was our iron. Did we run our iron yet? I think we did. I think we used our iron, and we used it all up for our platforms. Right. So we need to go get more iron. So let's grab another T platform here. Run it over this way. We should get our resources cleaned up here. Oops, run those in, and run that over there. Copper should be over there. This is organic. Right there. These are all of our gases, which we'll deal with later on. And put those off to the side. And again, so this one now is, it has a sole purpose of running rubber. So we're going to find the rubber here somewhere. I think it's right there. And put that back. Then we're going to run one of them out. I'm just showing you how to organize your base so you can know what everything's doing. Now, what I do is I put the in thing on this little T platform. And so instead of me guessing, okay, what is this out of? It's out of some resource, right? Like right now, it's out of resin because there's no resin on there, right? But I have some more resin. If I really need it, I could go ahead and run this back in. And if I really need some resin, which is what I'm going to do next, we can go ahead and make a bunch of resin right over here. We're going to say, resin, brother. Never stop running that resin. So it's going to take it from this large fluid canister, and it is going to make an absolute ton of resin there. But one of the things I can do is run one resin out for now. Turn that off. Oh, boy. Okay. Let's run one out. There we go. Run one out, and I can put it there, right? And then have both those running in now. And now I know these are the input ones, and then this is the output, right? Now, on ones that only have two inputs, they don't have any gas input, I'll probably put there and then put a light at the end, telling me that, okay, that's all good. And this is just kind of a visual reminder. I'm a very visual person. I don't know if you've ever noticed. But I love a good visual reminder because then I don't have to think about it. Okay, what was that? What was that I had it set as? What is it for? All of that kind of stuff that you usually do. And the same thing over here. We're going to go ahead and put our little T platform over here. We're just kind of tuck it off to the side here. And this one I'm going to tuck this way, which is perfect little spot there. And then I usually plug it into power somehow just so that if I want to put a light there or something I can. But I don't have to. Now this one, of course, is going to be plastic. So it's carbon here and compound over there. And then it makes, there we go. And then it makes plastic. So we want to find our plastic over here, which I know I had it here somewhere. Plastic, where did you go? Oh, and this one's empty now. Let's run these back in. That's empty, meaning that there's not enough for any more. So we'll put that there. We might have used it up. A little bit of ammonium there. Might have used it up. Could have sworn I had a little bit left. Oh, right here. Yes, I do. Okay. So, as you can see, this is the input side. Usually, I go left to right, everybody. So, input side on the left, output side on the right. And later on, those big, gigantic canisters that you saw, we'll have a big, gigantic canister of carbon, big, gigantic canister of compound, and then a big, gigantic canister of rubber. And then once you have two gigantic canisters of that stuff, you let that run, you got 400 of it, everybody. That's what we're scaling up to right now. And again, to do that, though, we're going to need the toughest resource in the game. Now, I've kind of skipped a whole bunch in the middle, everybody, because I have played through 30 or 40 times, and you guys have seen me do that. At least a lot of you have. I do have previous playthroughs if you want to see that whole, like, doing all the quests in the middle part. But we're really here for the MEGATECH. So I did the beginning like I normally would, showed you guys some great tricks, and then we're kind of skipping more toward the more advanced stuff. Where we're managing that as well. So we're just scaling up our base so that that base can run all of these larger things that we're going to do. So that we want every single part of the process to be able to be run at any given time and then have an actual place that, oh, our resources are there. This is where our resin is. This is where our compound is. This is where this is, right? It all has a home. So whenever you're looking for it, you know exactly where it is, right? That's the thing. Just like organizing boxes in 7 Days to Die. You get it organized, or in any game, really. You have it organized, then you know where that stuff is. Okay, so we're going to run out of plastic here, just so we can put it right here. And again, I'd put a little light on there or whatnot. And there we go. All right. Okay, very good. Now, as I get more and more resources, I will then take multiple canisters and have multiple canisters to switch out so I can then put it where my actual production is, my crafting is, where I'm 3D printing, right? And we're really going all out in this playthrough, everybody. So we're really going to town. Now, we're going to need some more iron as well. Look at it go, everybody. Yeah, keep making me that. And that table's being multi-purpose. It's both for forging and for collecting stuff as well. So we're going to go ahead and back in our spacecraft here. We don't need to take our auto arms with us. We've got our fuel over there. How's our fuel looking down here? Now, here's the cool thing, everybody. You take this down here, or you can run it from up here. And you can run it out and then just grab it and put it right here. If you put it on this side, by the way, it'll actually just go all over the place like that, which I don't like. I like the fact that you can just keep it. And again, you can also run it back in again. That you can just keep it on the side there, and if you turn it the right way, you can just grab it when you need it. And then instead of having just 24 flights worth of hydrazine there, you got like 150 or 500 or how much ever that is. It's a lot. All right, yeah, there it goes. Look at it doing its thing over there. Keep them generators running. We're using those generators actually for power to generate all of this right now. We're gonna scale up that power big time. That's what we're working on right now. Okay, so we need some iron. Let's go. And we can grab some titanium while we're over there as well. We did not bring any replacement containers. That's going to be a problem, but maybe I left some over there. Let's go find out. Let's see how far ahead I thought. I think I left some over there. We'll see. Do you ever have a problem with storage? Absolutely. Absolutely, I have a problem with storage. Right now, I have a problem with storage. I'm trying to scale it up. Scaling up my storage, scaling up my production, got to scale up my power. Again, you got to scale all that stuff up to match whatever you're scaling up. So if I'm scaling up my production, I have to scale up my power to match that. And I have to scale up my storage as well, so I have enough storage to store all those resources while I'm processing them. All that stuff's got to be scaled. So, and that's what we're working on right now. We want to have more storage and whatnot. We need to make some nanocarbon alloy. We can't make the nanocarbon alloy because we need iron and we need titanium and graphite as well, which we'll get to here in a second. Also, by the way, we could use these things right over here, these little pylons, which are for your rail lines. And we could use these for running our stuff back, which we will do eventually in here. Now, even with my little tiny RTG over here, everybody, or QRTG, it has completely filled this up. Because time is your most powerful ally, everybody, and your most precious resource. Being able to just to let that run while you're doing something else, I got a full container of that I can just put right there. And was I smart enough to just bring extra? Oh, there's one right there in front of my face. No wonder I can't find it. This, and then we're going to fly back over here. And, oh, why did I grab my QRTG? I wanted to leave it there. My bad. My bad. Well, it slowed it down anyway while I was getting the other one. There we go. All right. Just leave that running. And that's got a lot of iron that it'll keep collecting over and over and over again. Okay, so that's going to keep collecting that. And do we have another container? We need one more container. I don't think I brought enough containers. My bad. My bad. We need one more. In my backpack? Nope. No such luck. All right, no problem. We'll bring one back in just a minute. Oh, look at that sweet driving. Pro driving right there. Look, on 3 wheels. And then the flippity flip. And then back it in. And then turn around. See, that's normal driving. Isn't that how everybody drives? This thing needs my QRTG to get running. We need to make power for all of our vehicles as well. See how we're skipping past all of that, everybody? The part where we're making power for everything. We're just skipping that part. And look at that. Full titanium as well. And off it goes. But I don't have a canister for that, so it's going to make like 2 of those and then stop. So I should have remembered a canister. And you always think of it after you've already launched. Usually that's how it happens for me anyway. But we are styling and profiling when it comes to our titanium and our iron. And this is why we spent a little bit of time doing this today, making this happen. We also had to make a little bit of production because we ran out of fuel. I knew it was going to happen at some point. Actually didn't do it on purpose this time. I was going to do it on purpose later, but this time I brought my QRTG there, but that's where we're going to be back in a second. Anyway, we'll try to remember it when we come back. All right, and then back to Sylvia. Now, see, with the other thruster, if you accidentally click on the wrong planet, man, you're stuck on that planet. If you have just one, so that's why you always want to have a backup one in case, like I did in this playthrough, where I hit De Solo instead of Sylvia, and it put me on De Solo, and then I would have been stuck there had I had didn't have another thruster. Though I could have on De Solo went and made a solid fuel thruster to get off of there, but then I would have to spend the time doing that, like you saw me do earlier if you were watching. Oh, and I hit the wrong button. Tried to hit F, I hit V instead. All right, I burned one of my charges, but that's okay. Back to my base. All right, there we go. We actually landed that time. Okay, more of this and more of this. Now, normally I would run it up here and I would forge it up right here, but I'm not going to do that. I'm actually going to go right over here and I'm going to make some more smelting furnaces. We need compound and resin. Hey, we know right where the compound is, don't we? Because it's right over here. We can look. Okay, is it here? No. Is it over here? Aha, there it is. It should be right over here, and there it is, right? Because we got it nice and organized. We can take that, run that over here. What's the other thing that we need? We need some resin. It just so happens that I just made a crazy ton of it right over here as well. Oh, wow. It actually filled both of them up and then ran out of soil right at that moment. Nice. Okay, we'll run both of these out. And then we'll go ahead and make a smelting furnace. Now, also a little trick here. We just put this in our backpack like this. And while that one's running, we can run over here. Did we run these back in? I think we did. All right, so this way when I turn that, it'll automatically go back in the boxes. And then over here, we are going to make another smelting furnace. Because we're going to separate these processes to scale them up. Oh, there's that container I should have brought with me. Put that in my backpack so I don't forget. Take these things out, put them somewhere. You see, often when I'm not in the middle of want to deal with that thing, I'll just put it off to the side. Off to the side, deal with it later. Right now, I want to focus on my smelting. And we out. Right over here. All right, we're going to throw a smelter right there. And we're going to turn it on. Okay. Now, again, over here we are working on steel. So we need some argon, iron, carbon. Carbon, no problem. Iron, a little bit of a problem. Right now, we have a bunch of iron, but it is in its raw form. So we want to take it, run it over here, stick it right here on the table, do your thing. Now it's going to go and convert it into actual iron. And we're going to need this other canister. Get it while you're flying. Look at that. Look at them skills. We're going to run that right over here. Run that back in while we're waiting for our iron. Notice that it automatically put it up into the steel production as well. And then we're going to run over here. We're going to grab our argon. Again, this is just scaling up every single resource to the point in which you can make whatever you want. This is going to be primed into there, which will run the other way. And then we'll run just a little bit of argon out here. Eventually, we'll have a separate table that is feeding the argon away from everything else. Otherwise, this table will get completely filled up. So that's going to run that in there. Now we need carbon, we need argon, and guess what? We have that. Right here. See? We can run that carbon out. We have argon. We could let this run. We don't want to do it right now because we're still converting our iron. So we want to let this convert. Now, what we really need is another table. The table that converts all the iron and then puts the iron over here, and then the iron is then converted into steel, and then the steel is stored, right? That's what you really need, but we're going to combine it for right now because that just makes it easier. All right, then we'll run out the rest of that iron. We'll let it completely convert. Then we can take that canister off, then convert all of the iron and all of the carbon that we have. Well, not all the carbon. It's 400, and we only have 32 iron, but you get the idea. And we're going to make 32 steel right now. Which is a lot of steel, everybody. A lot of steel, definitely at this stage of the game. Not a lot later on, but at this stage, that's a pretty good amount. So let's get to it. Right over here. There we go. All right. Now I got a use for some of these tables, and this is why I didn't melt them all down. We're going to grab one of these tables right over here, and like I said, we're going to go ahead and set this up. Oh, don't have any dirt. Right back here. Like this. And like that. Great repurposing of that. Running out of fuel, hear that? Yeah, one of my thrusters ran out of fuel, no problem. Watch this. Bada bing, bada boom. And then see how it's not in there? You just thrust, pops it right in there automatically. You don't even have to put it in there. Great little gaming tip for you. Oh, auto arm. Totally forgot. Going back. Oh, a lot of canisters there. Look at them canisters. Auto arm right here. Okay, dokie. And then auto arm here. Run one of these out while we're unpacking this. There we go. And all we need is one of these just to limit it so that it doesn't screw it up. Run this back in for a second. And of course, we'll scale this up also, but again, you only need it at this level right now, everybody. We don't need a massive amount. And so this is going to run out, and then this auto arm is going to grab it, hold it until that needs more argon, and then hand it the argon over there. Now, one of the tricks is try not to be too close to one side where you're going to be pulling the canisters out. Like right now, I'm a little too close to these two canisters, and it looks like it's not going to hit it, but I'm going to move it way over here. So just the edge of it touches the chemistry station or touches the spot in which it's going to go in the chemistry station and has less of a chance of ending up over there and starting to fill up my table, which I don't want it to do because I'm going to pull that canister when it's done or actually set that canister to input is what I'm really going to do. But I don't want it just throwing a bunch of argon on there while I'm trying to switch out the containers or whatever I'm trying to do. Maybe I'll pull the steel out, put an empty one in, process more steel, that kind of thing. And you don't want that argon just being fed in there. That's why you want to put the gases on a separate one most of the time. Like you saw I also did on Calgon. I put it on a separate one, and then it can just feed that hydrogen in as needed. Much easier way to control the gases because they will just go everywhere and basically screw up your production. All right, how we looking? We got 10 more to go. All right, we got another canister here just in case we need it. Actually, we just put it over there for now. Now, ditto over here. Right here, same thing. Like this. Over there. Actually, this one in the front. Then we'll go over here. Shift left click it. Grab it in the air. Run it over here. Like this. Turn this on. That was on? That was on. Yeah, that's on. And then run this out. Run out just a little bit to get that going. So we can prime this one here. And we're going to set that for inputting. And when that one's done, it'll prime this one. It'll get one in there. And once it gets one in there, it won't accidentally run the raw stuff in there. Oh, I forgot. It's going to go there first because we're making, again, titanium alloy. Now, we need also some nitrogen over here. Now, the argon is made on another planet, right? So we can't just automatically run the argon. But we can automatically run the hydrogen or nitrogen, whatever we need, right over here. So in this case, we need nitrogen. So we're going to take this and we're going to turn this to nitrogen. Nitrogen right over here. And then we're going to shape this out some more. Create a little spot here in the back. Oh, that's not the same level as all of this. It's kind of changing level there a little bit. A little awkward, but that's okay. We'll make it work. And then we're going to go grab another one of these tables. We just got rid of the kind of the excess ones. I can always make more because I got tons of resin. Right over here. Whoa! Whoa! See, that kind of stuff happens, everybody. Whoa, okay. Drive it out of there. Watch out where you're putting those tables. It causes stuff to go flying. I've done that before where I put it too close to my vehicle and it launched off the horizon, everybody. I mean, over the horizon. You couldn't even see it anymore. It went so far. It went way out there, so be careful with that. It does have some crazy collision. Right over there. All right, now this one we're going to turn like this. We're going to go ahead and put this right on here, and this is going to make, again, nitrogen. We're going to take the hydrogen off of here and deal with that later. But we're going to go right here, and you can probably guess what we're going to do. That's right, we're going to go get another auto arm, and we're going to let that rock and roll. We need some more hydrazine as well, right over here. I'll get it. Oh, bam. There we go. Okay, and again, multitasking. We're producing iron. We're collecting iron. We're forging iron. We're collecting titanium, at least a little bit. We got to go back and put a canister there. But we're also converting the titanium. You get the idea, everybody. We're doing a lot of things at the same time, kind of multitasking. Oh, we need one of these first. And this is almost empty, so we might as well just grab it. And run it back over here in case we need it here in a minute. All right, there we go. So that has started to run out, and we have primed this for input, and now we're going to run the rest of those out. All right, very nice. And over here, it's going to need titanium, and then probably one of the most elaborate ones that you're going to do, other than this whole entire process to get nanocombat ally, is graphene. Graphene's not hard, but it's just one of those things that does take a bit to make it work, right, and to get it going. So we need another table to kind of work our graphene a little bit. And again, we'll make the bigger tables in a bit again. But we'll use some of these smaller ones since we have them available. And we're going to put this one right there. Grab this. Again, look how much easier this is when you can fly around, everybody. It is awesome. Awesome, awesome. Okay. Right here. Okay, graphene. All right, you can guess that it's going to be graphite, duh, and some hydrazine. Now, hydrazine, we are producing that on another planet. So we don't need to produce it here. It's already over there. Especially because it has way more ammonium over there on Caldor than it usually does here. Though we could create a whole process of collecting the dirt, putting the dirt, creating ammonium, take the ammonium, turn it into hydrazine, hydrazine into graphene. You get the idea. You get the idea, but we're just going to grab what little bit of graphite that we have going right over here. And we actually need to do another extractor while I'm thinking about it as well. So we're going to our rover just a little bit forward. It actually will put the thing on the rover, by the way, if you park it by the printer. If it's aimed right at it, it'll do it. All right, we need to snag a couple iron over here. No, not that one. Not rover. No. Oh, it's running out those resources. Hold on, we gotta run those back in, or we're gonna have a big old mess here. Run that back in. All right, there we go. And we are making what? I already forgot. Brain auto extractor. There we go. Exochips, steel, tungsten carbonide, rubber. Exochips. What do we do with our exochips? Somewhere over here. Oh, they vanished in the back. There, that's where I put them in the back. All right, put those exochips there. And steel, tungsten, rubber. We know where our rubber is, right over here. Thank you for running it way over there where I have to drag it down. Run that rubber back in. More of this graphite that we can use. Over there. Organic. Right here. Very nice. Again, everything has a little place now, or at least it's getting to that point. Tungsten carbonide steel. I could have sworn there was some tungsten carbonide and steel left up here. Yes, there is. One left. Nice. Right there. And tungsten carbonide. There you are. I got two of those left. I'm always amazed when I have, like, you know, one or two of those still laying around, everybody. All right, now another big boy extractor. We're going to get that going. Let's let that rock and roll. And again, we're doing a ton of things at the same time now. All right, this looks like it's done, ready to rock. We're going to go ahead and make ourselves some steel. So we're going to make one steel first. And we're going to set this on input. And there we go. All right, so now that's primed. It's got steel in there. It's not going to run any raw iron in there. And now we set it and forget it, everybody. You push this button, you press that, you put it on loop. You say this and this. Forget about it. Forget about it. That's 32 steel it's about to do. That sucker's off and running. Now, one of the toughest ones to do, again, is this titanium alloy, and it's really because of the graphene. The graphene's the thing that kind of messes you up and makes it a little bit more difficult. In fact, I'll put some of this carbon right up in there. There we go. So that's going to trip you up a little bit, but we'll get it going. And we'll put the graphene on. Well, we'll keep it on that side. We get an auto arm. Already got one on me. Awesome. I got an auto arm right here. You want to aim it in the right direction. Fire it up. Again, every time I put this stuff down, by the way, it's causing more and more power drain what we're doing. But in a minute, everybody, power is going to be unlimited. Unlimited. All right, we're going to start extracting some nitrogen. Now, this is really heavy power drain now. We got this thing draining 25 power over there. We got this running. We got our printers running. We got Forge over there running. Auto arms running all over the place. And of course, we got this one over here, which also takes 25 power, this launch pad thing. So we've got to get a tower of power going. And that's what we're going to work on right now. And we're going to need a lot more graphite as well. All right, this is done. This titanium looks good. We can pull this one out of there. We're actually going to use that one eventually. We'll leave it in. So this one, again, needs nitrogen, graphene, and titanium. So this one actually needs multiple processes at once. Actually, we should have probably put this one offset and then brought this one over here. Yes, let's do that while we're thinking about it. All right, let me unlock this. Unlock, move that out of the way. Because both of these need to feed this way. Yes, like this. And then this can go here. Yeah, we'll want to feed that up that way. And then we can feed this one from the other side. So we're going to move that up. And basically, a little bit of a gap there. A little bit of a gap there. Run this across to this. Keep it at an angle on purpose. Angle on purpose. And then this. Go ahead and aim over this way. Put it in my backpack. Turn that off. Again, try to keep it from hitting that back part so it's not feeding it back there when you're swapping out your containers later on. And then putting it in my backpack. I hate it when it does that. Wish there was a way you can just turn that completely off. It's really obnoxious. All right, look there. See, I've fed the argon in there automatically so that it can keep doing that steel. And each one of those has 5 charges. So that's like 50 charges. I don't even know. A lot of charges, everybody. But ultimately, this steel needs to make its way into this nanocarbon alloy, right? So I got to get the steel over here. I got to get the titanium alloy over here, which is why you want them all to aim toward this. And then, of course, helium, which is another one that we need to work on as well. Let's go check all of our gases over here, how we're doing. And see if we have any helium among here. We have methane, we have hydrogen, we have sulfur, hydrogen there, methane here. We have no that. Now that's actually the highest end of the gases. And so we want to go ahead and get some of that. So let's go back over this way, like so. And we'll tell it that we want to make a... gas canister, silicon and glass. All right, this is ceramic, this is tungsten. We out of glass again? Could be. Yeah, this is ceramic and that's ceramic. Why are these both ceramic? Run that out, combine those together. This one's an empty, this goes out here. We've got more ammonium here that actually we'll put over there for a minute. Resin is over here into rubber. All right, very nice. Let's put these empty ones over here for now. This is our extractor that we need. We don't need to put it on our vehicle. We need to put it on our ship over there. Very nice. All right, and then we're going to need this little table, which is why I left that. We're going to need that right over here. Later on. Nope, totally not what I wanted you to do, but thank you for doing that. Actually, we got to go ahead and run one of these out. We got to stop this from running out for a second. We got to stop our carbon. I'm going to show you how to automate that, by the way. You can turn everything on and off at the same time. It's really effective. So the only thing we want this to grab is steel. So we'll go ahead and start this back up again. Now notice that I have this set to output now, right? It's set to output, and we'll output and put it here in the chemistry lab automatically. So we want to let that run out. Now we got to be careful that it doesn't just start feeding it all over the top of this thing, which if we do this, you'll see what it does, right? It'll put it up into there first, and then it'll start putting it all down here, and that's not what we want. No, 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 you don't. Now, another thing that we can do, which is pretty tricky, is have it just grab the steel from the chemistry lab. So if we move this a little closer like this, we can go ahead and take this one and just actually move it over here to this side, like this. And then have it, not only is it grabbing the steel, it'll grab it from the machine itself and take that and put it into that canister over there, which is super cool, everybody. Super cool to have that separate. This way I can put my carbon and my iron here and then have it just take the final product and move it over to the table in which it is going to end up, right? And then I can just say run that stuff on that table, right? And again, imagine if I had the very large containers, you could do a whole lot of that. So yeah, very, very cool. And then the other thing, same thing over here, we'd want to do that with the titanium alloy as well. But we need our nitrogen to be running over here, so we got to find out what I did with that nitrogen over here. There it is. So we want to get this back over here, and we'll do it this way. And that needs more power. There we go. And we need an auto arm. We're running out of auto arms. Always make more. This is one of my favorite parts about it. This is the logistics here. This is like taking all of the stuff and making it work. Again, you don't really need a lot of hydrogen or a lot of gas. I've made the mistake of making thousands of this and then never using it throughout the whole playthrough. Because it's just too much. It's way more than what I need. And we're going to need to give this a little bit more of a bump out. Just so we can aim this properly. Again, roll over it, aim it at the machine itself and not the extra areas. Got to keep it contained, though sometimes it'll end up over there anyway because it's crazy. So this should feed that into there. Oh, it's wrong way, wrong way. Turn it around this way. There we go. Gonna grab it from there, feed it up into there. Perfect. Okay, that's exactly what we wanted to do. Now we just need graphene, which is this other one that we'll also put back here. Okay, we'll take this, put it right like this. You could probably guess what we're gonna do. Green to blue. Right over here. We're gonna go ahead and run some power to this one. These little side things, everybody, you can use smaller tables on the little side things, I think. And again, just make sure you're aiming it at the actual machine. So we'll do its thing over there. Okay, now we need some hydrazine. Now, hydrazine, we happen to have a bit of it, and we actually probably have a ton more of it made over on Caldor right now. But we're going to take our hydrazine thing here. And we're going to put it right there for now. I'm just going to feed one of them in there. I'm going to tell it to automatically go. Make me a graphene loop. Now I'm going to make one graphene first, so it's not grabbing the graphite or anything like that. You can put a limiter in there to do it by taking one graphene. Basically, you're sacrificing that graphene and taking that out. There we go. Now it's not going to grab my hydrazine, or it's not going to grab my graphene. It's not going to do that. Now, when this is done, watch what this does. So it grabs it even before it opens. It's already grabbed the graphene, put it over here, and guess what we're going to do? That's right, put it on a loop. And there we go. And again, to keep this from running in there, we're going to go ahead and prime this other one. So now we're making titanium alloy, everybody. Only problem is we don't have enough graphite. That's our big problem right now. We got a lot of graphite and a lot of hydrazine. GG's, we win. Now, we definitely need a bigger table for this, though, because we are going to need it for our other parts. Did I have another big table I was making? I think I might have used them all up. I was making an extractor, but I don't think I made another big table. All right, let's make another big table while we're thinking about it, if we can. Resin and iron. All right, well, resin is not a problem. We can just turn this off, and we'll put that resin in there. We'll run some resin out. There we go. And then iron. So you can see that a lot of these resources are for double purposes. Oh no, out of iron over here, everybody. Bummer Rooney. Now, let's check this. If I pull these canisters, is it going to put the argon over here? It does not. So that means we did our job. But it has used up all of the iron and now has 31 steel. So that is styling and profiling right there, everybody. And we're going to grab this canister. We're going to take it with us. Grab that canister, too. Come here, canister. We'll take both of you guys with us. Let's go. I call this walking it, everybody. Gonna walk it over here. Now we can package these down, but we're not going to. Gonna put those up there, and I'm gonna definitely need some more, so I'm gonna grab a few more in my backpack. There we go. We got a bunch. And we are gonna go do our extractor. We're gonna need to run some power over here as well. And we're gonna definitely need to do our power next. Something I can scalp from over here for our power. I think that we're gonna grab one of these large wind turbines. Use that at one place and then solar at the other. Let's go. Let's repurpose these, because we're gonna make even more big power here in a bit. We're gonna repurpose these right here. We're gonna need some graphite that we basically just burned up. And the way we're going to get that is we're going to take this and we're going to stick it right here. And we're going to, oh wait, we got to tell it to disable output first. And take this and put that on there. There we go. Put this over here. Time for more mountains to be carved out. This mountain is floating now, everybody. It's a floating mountain. We're just making holes. Using our paver and our drill bit. And this is a level 1 drill bit right here. But it does a great job. Oh, no power. I know exactly what to do. Oh, what did I do with my QRTG? Hold on. We got to go find my QRTG. I put it over here somewhere to speed something up. Running out of hydrazine, too. I love the sound effects. It really does help you go, oh, I'm about to run out of hydrazine. We'll grab a couple over here. Put that in there by just flying a little bit, and then put an extra one in my backpack. All right, what did I do with my QRTG? Sometimes it's really hard to remember what the heck I did with them. Because I put them down for a second to help whatever process I was helping. Might have left it on another planet. Might have left it over there. Man, what did I do with it? Good question. I've got 2 of them. Oh, I might have left it on the vehicle. Yeah, I left it on the vehicle Glacio. So I have 2 of them running the extractors for titanium and for iron, and then one of them is for the other thing I'm doing. All right, any of this other stuff that we got done? We haven't done any of that. That's the new MEGATECH stuff. Activate strange object, place an activated thing. Oh, we get 2 QRTGs if we put a shelter on every planet. Oh, we might get that done. A refined nanocarbon alloy, we're about to do that. Print an RTG, we're going to work on that. We're 10 away from, we can just do it right there. We can just unlock 10 patterns. And you're like, Kismet, how are you going to do that with my 74,000 research that I have? By the way, my research is off now. I stopped running it because I don't need it. I don't need it, really. But let's, if we're going to unlock it, though, let's unlock something useful or something cool that we want to check out, like this small print filter. We're going to try that out. See what that's about. Leveling blocks are okay, everybody. I don't use them all that often, but they are fairly useful. And we might as well unlock our little solar and our little wind power. We might as well do it. We're here. Why not? Don't need our drill mod level 2 because we already got level 3. Small camera, horn, holographic figure, terrain analyzer, and probe scanner. Probe scanner we'll need later. Don't need that. We already have the hydrazine thing. Hoverboard we can't get yet. What else we got? Auctionator. We got all that. Field base shelter, which is cool. Yeah, we'll get that one. And then medium print filter. We'll figure out what that is. I don't even know what that is. Don't tell me. Oh, yes, we got to get all of our sensors. Power sensor, storage sensor, battery sensors. Oh, we're using all that, especially button repeater. Yeah. Proximity repeater, yes. Delay, don't use that much. Count repeater, not that much. Okay, what else we got? Power switch is always fun. We'll get that one. All right, and then this is like a shopping spree, everybody. How about we get some medium solar? How about medium wind turbine? All right, that's good. We can get all those going. Do we really need these platforms? Not really. I kind of like this stacking thing, though. I want to try that out. I haven't tried that out yet. They did come out with that a while ago. Definitely medium storage silos. Those are awesome. We're going to definitely use those. I like this tall storage because you can put lights up on top of it and shine the lights down. So we'll get that one as well. Let's go. Shopping spree, everybody. Right over here, we've got medium buggy horn there and the winch. I did learn that you can actually take those gigantic solar panels that you see and use the winch to bring them back to the base using your flying vehicle. Yes, I have done it in previous playthroughs. We will do it. Don't need any rail junctions for right now. Fault founder, I don't even know what that is. Ruby, I know what that is. Icon sign. T1 drillable item. Choose an icon to display from icon to... Oh, it's like a sign. Oh, we definitely unlocking that. 100%. Robo Bonsai. A decorative base item. That's 1,000 bytes. Let's get that. Snow globe. Yes. Ship in a bottle. Yes. Model planet. Yes. How about lava lamp? Yes. Helmet lamp. Yes. Simulated aquarium. Yes again. All right. I like saying yes. We got here tether dropper. Oh, it's an auto tether dropper. There's where it is. I know they had mentioned that, everybody. That they have an auto tether dropper that will automatically deploy the tethers at the perfect distance for you. I wish I'd seen that earlier. I would have probably unlocked that earlier, but I'm not really going to use it because I don't use tethers that much. But there we go. Melodic mushroom produces a sound when activated or collided with. I don't know what it is, so that means we're going to unlock it. There we go. Let's see. What do we got here? Large print filter. Yes. What we got here? Large shredder. Already got it. We got our big solar there. We'll work on that here in a second. Any other platforms we might want? Did we add any? Oh, we got the double stack platforms. Oh, yeah. We're going to try those out. A large T platform. Did they have that before? I don't remember that before, but it could have been in there. I maybe just never used it. These are also really good too, these large storages. They're better in the earlier game, but the large silos are the best. Those large silo bees, holy mackerel, those suckers are huge and awesome. Large robo seat, don't need it, only need that in multiplayer. Crane, that's the thing that, you know, you can have your friend driving the vehicle and you can sit on the crane and use the crane to get vehicle and stuff. We might unlock that just so so I can show that off on stream. A rail engine, we're going to do that via the questing. Recreational sphere, don't need it. All right, over here, which we already found one over there. So we've got our very large stuff, which is our solar array. That's worth 14 power. We're going to get that one. Our extra large wind turbine, 100% getting those as well. And again, this is why, just know I have a little bit of knowledge, everybody. Scales up what you're doing to a huge degree. Curved platforms, we've got some extra large extensive platform, not going to use many of those. Probably use this extra large storage at some point, and then this extra large resource container, which we will get going. I think we can go back, and we already have these large containers. I think we could probably move to those now. Because the large resource container is the one in between the extra large one and the large one, right? So we could probably start making those, but we got to have our nanocarbon alloy to get those going. So I don't really need the extra large one yet, but it'd be nice to unlock it at some. And again, we're going to do the rail line through all the questing. You unlock a lot of this stuff, and you get a bunch of this stuff from questing itself, everybody. So keep that in mind. All right, so again, we're going to need a crazy ton of stuff for our power and stuff there. Whoa, okay. But we should have got a reward because we just did a whole bunch of stuff here. And we unlocked our potential. We got all 100 things, plus probably about 120. We get ourselves another QRTG, so I don't have to track down my other one right now and just put that. Oh, I got backpack full. What do we got? We got hydrazine. We got work light. We got 2 canisters on me there. There we go. All right. Got our QRTG. Back to what we were doing. All right, can't plug it in anywhere. There we go. Back to work. Gotta let it charge up first. Watch this. If I drive out in the sun, the solar panel will open. I could have left it in the sun. It would have been charging this whole time while I was getting that QRTG going. But again, that's pretty awesome. And by the way, we still got like 50,000 or 40,000 research. And we almost unlocked everything already. So it's about 100,000, 150,000 research. And you can buy pretty much the bulk of everything in there. There are some things that are limited by quests, as you saw. All right, let's dig a hole. Diggy hole here. Really need 2 of these. All right, good enough. We just need a little bit. Eventually, we'll come over here and fill the whole thing. I don't think I got it in time. Gonna run more resin. Okay, I can always use more resin. So yeah, we got all that going. We're trying to prime all this power to take this power out of here. This is 9. This is 10. And we got to work on the nanocarbon alloy here. The helium. That's the other thing. Helium. Write that down over here so I can remember. Let's go work on the helium while we run this. First, I'm going to get this out of here. We got some other stuff to work on Glacio as well. So we're going to run this to graphite for now. So it'll just use the rest of that soil for graphite. And then we'll tell this one to run in that graphite. Then we've got some stuff to deliver over here. How we doing on our launches? 18. All right, so we're going to make a couple pit stops along the way. So the first thing we want to do is think about fuel, right? Think about our hydrazine. So we're going to go work on that first. Right over here, a convenient Caldor, really close there. So there you go. There you go. What are your plans for Thanksgiving? Same as always, just chilling out at the house, which is what we always do. You got family coming in from Florida in for dinner, grandkids and my sons. Oh, well, there you go, Crimson Knight. Yeah, well, hey, I'm glad you're going to have a good time, unless you don't like any of those people. Then champion through it, everybody. You know, stay strong. Big time. I don't really eat like I used to, everybody. I don't have like a massive, you know, Thanksgiving or whatever, just kind of gluttony until I'm, you know, passed out. I don't do that anymore. I eat very light amount of food because I don't want that weight back that I lost so many years ago. Oh my God, did I not set these to input? What is going on here? I did not put this on loop. I did not press the button. What did I not do? Oh, it didn't have any power. That's what the problem is. it doesn't have enough power to run this. That's right. We had a power problem over here. Totally forgot. Because neither the solar or the wind is running, so this actually did not activate this. And this is just way too much power for it to handle. Yeah. So, QRTG. Oh, I didn't bring my QRTG again. All right, so I was going to come over here and grab some fluid, but I totally forgot that we need to come back. There it goes. It's starting up. Okay, now what you can do is turn this off, because this is sucking all the power right now. And if you turn that off, then this chemistry lab is finally going to fire up. And you've got more than enough of this. I'm going to go ahead and grab all this and run this over to this side. In fact, we're just going to take this thing off of here. And we're just going to try to funnel all of this to here. Like this. So when this outputs, it's only going to output to this one right here. And then all the rest of this is blocking all the other places. So this actually would stop. It would stop until it needed more of that hydrogen. And then, of course, if it had overflow, it would go into the canister. Like that. That's much better. All right. And then, again, it's totally out of power again because it doesn't have solar or anything like that. Now, had we scaled up the power, we would have been good. But we need to scale that up. So that reminds me, I'm going to make a note. Scale power on Caldor. And that's really, really what we're working on right now anyway. We're scaling up the power. Okay, so we got to get out of here and come back and fix that up a little bit more. So we're going to stop at Caldor. Glad I did, because now it reminded me of that. That's why I left in the first place and why we're doing all this in the first place. And we'll come back to it. We're going to go to Glacio next. This is our next pit stop. And we got plenty of fuel in the vehicle right now, so we're okay. Big time. You got to start a new world. Oh, man, that's a bummer. That is a bummer. You're probably doing it at a huge scale, man. Sorry to hear that. Sorry to hear that. I've done some massive ones before. I've never had a save corrupt, though, but I have heard that other people have had that problem, and I feel for you, man. I feel for you. That does suck. But I love a new adventure. I started a new playthrough. This is day 3. This is day 3, and I'm already working on my nanocarbon alloy. You know how it goes once you know the game mechanics, everybody. You're all about it, bro. You're all about it. All right, now you can probably guess what I'm going to try to extract next. Again, I'm not bothering to scale up my power this time, everybody. Normally, I scale it up on a larger or a smaller scale. Wow, look at all that. Holy moly. That's going to be a lot of that. All right, very cool. Yes, I did leave my QRTG here, and probably a good thing, because I'm going to need it right over here temporarily. Again, we're just doing on small scale first, and then just letting it run, and then eventually we're going to large scale this to an insane degree. You'll see. You'll see, and that's what we need this other container for right up here, and we'll take this and dip it right over here. Put that right up there, start that up, and that's going to extract a ton of graphite. So now we have iron, titanium, and graphite running over here with the minimal amount of effort, the most efficient way. Now, I love to play through a game and then come back and say, well, how could I do it way more efficient? Because it's not always about scale for me, everybody. I don't need to have, look at that, cool move, right? Pretty cool move there. Grabbed it on the slide down. I don't need to make 10,000 plates in Satisfactory or 10,000 of this or 50,000 of that. I don't think that is the thing that I measure greatness by, everybody. I measure how efficient you are at doing it. And that is the most important thing to me, the way I like to play. But hey, if you like to play another way, more power to you. Let me turn this off for a second so I can get these off the top here. Being awkward. Get those off the top. There we go. Now we're going to put that in there, and then we'll turn that back on. And that little tiny QRTG is going to run it. It's going to run it much slower, but it's going to run that. It's going to collect us tons of resources as well. And we out. And we're just going to use our jetpack to just zip us right up the thing here. Again, scaling up the power later game. All right, so there we go. We got that going. We need more canisters. Because now we want to have the ability to swap these, right? We want to have the ability to swap the canisters every time we come in and out. And eventually we're going to automate it through the MEGATECH to pick up the resources and bring it to us. So we don't have to come over here. It'll do it for us. All right, how many do we have over here? 32. Wow, perfect timing. Wow, that was a crazy timing right there. Just happened to be right when that filled up. And so we're fully utilizing our QRTGs right now. Put that right in there. And then we got to go underground. Take our vehicle this time. Oh, we don't have a QRTG for our vehicle. We got problems. Probably better just to walk. Or slide. And, oh wait, no, it was, we already got this. Oh, we haven't let this run yet. That's what it was. Yeah, we have to let that run. All right, yeah, we gotta let that run because we didn't have another canister to put in there. But here's what I'm going to do, just to save myself some trouble. We're gonna go ahead and leave some containers behind so that we'll have those for next time. I'm just gonna unpack them to remind me that they're right here. Sometimes when they're packaged, it's hard for me to remember that, oh yeah, right there. Oh yeah, the thing. Look at a little bit of research here. Let's take this with us. Auto arms, we're going to use those later. Trailer, we'll probably use those on a different planet. Planets in which we're not going to really scale up to this level. This is going to be a massive base here, everybody. So we got our shelter that we put down. We've got our landing pad and then our construction anchor landing pad that I think now we can press. Let's go see. It's got a blue light there, so let's see the use. Nope, there it is. Oh, awesome. All right. Oh, yeah. Big boy. Big boy. Rotate this way. Biggity, biggity boy. All right. We're going to put it right here. We're going to try to line this up. Awesome. Right there. So anything that's over this way, we got to watch out for. We don't want to hit our iron over there. That iron node is awesome. We're going to just nudge it a little bit this way. I think like that. And examine. What do we need? Turn the safety off. Toggle to enabling construction and deployment safety. Oh, I think it can't deploy because I don't think it's flat enough. So we'll do a little bit of work over here. What do I do with those canisters? We're going to need these canisters back here. Organic in my backpack. Get out of there. Nope, wrong thing. Those are not canisters. Over here. I think we're going to need more space out here. Holding down control. Yeah, we need our QRTG back. Which one can we grab it from? Let's grab it from over here. We can do a little shaping and we'll come back. We got plenty of iron for right now. Because it does take power to shape. When you run out of power, it'll keep going, by the way. Now, I've never done this on a custom platform that I've made before. We did put it on the ground in Sylvia. This will be a great test if you can have your own big old platform be where you want this to go. Let's go see. That's a big base right there, brother. Okay. Well, let me put it there. Man, I want it right there. Examine. Safety on. I don't think it likes where I'm trying to put it. Let's go, oh wait, let's put it down for a second. Get some oxygen first. Yeah, I don't think it likes it up like that. Filling up our oxygen tanks. Good enough. But yeah, kind of a bummer you can't put... Oh, wait! Oh, there was a spot there. Oh, we found a spot. Move back? No, it's got to be... Oh, right there. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Oh, why you tease me like that? Why you got to be like that? Right there. Come on. Come on. You got this. Do it. Oh, that would be awesome if it put it right there. I think I'm in the way. In the way. Boom! Oh, perfect place for it. Right by my iron over here. Oh, man. Look at it. Got rid of all the thing. Made a nice flat platform here. Sweet. We're going to need lots of power. And we're going to need lots of resources. Now, this is part of the MEGATECH, everybody. This is a platform here that I just deployed from my launch system, which is on my primary planet, Sylvia. And it came down on this little receiving landing pad. That's not like a regular landing pad, everybody. This is a very specific one where you can call one of those things from the distributing system. And then, oh, got to get away from this because this doesn't have oxygen. And then I can then take that big mega item and deploy it on that particular location. Now, this one right here is a launch pad. It's like basically a launch pad for various rockets. And so I could use it for distributing resources, I think. I don't know. I've never done it before. Don't tell me. Part of the fun is me just figuring it out as well. No backseat gaming unless asked, everybody. So yeah, as you can see, that is awesome. That worked out perfect too. And it does tell you can't put it on a ramp. There was probably something blocking it, and I had to kind of finagle it till it got unblocked. Looks good. Let's go with it. All right, and again, in the meantime, we're going to use our little QRTG because it's cute. Right over there. Keep doing that. Okay, so Glacio's set up, and we could probably swap out this one over here. Did it get any going yet? No, I didn't turn it on or something. It's weird with it. I'm going to nudge it. It's not... Oh, this is not set to input. That's it. Something was weird with it. That was my bad. And this is turned the wrong way, too. I don't like the way it's turned. Optimize its position again. Get it right in the center. There we go. There we go. All right. I'm glad I looked at that, too, because that wouldn't have been running when I was gone. All right. There we go. We'll let that run until it fills up a bit. And then we'll come back. I was going to grab just a little bit of it. A little extra resources here. And we got more iron, which is what we need. And we're out of here. All right. Out of here again. And so what we're trying to do is scale up our power. And we're going to be making power towers that are going to be doing a massive amount of power here in just a bit as well. Also some big old batteries we're going to need as well. Again, I'm kind of skipping over the middle part of it, everybody, because I've already done 30 playthroughs. Again, just kind of skipping over the middle. But you saw me do the beginning. Get you a great start in the game. And then you can do the whole middle part where you're doing the the medium vehicles and all of that stuff. I've done it many times here in the stream. But we're just going to go right to working on that MEGATECH stuff here. And I don't pre-play it like I'm waiting for a DLC and I build up a bunch of resources so the second that the MEGATECH drops, I have a bunch of resources. I don't like doing that either. I like, you know, playing it through and seeing when you unlock the MEGATECH in a normal playthrough. And again, this is a brand new playthrough over here. Wow, we're not putting it over there anymore. We're putting it over here. And we could take this out now, too. We don't need this there. And we can see if this is any chance of making it that far. I seriously doubt it. Oh, it does. Wow. Okay. Awesome. And now we're going to do our research over here because we got 4 of them all lined up and tied into our central power. Very nice. All right. And again, we still got 20,000 left over there. Okay. So we need some graphite to merge that stuff down. Oh, helium was the other thing we're going to do. We missed the stop. All right. We got to go to another stop. As well. Oh, we already made some graphite too. Let's just get that graphite and utilize that while we're waiting for other graphite. And really, we just need the graphite right now for making packagers because we want to scale up our power, which is why we were over here. I lose my train of thought pretty easily, everybody. I have really bad medical conditions that make it really difficult to be a human being. But I do what I have to do. That's all you can ask of anybody. Do the best you can do every day. All right. And we're going to scalp some of this wind power there. And we're going to grab one of these batteries back here. This is going to really get our stuff rocking. What? Graphite. Get over here. Okay, this right here, like that. That in my backpack. These right here are too big to go in my backpack, so we'll put them on the ship so we don't forget them. We'll take this, run this where it goes. Over here, and then start to run this out. And the cool thing about this now is the fact that the steel is not on this platform. So that means that I can just let that run out, be forged up. The iron will automatically go up into there. And then I'll have this outputting as well because this still has 367 carbon in it. And that will just keep running all that stuff out of there, which is awesome. And then the thing should grab the steel when it's done right over here and take the steel, feed it over to there. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. And then backlog even more steel. It's got 32 right now. We need an empty canister here somewhere. Looks like we got one. Oh, I got a whole bunch of stuff sitting over there that's empty. Didn't even remember that stuff. All right. Yeah, put it in there. Put that over there. Can that reach that? No, let's put it right here. Eventually we'll put it here, but we're going to move this over here so this steel can keep going. There we go. Yeah, a bunch of canisters over here. I totally forgot about all these resources that I used to build this thing, which we could probably use on the other one as well. And try to figure out how to make all this work. That would be cool. All right, what do we got? We got some steel there. Okay, well, we know what to do with that. Put it here and run it out, so it'll go in that other one. And then we'll have some empty canisters. Nice. And then here we have ceramic, which we know we've got some ceramic over this way. Put that right there. Run that out. We got another empty canister here. All of a sudden, I was like, where did all my canisters go? And now I know. They were over there when we were finishing that yesterday, right at the end of the stream, which is probably why I forgot that I had all those canisters there. I do love reusing canisters. It's very, very useful. Over here, though, we are going to scale out of these canisters here in a minute, but do what we got to do. We got some aluminum here. Less aluminum that we need to go and gather. Run that out. So it'll run into that other one. Very nice. Another empty canister. What we got here? Ammonium. That we're going to just keep over here. Here, resin. Oh boy, we got plenty of that. put that right over here. If we want to make more rubber, we know where it's at. And then empty canister. Yeah, look at that. Stacking them up. Stack them, stack them. Okay, we're making lots of steel. Not so much titanium alloy over here. We need that graphene. We need a bunch of it. Well, let's get it going. Now that we've kind of packaged that stuff up, we got a bit of graphite here. We got a couple. We'll run those over here, make a little bit more of our dealio over here. Gonna make sure we remember to go to Atrox. We're just gonna put this right here. Put the graphene on there. And then put a hydrazine on there. We're going to have it automatically grab the graphene and feed it. There we go. This is titanium alloy. This is titanium. Put that in my backpack. What's this waiting for? Titanium and nitrogen. Nitrogen is got. Titanium we got to run out. And this is our titanium alloy. Okay, yes. We're good. All right, run that. Run that sucker. Now, again, we're going to need a bigger table over here eventually to manage this a little better, but we'll do what we got to do. Let that run. Okay, so that's running. We've got our titanium alloy. Now we need our helium. All right, let's focus on that. And we want to focus on our power as well. All right, again, another trip to Caldor. I think, let's not remember if we're forgetting anything. You know, let me exit just to think about it for a sec. What else can we grab for Caldor? Maybe some more solar. Where'd that solar thing go? Get my QRTG back as well. Oh, I brought all these canisters with me. Bad. Get my QRTG back. There we go. Leave those canisters. Take this right here. Throw that on there. We've got a bunch more canisters over here too. A bunch of tables we can use as well. But what we need is we need some power. And a battery to back up that power. So we can get our fuel production going. And so that's why I came back to do all that stuff and grab a bit of that power. And I try to utilize every bit of power that I find. So if I find a bunch of, solar stuff, I just use it, put it in the thing. If I find a bunch of wind stuff, put it in there. Very rarely do I ever make it, though, now, because really what you're trying to do is try to get to the best power, which is what we're working on right now. We're trying to get to the best power, but we need fuel so we can fly around and get things going. Oh, yeah, see, look, it already filled it up with hydrazine. Or at least half filled it there. Very nice. And then this is still going very slowly. But now we can utilize some serious power here. Let's take our sulfur and move it off of there. We're going to take our solar and throw it here. And then along with our solar, we're going to go ahead and throw a battery over here. So it's always at least going somewhere, like this. And this is 9 power, by the way. So we can go ahead and throw that in there. And that's just powered that all up big time. Now our extractor is going to go faster. And then this one over here, we've got a bunch of stuff in the way. Let's take this off. Connect this into, oops, not too close. Connect that into there. Put our seed over here. Stop moving. Lock those into position. Put that there, put that there. Put that thing back where it came from. A musical. If you don't know what I'm talking about, everybody, that's Monsters Inc. All right, 10 power there, 10 power there. That's 19 power. That's some serious power. Now, we want to look at our battery. If our battery is going up, then we know we have surplus power, which is awesome because, look, the wind is firing up. Now, this battery can output at 5. So this actually battery is going to help run all of this, right? On top of my other power that's going to run. And I took my QRTG back. So this wind power, battery power, and solar power is going to run this. Now, sometimes you won't have the sun, right? So you'll have less power, and then the battery will kick in and start using that. But once the sun comes up here on Caldor, and you can see which one's best on the planets, by the way, by going into your Astropedia, go to planets. We go to Caldor here, and then you can see sun, very high power, right? So the sun is the best, and wind power is very low, but we got a big one, so it'll be decent power, but the sun is very high. So when that sun comes over, man, it's going to fill that battery up like nobody's business. And now our production can really kick in. It can really cook over here. Now, normally I put 3 of those extractors there, so it's just extracting massive amount of ammonium, which is awesome. Now, we're going to grab a bit of our hydrazine that is already converted. We've also got another extra solar thingy here that we're going to swap a Rooney and put it on this side, and that's because the sun's going to come up on that side, it looks like. Or no, sun's setting on that side, coming up on this side. So we want to turn this, is what we want to do. We want to turn this so that it's all getting power as the sun comes up and over and all the way down. Both of those are getting power. You don't want to have anything that's causing a shadow, so I'm going to move this one, say, over to this side. Because the wind power can be anywhere. Let's put it back here. I'll lock it. There we go. And all right, so eventually you can see, look, the battery's running down, right? So the battery's running down, but that keeps it going, right? It's keeping extracting, doing its thing. But it's still not enough power because this is 8 power is what it needs, and that battery is 5 power. So if we make another battery, then it would be 10 power. That it would be running all night long, and then that would be running at maximum capacity. We'll be doing that to everything, obviously, running it at maximum capacity, but we're just here for a little bit of fuel, and that should now run itself. So during the day, that thing's going to run maximum speed, create a ton of hydrazine. Oh, we better look and see if it's set to input the hydrazine. It is. Yes, it is. Okay, cool. And now we can set it and forget it for a while. Let it rock and roll. We're out. Now we got to remember to go to Aatrox because I keep forgetting. We're going to get it on this fly through. Aatrox one's always closest to the sun, like Mercury. There we go. There we go. Welcome to Aatrox. All right. Now, we do have a condenser going over here, but we have it on methane right now. And the thing that we need is helium. So we're going to start that going. You can see a pretty pitiful little base here. Whatnot, but this is a good use of my QRTG right there. Because we need some helium to get this started. Now, our goal is basically to make the highest end thing in the game, right? And this is like day 3, so I'm already kind of skipping ahead a little bit. But the highest thing in the game is called an RTG. It's like a fusion power that never stops. You don't need wind. You don't need solar. It runs and runs and runs. And, of course, there's a mini version of it right here. This is the mini version of it, or the QT version. And we want to make the full-size version of it. Because once we put that power down, it'll run 24/7 forever. And we never have to think about it again. And then we just need to make a whole lot of them. And then we have basically an infinite amount of power. And that's basically how you win this game. Now, there is a storyline, a bunch of quests, a bunch of other stuff. But the true winning of any kind of factory game is when you get that power unlimited. When you can make as much power as you possibly can. I've made thousands of those before. The big ones. Big time. But we can just wait for this. It'll take a little bit before it does get going. So we'll wait a little bit, let that rock and roll. And what do we got over here? We've got some organic. We have some hydrogen stuff in my backpack here. I don't think we have any other power that we could utilize. We could go ahead and use ourselves a little generator as well. Guess we could grab a little bit of research while we're here. I've got a little bit of jetpack left, so I got to be kind of conservative on it. Oh, what do we got here? Harmless flora. A honeypot seed. Huh. Okay, we'll grab one of those. Yeah, we'll bring some of that back. Should we bring our containers back? Oh, look at the tire flashing. That's not good. Let's bring this graphite back for sure. And then the seed. What else? More graphite here. Graphite, always useful. Over here. Very nice. We can leave all the rest of that stuff there. It's fine. Well, maybe we'll bring... No, we'll just bring this. That's good. So you can go around and collect different types of plants in different locations. And supposedly they have a garden now. We haven't done it yet, but we're going to get to it. We're just going to kind of look around. What we got? Oh, right here. You got to have that symbol of thing. By the way, if you want to know what that symbol is, spoiler alert, everybody. If you don't want to know, I'm going to tell you in 3, 2, 1. You can go in here to the Astropedia. You can go to resources, and you can just look up the symbol. Ammonium has 3 circles. Is this 3 circles? No, it's 2 circles. Okay? So we'll go planet, resources, and we'll look for something that has 2 circles that looks like this, but not. Look on the next screen. Hydrogen, sulfur, helium. Right here. So we need helium, and you can see the icon has the 2 circles on the side to put that in there. Now, it just so happens that we're making some helium over here. So that would be useful. Also, I can see there's a research item right there. We must have killed something on top of that. Again, when I'm out and about, I'll grab them, but I don't really intentionally go after them anymore because, again, one trip to Aatrox here with our vehicle and a paver and a fully upgraded drill strength 3, we can just go in, just keep driving, grab a bunch of research, package it down, take it back, 50,000 research, bam, easy. Easy mode. If you missed that, everybody, I showed that the other day here on stream. Remember, these all the streams are in episode numbers. So if you want to go back and watch this one, there's a whole playlist for Astroneer on my YouTube channel. I'll go ahead and put all those links in the chat for you. So you can find that at youtube.com/KismetBP. B like Bravo, P like Papa, just like you would announce it if you were in the military. It's all one word, everybody. Named after my longtime gaming guild, one of the longest gaming guilds in the world, everybody. Pretty crazy. One of the largest ones as well. Yeah, from way back in the day. Still going to this day. All right. Let's see. So we're waiting on this. This is not put any out yet. All right, come on. Did I turn it on? I got it on. Waiting for that helium. I just want one thing of helium. That's all I need. And I'm going to snag it and bail. Or I can let it run and come back. There's another idea. I say we do that. You know, watch pot never boils, everybody. So you don't want to sit there and watch it because it'll take longer. Find something else to do. Again, we're kind of skipping past a bunch of stuff that we would make, you know, a bunch of solar power and a bunch of wind power and put it down there and it would run faster. But I'm just going to skip that part and go right to the power part that we want to get going. And we just need a little tad bit of helium and we'll be off and running. Right back in there. Fully utilizing my QRTGs now, all 4 of them, doing their thing. All right. What other quest? I think it was like put a bunch of things on every planet. Yeah, shelter on every planet. So Venecia, which ones we got left? Novus. No. Bus. There we go. What? Aatrox. So we really only have a few. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3 more to go. So we need 3 shelters. Let's do it. 3 shelters coming up. Give us something to do while we're waiting for that stuff. Shelter. Shelter. Plastic and silicone. Okay, plastic I don't think is going to be a problem. We got a crazy ton of it right over here. We're going to swap that one out with this one and put that one up there. Is that resin running out? I thought I heard it running out of there. Well, now it's running out of there. That resin, put it right up there. So we need this one to switch as well. Going to do double runs, plastic and silicone. Okay, so silicone. We don't have that set up yet, so we're just going to go ahead and just dip into this one for a second. What are we doing with this? Why is that all over the place? Silicon, resin, quartz, and methane. We got some methane over here. Let's just grab a full one of methane. Put it right there. We have, again, resin. We already have some. There we go. And quartz, we saved some of that just in case we might need some. Over here as well. All right, run that silicon. Then we'll run the resin out as well. And then we can tell it to loop if we want to. And I'll make a bunch of them. How much room we got in our backpack? We got some graphite on us. Right over there. There we go. And then this. Put on loop and tell it to make some nanocarbon alloy when it can. It's not there yet. We need some helium first. That doesn't go there. Graphene doesn't go there. What am I thinking? Right here. Or that way. There we go. Oh, 3 titanium alloy. Looking good so far. Need a lot more graphene over here. Do we have any graphite? No. We'll have a bunch in a minute. Again, we have so many things running at the same time, everybody, and that's what you want. You want a bunch of things multitasking at the same time. And this is going to be even more so. This is only going to get more and more things running at the same time until you got like 50 or 60 things running in the game, which is awesome. You can automate all of this, and even more so apparently with the MEGATECH. So we're gonna work our way toward it. Okay, so what were we doing? We were doing silicon over here. And we need 3 shelters, so we should make 3 of these. And we'll make a separate table for this later. But right now, we need to scale up all of our stuff. I think that's probably good. Off you go. Oh, it's 2 silicon each. Okay. Okay, we got this, no problem. Run that out, run that out. I didn't see that part. We got plenty of quartz. We have 15 there and plenty of resin, which is 5 there, but that's okay because we got more resin and 1 behind it. Over there. There we go. I'll just put it in my backpack and I'll pull it from my backpack. There we go. Shelter there. And then we need 2 more for the other one. There's 1. What's that? Methane. Make an extra silicon for later. Run this back in. Get that silicon in there, and then run that out. And that's ready. Oh, look at that. All right, awesome. So we got that going. We've got our more of our hydrazine, which is awesome. A little bit of research here that we can just pop over here, keep our research going. We've got some more plants and more graphite. I'm going to throw this on the ground. I'll probably get rid of more of these tables now, but we'll just leave them there for now. Take this graphite. And always use a little bit of extra graphite. Put that right there. Throw this hydrazine on there. That's all we got. All right, all out of hydrazine there. Oh, running out of jetpack. So sad. So sad. When you fill one up, put it back up here. And I'm going to grab this one. Now, before I take this over there, first thing I'm going to do is make sure that I put some of this in my vehicle. Like so. And like so. Very nice. And then use some for me. My jetpack. Boom. There we go. And then the rest of it, come with me. So much faster with both jetpacks at the same time. So much faster. All right, there we go. Now we can really get into this. Here we go. And we're just going to stack these right here. So we'll put 4 up there. And then now that will just go ahead and auto feed that over. And then you can see now we're at 6 titanium alloy. Okay, that looks good. Back over this way, into the ship. And now we got 22 launches. Let's go. I just figured out what those containers are for. I just figured it out. Those containers that are on side of where the rockets launch, that's the fuel that fuels those ships. I just thought of it. Oh, it just came to me. Duh. So you're going to have to run your hydrazine into those fuel tanks to fuel the ships taking on and off. Ah, I just thought of that. Very cool idea. It's amazing how that stuff happens, right? When it all of a sudden just like smacks you in the head. Hey, duh, dummy. There you go. I love those moments of realization, everybody. And again, thank you for not telling me. And again, I'm going to reward you for not telling me anything. Big time. Right here, I'm going to go ahead and drop some Kiz caps in there for you guys not backseat gaming. Thank you. All right, some helium here. Thank you very much for that helium. I just need a tad bit of it. All right, that's it. We'll let the rest of that run. Here's another little trick, everybody. Let's take this. Put this up here. Clean this up a little bit. This is not the trick. I'll show you a great little trick here once we get this kind of cleaned up out of the way. Take the vehicle. I'm going to back it right up in here. Because the vehicle has a bunch of power on it right now. And we can actually run from the vehicle into this table and make that run a little faster because it'll use the battery. But it'll be gone in no time at all. Bam, see that? But it did make it go a little faster. And at least you used up that battery so it's not just sitting there getting no use. All right, we got what we needed. 1 helium. We're out of here. And helium takes a while too, everybody. It really does. So you want to get that going, that whole process going as quick as possible. Now, what we're going to do is start to compound power. Compounding is when you take one thing and turn it into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, so on and so forth until you have an infinite amount. Kind of like when you take your money, you put it in the bank, hopefully. And then the biggest thing that makes you money, everybody, is time. So if you take $1,000 and you put it in the bank, every 7 years, that $1,000 is going to double. So it'll become $2,000, then $4,000, then $8,000, $10,000, $20,000. You get the idea, right? $8,000, $16,000, $32,000, $64,000. You get the idea. It adds up pretty quickly. But you got to think that's over 7 years. So 7 years, 7 years, 7 years. So those are decades of your life going by. But again, if you let that just keep compounding, you will double up all that stuff. That's why it's good to have those IRAs, Roth IRAs, all that kind of stuff. Or if you like investing in the market, you can do that as well. Me, I don't have any cash. I used all of my retirement to not die. I'm living proof that money doesn't do any good when you're dead. So I used it to stay alive, and here I am. So there you go. And I got about $10 in the bank. But I'd rather have $10 in the bank than be dead. Because I didn't know what my problems were, everybody. I didn't know what medical issues I was having. And so once I figured out what they were, now I'm better off. I don't know if it was worth it because it was super expensive, but we do what we got to do, right? You do what you got to do in life, that is for sure. All right, we'll make another one of these right over here. All right, now we're ready. We're ready for the moment where all the magic happens. We go ahead and take our helium. We put it right in there. We're going to go ahead and run over here. And we're going to tell this to stop running out. We're going to turn this so we can see. Oh, this whole side is open over there. And we're going to put that right here. And here we go, everybody. Now, normally this takes you an entire playthrough to get to this point. But as you can see, I've kind of skipped ahead a little bit. And this is the highest end resource in the game. So We took a whole bunch of resources from a whole bunch of places and combined them and combined them and combined them and combined them, and boom, nanocarbon alloy, everybody. Now, you have the most precious thing in the game, everybody. What are you going to do with it? What are you going to do with it? Are you going to make a big container? Are you going to take it and make some stuff out of it? The number one thing you're going to do with it is produce power. That's what you're going to do, because the more power you produce, the more nanocarbon alloy you could produce. Because the more you could extract resources, right? So you want to start from the very beginning. What are you trying to extract? Resources, right? So we want to make this thing the awesome RTG. Now, we're going to also need some lithium. And I think we have some laying around. It looks like right there. Yes, we do. We have about 5 of them. All right, that's fine. That's fine. And so we'll run that out. And we'll go ahead and do this. And we will make our first RTG. And while that's cooking, let's go over here to our quests and get some more cool stuff. Right here, we're going to get 10,000 research for that. Very nice. There we go. High-tech spec. We got it done. All right, we got our RTG right here. The biggest, best power in the game. And we're going to go check our quest again over here. And we're going to get a medium battery, 2 medium batteries, and another QRTG. Nice. And we're going to take these batteries with us. And I know right where to put them. We have the space in here. I got more containers on me here. I got these containers and some hydrogen. Give me these batteries. We got things to do. All right. So the first place that I'm going to deploy the QRTG is the place in which it allows me to make more QRTGs. And you're like, oh, Kismet, you mean iron? You mean titanium? Nope. I mean the thing that takes the longest out of all of those things, the helium. Which you wouldn't think, everybody. You wouldn't think it was the gas. That is the first place you want to deploy your RTGs. But it is, because right now, that's what we're waiting on. We're waiting on the gas. And so if we can speed up that process and get more helium faster, we can make more stuff. And you can see, based on what we already have, we can already extract all those other resources, even with just a QRTG. And that's what I'm showing you, everybody, how to be the most efficient, right? Not necessarily how to build 50,000 of this and 20,000 of that. That's easy, everybody. Anybody can do that after. You just got to play long enough, and you'll have that going. But how to do it the most efficient, to actually power your base and get to nanocarbon alloy just from using QTRTGs, everybody. That is hard. That is awesome. You got to have a lot of knowledge to make that happen. And now you know. So here we go, everybody. We're going to take our RTG and we're going to stick it right here. Oh, that's a battery. Let's try that again. Where is it? Here. There we go. Right here. QRTG. Go, baby. Did you hear it? It kicked in much faster now. Now, that's infinite power. It's only 4 power, and this needs 20, so we're going to need a bunch of these eventually. Oh, here it going. It's going way faster than our QRTG, that's for sure. Now, we can put another QRTG. Now we're up to 6. Now we're up to 7. So now it's going to go a little bit faster, and we're going to wait until it makes another one as well. Now, we don't want charging our vehicle here, so we're going to disconnect that. We want it just to running to this. And eventually, we want this to be maximum thing. Now, I'm going to leave a battery here for it to use here. And while it's busy doing that, again, don't watch the pot boil, everybody. Just let it do its thing. Come back in a minute. See how many it's done. And it should end up doing more than we did before. Before, we only got 1 by the time we went and did something else and came back. Now we're going to go to Caldor over here. Like this. And again, I got a bunch of quest rewards. I go right to using those quest rewards. You might as well. You might as well put them right into use. And even if you put them into the scrapper and scrap it and turn it into something else, at least you're putting it to use, not just sitting around your base all the time. Whoa, look at it go. Look at it go over here. Nice. And we want to go ahead and add another battery. Let's see where we can add it over here. I kind of feel like we put it here. Let's get all of these various things out of there. We'll carry those back to our base. Another battery here. I can see that battery is full. And so this battery and this battery now at nighttime will produce 10 power, which will allow that to extract. But this is still using 20 power. So we're still not there. We're still not enough power to run this at full steam. but we can see that we got a bunch of hydrazine. In fact, we have half of that already filled. And with that battery, it will run longer at nighttime than it did. Now, let me introduce you to the nudge. Now, see this right here, how it's about halfway? If I just nudge this, notice how it's no longer halfway, how it went back up, which means it's going to extract more resources over the long run. Just make sure you don't nudge it too far away from your auto arm that it can't pull it. There it goes. Feed that in there, baby. Again, we're going to put 3 of those down there in a minute. We're going to get that going. Look at that. Both batteries now filling completely up from the sun. And a little bit from wind power, but mostly from that sun power. This is why I bring mostly the solar over here, the extra solar that I have. I'll bring over here to Caldor. Let it do some work for me. As well. And we can put this over here, too, and let that sit there. Okay, Caldor done. For now. Let that run. We want that extractor to work longer at nighttime. Okay, back to Aatrox. Over here. And my headphones are dying. God, what time is it? Did it go by? Oh my God, 7.5 hours later. Wow, okay. Again, this is when you're having fun, everybody. Man, these streams are flying by, man. I'm just having a great time. That's what you want in your games, everybody. You wanna just be immersed in it and just have a great time. You got to take care of your IRL as well, everybody. Don't get so wrapped up in it that your IRL is suffering. Whether your health or whatever it is. Like me, sometimes I sit here too long and I forget to take a break. My doctor has warned me that, at my age, that's not a good idea. To sit for 12, 14, 20 hours. Look at that. It did 2 of them in the same time that it did one before. So awesome. So now we know this is running at a higher rate. So let me get my headphones back on here. I can hear the gameplay. You can always hear the gameplay, but me, my headphones die, I can't hear it. Okay, so there we go. Now we're going to grab this helium right here, and we're going to get back in our ship. And we're out of here. We'll let that run some more. Again, multitasking, constantly. That's how you do stuff efficiently. All right. Where are you hiding, Sylvia? There you are. Let's go over here. Typing a bunch of D's over here. All right. And find my base. Now I rotate the camera with the right mouse button so I can see it coming in. So the second I see right there, boom, where it has the little house, my little green marker, I know that's where I want to go. Okay, nice. So we're back here. We want to do our shelters here in a minute, so we'll get those on our vehicle. Should have gassed up my vehicle while I was at Caldor. It just dawned on me. I shoulda, woulda, coulda, but I didn't. I totally forgot. Okay, and then in our backpack we have it. Yes, we do. And then where did our equipment go over here? Put all of our little plants over there. And again, I got a little bit of a garden going for my plants, but I feel like I'm going to revamp that at some point, as I do with most things. Okay, and then again over here, everybody, check it out. We've got our helium, and we got 2 charges now. Over here, titanium alloy 1 and 2. Run out the steel. GG's. GG's. Let's go. Oh, we need to get our small table going. Small table. All right, we'll come back for that. Just realized I should have saved one of those small tables. Not bad. It's okay, I can always make another. So many things I'm not at yet. But sometimes I don't unlock stuff just so it's not in here and I have to rotate through it. Where are you? I think I might have went past it. medium platform. Yes, okay. Need some resin. Right there. All right. Where we put all those auto arms? You got any left? One being used over there for our power that eventually we could use. But kind of feel like we need to make another one. All right, let's just make another one. Here we go again, scrolling through all this stuff. I find it's easier just to look at the icon. With a little hologram. For me, anyway. I went past it. There it is. Aluminum and graphite. Aluminum over here. What is this and why is it there? Resin, resin, 2 resins up there. And aluminum in my backpack. And graphite's going to be a good one. I think we burnt up all of our graphite. But we'll go look. Yeah, we used it all up. I know just what to do. Come with me, little container. BRB. We're going to fix our graphite problem right now, hopefully. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, look at the northern lights on the side of the planet there. Cool. All right. Where is our buddy Glacio over here? Again, Glacio, one of the greatest planets in the game, 100%. We're going to build a big old base over here. We already got some MEGATECH already running. We're going to get this going on. Right here. Again, this is a bonus stream, everybody, on top of my normal streams that I do. And we definitely want to work it in. All right, yes. And then rotate it around. Give me that container. Oh, we already had one over here. I forgot. And then a full thing of... oh, what? What? Oh, no, it got disconnected. Ah, ha, ha. It should have had a full thing by now. That was my bad, everybody. Nobody to blame but yourself on that one. When I was trying to adjust it, I adjusted it and it broke the thing. That's my bad. That's my bad, but hey, at least we'll get one. Let's just get the one graphite. There we go. Make sure that's going in. That is an inputting. All right, my bad. Well, we'll come back and have a bunch of graphite. We probably have a bunch of titanium and whatnot. Should we get that while we're here? Probably grab some titanium while we're here. Ah. Try to grab it. Love how you can grab it while you're sliding, which is really fun. All right, so we failed at our graphite, but we didn't fail at our titanium, at least. Getting this one off the top sometimes is really awkward. Kind of have to angle yourself just right. There we go. Like me some more titanium. I'll be back for it later. And again, we're going to automate all of this, everybody, where it just takes the titanium right out of here with our tram system. Right now, we're just about powered up. That's what we got to do. We got to get powered up. We're going to put that titanium right in there. Very nice. We could get iron too, but we'd have to leave one of our things here. We got other places to visit. Let's go. All right, back to Aatrox. Again, we're doing a whole bunch of things at the same time. We'll come back and fix up our production here in a minute. We want to go to Aatrox to drop off this this shelter and then get more helium while we're here. All right, where's a good place back here? I'm gonna need my. Oh yeah, it's got 3 now. All right, nice. Oh, need some dirt first. Make a little platform here. Nice. And we'll aim the door this way. Do your thing. All right. Cool. And now we're going to utilize our shelter to give us some more power. Right over here. Nice. Table was a little too close there. Get my other QRTG back now because that's going to act as a mini RTG. Our QRTG. Don't need any of that stuff. This is organic. Which actually, we could take the beacon now and attach it over here. We could take organic here. Oops. Lock that. Take this out. Take this. Put it here. It's automatically going to go in there. Put this up here. Nice. Cleaned up now. All right. And then, oh, look at that. Yeah, it's cranking that helium now. Go, baby, go. Now, if we see this battery start to go up, then that means that we have more than enough power. I use it not just for a battery, but also as a gauge to how my power is doing. And right now, it's greatly diminished. So that's not going to help us. All right, we got to stop over at Caldor. Make a little pit stop. A little refueling stop. Such a good spot, man. I come right in at it almost every time. We're gonna run some of that hydrazine out. You can see we got a bunch of it now. This is nothing compared to what we're gonna scale up to. We're going to really scale up. How's my jetpack doing? I'll grab one from my jetpack. We'll run the rest of those back in there. That's running so much better now. So much better. We're going to run out of helium here. Let's just put this sulfur up here. I don't like it sitting on the ground. Put all that up here. Clean this up a little bit. And then we put a base down on Caldor. I think we did on that side. I think we already got that done. We can look here. You can also bring it up via the menu as well. I think we already did Caldor. Yeah, we already placed the little mini one over there. It's kind of a bummer you can't pick it up and move it over here. That would be nice. I don't think I've ever tried. I mean, I could blow it up and then just put another one down. But that's not part of the quest. We got to go do the quest here. All right, now we got 20 launches. Nice. We're out of here. So we got Aatrox done. Mark that one off. Then we got to go to Novus, which we haven't even been to in this playthrough, which is the moon of Venecia. Over here. Should have brought a beacon, would be a good idea. Nova's very small moon, just like this solo. It's definitely going to be this one because it's right next to the thing. 100% that one. All right, welcome to Novus. Ooh, that's kind of weird. It's like right next to the... That's a weird landing spot. It's right next to the hill there. I don't like it. I don't like it touching my ship. Get away from my ship, because remember, this stuff can go flying pretty easily. Move that back away from my ship. Flatten that out a little bit. Not close enough. All right, so putting down a shelter is what we're doing. Kind of feel like right here looks good to me. Let's do it. Put it this way. So the coolest thing it does is it flattens underneath it. See, now you got a flat thing to start from. That's why I like the shelters, because they do that. All right, we need to go over here, though. I'm going to go on the back side and just drill a hole right down like this. And a little crooked, but we'll go with it. Show you a little thing. You can slide and do this at the same time. What I like to do is slide and pave at the same time. So you just go like this, and you jump, you start to slide, hold down control. Really dangerous, though, because you can just go right off the side. It's a little tricky, takes a bit of practice. Batty over there. Can I reach him? Yeah, got him. Really dangerous way of doing that. But you got the guts, everybody, go for it. And we're going to just shape all this out. Big old rock here. There we go. We're looking for some quartz. Don't see any on that side. That side looks like a mountain. How's our oxygen? Let's just err on the side of caution. We're just going to fly back up. Should have brought that little small vehicle. That would have been a smart idea. Or I could have just brought a beacon. That would have been even better. Look at all the cool little rose things over here. I really like those. Those are beautiful. All right, now here's the fast way down. Slide, baby, slide down. Oh, slow yourself down to the bottom. Oh, I see some iron. This looks like a good spot right here to flatten. Get yourself a nice little road. Bring this down nicely. There we go. Again, so you know my graphic design skills coming in. Thousands of hours in Photoshop. Going to work here. All right. Now, we also need some resin. Oh, there's something behind here, pumping some power. Backpack full. All right, let's not risk it. Empty our backpack as well. Some helium up here. I got some aluminum on me. All right. Aluminum in our backpack. Let's just look on the surface level for some resin. There we go. Yeah, if I brought my vehicle, this would be easier, but... Oh, here's a little power thing. We're definitely going over and grabbing that little battery. I love free stuff. Free stuff is awesome. Don't need this. Put that back on there. Thanks for the free stuff. I'm outie. Batteries are great at the beginning of the game if you don't have the QRTGs. All right, take this out. Oxygen filter. And then where do we find that resin? I've already lost where it was. Really? Over here. Totally lost where the resin was. Obviously, I shaped it out. Ammonium that way. See, I shaped it out. Now I don't know where it was. I thought it was over here. It's organic. You just run your cursor around to see if it shows you resin. That's compound. It's all organic. That was it. Maybe that was all the resin that was there. Just a smidge. Can go around and survey all of the ground. See if there's any resources under there. All right, time for a survey. How much fuel we have? Plenty. Let's go. time I find more resin, my thing's gonna be run out. All right, there we go. Gotcha. Put it right there in that extra slot, so you'll have another oxygen filter on top of the one you got. Okay, we're just trying to put a beacon down so we can find this later, though I would probably remember because it is right on top of the thing. All right, there we go. Now it's going to give us some more time here. Down here, and this is pretty deep. Deep down in here. Going to go a random direction. Dig a hole. Wow, pretty dense. Goodness for my QRTG. Really? No luck that way. Oh, there it is. Easy. All right, we found it. Much more easy with the jetpack. As you saw, I can get up over those resources and find what I'm looking for. Okay. Nice. Beacon. Change it to green. GG's. Okay, now we got one more stop. But before we go to that stop, we got to go to another one. And this time, we're trying to remember a beacon. Though, I think it already has a beacon, now that I think about it. I think it already has one, so we don't need one for that one. All right, back to Sylvia. To pick up another of our shelters. Again, we're trying to get this shelter quest done. And we're going to kind of mix in doing quests and mix in doing MEGATECH as we go. Very fun, everybody. This is really fun. I highly recommend everybody. Again, this DLC is like 10 bucks. And you get a bunch of it for free. So, if you can't afford it, just play the free stuff. Or if you have a friend that has the MEGATECH, you can play with them and then work together with them with the MEGATECH, which I think is cool. That's really cool. But I say support them, everybody. It's $10. I know that's a lot to a lot of people. It's a lot to me. But I feel it's worth it because I want to support great devs. And they're doing a phenomenal job, everybody. They're doing a really great job on Astroneer. It's always been a great game, and still a great game today. All right, ooh, nanocarbon alloy, make me some more. Run this back in for a sec, so I can put this helium here. Oh, this one. Just need a spot to put this in. Yeah, run it back in. There we go. Okay, and we were making our table as well. Let's go do our table stuff. Oh, shelter. And multitasking. Shelter in here so I don't forget it later. Aluminum out of there. Put that in my backpack. Mini table. We were printing. All right, and then we were doing auto arm, and we needed graphite, so we went to go get some graphite, but then our graphite wasn't running, so that was a problem. We need to get over here. We need to put another table right in between here, like so. Okay, so we need more graphite is what we need. know just what to do. There we go. Can I grab one of those graphites? Don't remember. Don't remember, but we're going to go ahead and drive our vehicle over here again. But this time, now that we've retrieved both of, or a couple of our QRTGs, it's going to run a lot better. Plus, we have a little small battery, so that's 3 power that's going to have. And that's going to make it really nice. The second I saw that small battery, I knew exactly what I was going to do with it. I was going to put it right here on my vehicle to add a little extra power. Now, I could have taken the RTG and put it on my vehicle, but it's not the most vital thing I need right now, so I always prioritize the highest, most vital thing. And in this case, we needed more of that helium. And you're going to see that we're going to make 1, and then all of a sudden 2, and then 4, and then 8, and so on. We'll start scaling up, scaling up. But right now, we're going to get a bunch of dirt. A little bit of gap there too. So cool about the paver. Like I'm going down. Yeah, I went down. No, don't want to go down. Back up. Wasn't paying attention and I ended up going down. Well, there's some quartz right there. Just under the surface. There we go. Trying to stay under the surface so I can fill up my my container here. We're way beyond the mountain now. We're actually under the forest area, as you can see by the coloring. A little bit more mountain here. Now we're on the plains. This is really tricky, everybody. To not breach. Yeah, that was perfect timing. Not breach the top part. And leave the top part. So I'm going to go down just a little bit. Remember, the world is round, so it's gonna eventually where you're breach if you just go straight. You have to be slightly curving as you're going. There's a lot of dirt here. Totally worth it. I could just turn the paver off, by the way. If I do this just right, I don't need the paver. Because in this layer right here, very rarely is there a drop-off. So even if there was, I could just manually do it. Oh, we're inside a mountain. Inside another mountain somewhere. I don't know where I am. I don't know where I am or what I'm doing, but I'm doing it. Pouring out the middle of a mountain. And done. Do a little U-ey. And it's always way further back than on the way through. Because watch how long this seems to take, everybody. You're going to think about 5 times it's just up ahead. But it's way over here. You can see without the drill on, the little battery is going back up again. I use the battery just to kind of tell me, hey, your power's doing fine. Great power indicator. Pretty far, by a pretty far tunnel. All right, there we go. Build that big old container all the way up. First thing I'm gonna do, move this table out of the way. It's blocking my driveway here. Out the way, bro. Out the way. Look at this, everybody. A big boy container right here. This holds 72, which is like 3 times as much as the smaller ones. And there we go. We can run it out. Now it's going to fill this sucker up. I'm going to turn it off, though. Oh, wait, no. We want graphite. Yeah, don't turn that on. Do it. Do it. Do it and do it well. All right. And then we're looking for a container. Enable output, which is basically input. And let's go see how our nanocarbon ally is doing over here. Waiting on some titanium alloy over here. I'll just give it a little manual run. Okay, and then there's one here. What's this waiting on? This is waiting on graphene, no doubt. Yes. On graphene. Some resources on me that we can drop off. Over here. We want to take our canister and run out what we got. Grab one for my jetpack. There we go. Run out what we got so we can use this canister again. Back on the other planet, we can switch canisters. So you always want to have 2 canisters so you can switch them. And then later you'll see me switch like 20 canisters at the same time. I'll switch big, massive canisters together a lot. And then eventually, I think that's what these are for, everybody. It just dawned on me that these things right here you got to fill that up so the ships have fuel. Makes perfect sense. So we got to fill that up with fuel somehow. Again, we'll have to have it exchanging fuel. Maybe one of those 3 is always bringing hydrazine from Caldor to the different locations. That would be cool. I don't know how to make all that work yet, and I like that. I like that not knowing. The funnest part is trying to figure it out as you go. Again, I don't like to look it up. I just want to make it happen in the moment. All right, so more nanocarbon alloy in my pockets. And over here. Like this. And not auto arm. Do we already... Oh, we're making graphite. You're right. We're making graphite so I can make the auto arm. Let's do that first. Before we get totally distracted. Graphite for the auto arm. And aluminum, which I just had in my backpack. Oh, how convenient. Oh, there we go. Oh, and start it. Would be helpful. Alright, start that. Run this in. Okay, so auto arm over here, and I could probably just put these up here. You can see I'm using this platform for crafting. It's awesome. Very awesome. Oh, put that plastic back in there. It's dominating that whole area. Chip over there. All right, auto arm in my backpack. Now back to RTG. Oh, you know what we should do? Yeah, we should move that eventually. But for now, we're going to run out of lithium. And we're going to tell it to do as many of these RTGs as it can. Because now we have the nanocarbon alloy up there. And then a bunch of lithium that we just did. And now we have an empty container. Got to get more lithium. Now we want to take this auto arm. Run over here. Get this all set up. Waiting on more graphite. Let's get our graphite from over here and let that run. Run that out. Nice. Just leave that there for later. And then I'll be able to do a titanium alloy. Oh, there's some over here. Okay, we need to block this other side. Let's put those back in. All right, we got to block that other side with something. I say we take some ammonium and block this side. This way it won't run that titanium alloy out, and then make it where... Oops, I shouldn't have done that. iron is going to go eventually. Put that there. We need another container or something to block that other side. And what you do is you just have the container acting like either it has a different resource, which in this case it does, ammonium, or you just have this running out, right? So you say disable output, or basically it's outputting. You putting that in my backpack? Ah, God, it's putting all sorts of stuff in my backpack. Stop it! I wish they would take that out of the game. It's so obnoxious. Don't like it, or I could disable it or something. I don't know. Just anything. Anything other than doing that every time. So annoying. All right, I'm just gonna leave that there. Graphene, which should go. Leave it right there. Over there, and then our titanium alloy is going to output, and this is going to pick it up, put it over there, like that, and then we're going to run out our steel, and that's going to use the helium that it has to produce as much as it possibly can. All right, and now we're making more nanocarbon alloy. All right, awesome. Again, we just skipped a whole section. Now we have 3 more RTGs. Remember, these are 5 each, these RTGs. And I know right where to put them. We should bring a table. Make a tower, power tower. Bring a table. And we're out. And then straight to Aatrox again. Again, we want to accelerate our helium, right? We want to get that more helium. All the other stuff, we can let that run for a while. We'll have a whole container full of that. But we want to get our helium running at maximum speed. Out here. And we're also going to bring a gas canister eventually out here. But right now, it doesn't matter because it's not going fast enough. It ain't going fast enough. It's like we're not going to have 50 of them. Though that did fill, which is good. It did fill that up, which is good to know. Then right back here, everybody, RTGs, infinite power. Right over here, we're going to plug that in. There we go, very nice. And then we can, what? Put our battery back there. So it has a place to go right now. And then this is running at full speed now because this is 5, 10, 15, 20. Plus you have the battery as well. And this is 21. Which is kind of weird that the battery's going down because it shouldn't be doing that. It should be enough power to produce this because this is drawing 20. Oh, no, wait, this is not 5. Sorry, it's 4. So we do need more power. So 4, 8, this is 16. So we need 1 more. Yeah, 1 more to make that 100%. I forgot it was 4. I thought it was 5. Totally forgot. All right, that's okay. We're good. Now we got that running. It's going to run much faster. We're going to need a gas canister for that. Let's write that down. Gas and canister for Aatrox. So I don't forget. Oops. That's another planet. And then we got to go back to the purple planet, or the Twitch planet as I like to call it. Venecia. All right. We're going to come in and we're going to get it going right over here. See, I like playing the game again without knowing anything. That's why I say no backseat gaming, everybody. Don't tell me nothing. Tell me nothing. You'll see it pop up from time to time. You just have a thing that pop up and say, tell me nothing. I don't want to know anything. Want to discover it as I go. It's all part of the fun. All right, we got this going over here, so I kind of feel like we'll just... oh, and here's our ramp here. This is where we're landing, so we probably want to go this way. Right out here. I want to shape this thing out first. This thing has a big... Oh, I left my QRTGs behind. Use my ship, which actually will power you up very, very slowly, as you can see. Good enough. We'll just put it right over here. And then put that down, and we'll finish that quest. All right, very nice. Okay, so we got that going. We got that quest done. This should be doing its thing over here. Yeah, look at this. And see, this is infinite power, everybody, because it's just taking the organic, converted into carbon, running in our generators, and it'll do that forever. It'll never run out, and that power is 9 times 3, right? So a pretty good amount of power there, which is more than the atmosphere condenser needs, and you can see good there. We need a gas canister also for gas canister for Venecia. Close enough. All right, good to go. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, wait, before we go. Yeah, before we go, we got to do a little something. Glad I thought of it before I launched another launch there. Go all the way back around, though. Two beacons there. Why do we have 2 beacons there? Overabundance of beacons. My green beacon. Right here. Have to put it on the thing. Alright, I know exactly what to do here. Did we bring... Wouldn't have been great if we actually brought something. Oh, I forgot to get my titanium out of there, too. We did not bring a container, so we are hosed. We got a little room in the backpack, though. I say we leave the packager, we keep the helium, we leave all that stuff, go for a little ride. Ooh, look at the trailer sliding all over the place. Right down in here, everybody. Coming in hot! Oh, lost control! Oh, ran out of power. It happens. We got a power problem. We don't have a QRTG, but I'm going to use what power we have. Ooh, watch out for the baddies. Watch out for the baddies. Oh, I hate to cut into this too, because probably going to come back and use an extractor, but oh well. Whoa. That is a big node right there. Left my QRTGs on that vehicle back at Sylvia. Oh well. Get a little lithium while we're here. We'll come back and we'll put a big boy extractor on there and be getting tons of it. All right. Now back to home base. All right, now we're getting close to maxing our power at Aatrox for the helium, though we could probably just leave it as it is. But that's my big goal right now, is to try to get that done before our day is through. Try to get her done. All right. And we're gonna, oh, I forgot to switch out my thing for Caldor as well. Always forgetting something. Let's get over here with more titanium. There we go. All right. And we have more. This over here. And I'll put it way over there. To be used over there. And then again, this is all I'm doing this all manually right now, but later on you want to have this running. I could actually be doing an empty container here. I don't know why I'm not. Because this would be going a lot faster if it was. Alright, let's run that in for a second. I'll put this right here at the end so that the nanocarbon ally has somewhere to go. That's why it stopped production, is because it had nowhere to go. All right. Get that out of there. Okay, so we got this one feeding this. This one has got graphene in it. Why does that have graphene in it? You don't want no stinking graphene in there. What do we... Oh, we're out of titanium. Oh, I stopped it running out. That was my bad. That was my bad. Now, this will still grab it because it's going to grab it directly from the chemistry lab as well. So it should grab that titanium. It sure did. Okay, awesome. And then now it's going to have a problem of helium. So now I can put the helium directly in there. Good to go. And of course, if I had a gas container, I could put the gas container there, and then all of those things would run out at the same time, and then it would do the nanocarbon alloy, which is why we got to make some gas containers. Might as well also put one on Venetia while we're at it. So gas containers it is. Let's go. Lots of stuff in here. More silicon, more glass. How are we doing on our glass? We might have burned it up. Nothing in this one. Might have burned it up. We gotta do some more gas here. Resin, resin, resin. Where did we put our... Where it's over here. Resin. Probably stop on that now. Right here with graphite. Again. That over there for a second. Put this here. Run that out a little bit. Give me another container. That's probably good enough. Just a couple of them. Combine this resin. There's only a little bit in there, so you just kind of combine that resin elsewhere. And then you got another empty container. Okay, and then again, silicon and glass. So while that glass is forging up, we'll go over here. Oh, we have an extra silicon. Look at us go. Put that in the back. Alright, glass and silicon. Here we go. Gas canister. So again, now we want to scale up our helium so that it can hold more in the gas canister. We also want to go ahead and start working on our final RTG we're going to need over there. And our nanocarbon alloy, run it this way. And again, see, it ran out of helium, so that's what's holding it up right now. We're running out of fuel here. Nanocarbon alloy. I can probably move these over here now and put this, oops, back up here. There we go. Now we're making gas canisters and RTGs at the same time. Over here, we'll get some, no, gas or glass. And then over here, we will put some quartz back in there. What did I do with my quartz? There. Quartz. And resin. Through those. And this one's just waiting for our nanocarbon alloy. A bunch of those in my backpack. And we got a bunch of those in there. Man, still 2 left. Crushing it. Then over here, another RTG. And I'm just going to go ahead and put the rest of these up here. I think this is on loop. Nope, it is now. And that's just going to loop the rest of that. And we're going to have a bunch of RTGs. Now, we just need 1 for right now. We're going to let the rest of those print. Get my QRTGs back here, please. Thank you very much. I'm going to take this RTG and deliver it, as well as to get some gas on the way. Oh, got the gas canisters. Always something. Always something I forget because I'm just trying to get to the next thing kind of thing. My bad. No problem. Gas canisters. Oh, what do I got in my backpack? I got a beacon. I should put that on the ship. Just take it with me. Take it with me. Put that beacon on the ship so that if I'm somewhere and I need a beacon, it'll be right there on the ship. Okay, we need to stop by Caldor first. I mean, we could go to Aatrox first and still make it, but best to be safe than sorry. Go right for the fuel first if you're getting low on fuel. And let's see how it's doing now. Hopefully it's like backlog, full of fuel and stuff. Oh, it sure is. Look at that. All right, we'll power up our jetpack. Let's go. And then we are bringing a gas canister. No, not here. What's elsewhere? Here we're swapping the canister. That's what we're doing. Swapping the canister. Like this and like this and like that, y'all. Right there. There we go. Setting that to input. This is not running because it's hydrogen. This is sulfur. We turned our hydrogen off. I forgot. We want to turn that back on. That's currently out of power, though. Yeah, so at nighttime, it's running out of power. We're going to fix that problem in just a minute. But right now, we're going to fuel up our ship over here. And another one on this side. Put that again in there. Like that. And all right. So that'll, when the sun comes up, that'll start back up again. But we're going to fix that here in just a little bit. But first, let's finish up Aatrox. Now, Aatrox, I don't really build a big base in Aatrox. I have done it before. I actually built an underground base, and I cut a big hole to try to land my thing in there. It doesn't work. It lands on the surface, everybody, no matter, even if you have the landing pad way down in the planet. I have tried it in the past. I might try it in this playthrough again to see if it works. But normally it just lands on the surface. If it does. Which is be way cool if you could just land in the middle of the planet. Okay. Here we are. Okie dokie. This side. We need our TG. Now we're going to have a space problem. Pull the battery. Grab this helium. Lock that. Put this container down before it makes another one. Should have brought another little table, but I think I have one. Yeah, over here. This will serve just fine. Take this off of here, put the battery here, and then connect the battery. And that'll tell me how my power is doing. If that battery is going down, then we know that it's not enough power. But we can see the battery is not going down at all. And that means it's nice, stable power. And that will run infinitely now. I want to make sure that this eventually goes into here. And we'll come over here, everybody, and that'll be literally 160 charges. 160 nanocarbon alloy we could make. And again, that'll just run at full speed now. We don't have to come back to here for a while, because again, we have some of them on us here. So we have, 10 charges there, plus this is 15 different charges there. And that's done. That's GG's. Nothing else I need to do that for now, unless I did want to scale it up somehow. But really, you don't have to. That's as much as you need at Aatrox. Only other thing I would add to Aatrox would be my automatic research, where we go and grab the research and automatically throw it in the thing from the plants that are growing. You could totally do that, and I'd end up with millions of research at some point. Absolutely. And I kind of showed you at the beginning of the playthrough how to do it at the beginning to get started, so you're getting a lot of research. You can unlock stuff. But also you can just apply the same thing to the end. Everybody apply the same thing to Aatrox. Just grab those things, wait for it to respawn, and then just keep letting it do its thing. Alright, here we are with some more hydrazine. We've got some more helium. What do I got on me? Oh, I don't have to put that right there. And I have a medium gas canister, which I need to put back there. We need to take that elsewhere. And then over here, more hydrogen. Let's run this back in. Man, we got a crazy ton of steel over there. Helium, I mean. Helium there. Helium. Helium. Very nice. And this is running in there. And this is running out. And then we want to run this to here. Like that. Yeah, remember, we'll automate all of this. Okay. This is just to get us started so we can start to scale up and double up again and double up and just keep doubling up until it's just insanity. You'll see. All right, good stuff. Okay, this is all good. I'm thinking what else I need to do right now. I think it's just make a bunch of RTGs at this point. All right, RTGs in my pocket. Get in there. Ah, putting that in my inventory. All right, what are we missing? Lithium now. Let's get a container. Stick it on the thing. There we go. Out of here we go. And so now we've scaled up our ability to produce RTGs, right? So we're getting more helium, which is kind of the rarest of the three. It takes the longest to extract, and you're going to need a massive amount of it. So we've scaled that part up. So we work from the in backwards. So what's the hardest thing? Helium, work backwards. Oop, gotta click the thing. And then what's the next toughest thing, right? Actually, the next toughest thing would be fuel. Would be fuel for your vehicles and your jetpack and whatnot. That would be the next thing you would want to scale up. And that's exactly what I'm going to do right now. And now we can take these little ones here. Don't probably need them in the long run, but we're just going to catch them out here. And then put an RTG right here. It's going to run 24/7. That means it's never going to run out of power at nighttime or when the breeze is not going by. Let's forget to lock my thing. And we can go ahead and run this out here. And now this stuff's going to run at such... not QRTG. This stuff's going to run at such a higher level now. Again, this is 8 power plus all of that other power. Looking good. We can take this off of here and put another one here. Oh, I keep doing that. Stop that. This here. All right, and you can just sense that that's extracting faster. Again, give it a little nudge right there. Very nice. Little nudge ought to get her done. And you can see it's already got 9 charges in there since we came in. It was an empty container just a bit ago. And then we'll go ahead and connect our solar here. Just give it every bit of power that we can. We can see the battery is not going down now, at least right at this moment. But at nighttime, it'll have less power, and thus it'll go down. But no matter what, it's going to have 12 power all the time. So that 12 power will make everything go faster, which is awesome. Awesome. All right, we got another stop. We'll scale that up even more eventually. And then a stop over at Venecia. Venecia, we're coming to see you. Let's go. Man, I haven't taken a break yet in a while here as well. It's 8.5 hours. Let's go ahead and drop this off first. Famous last words 5 hours later. We're going to go ahead and get this going out. Up in here. Okay. And we take our thing here. Combine all that together. Combine all that together. That over there. Got some organic here we can get rid of. And get our thing back. More organic just sitting on the ground there. All right, now that's going to fill that up. Right now it's 85 of 160, so it's about half filled. And again, that's going to be a whole lot of argon. Though we already got a whole thing full of it. We're good. Okay, next thing I want to do, make another pit stop. Again, scale up, scale up, scale up, everybody. You see, it's exponentially scaling now. We just fully did our helium capacity. Now we've scaled our ability to make fuel, and then the next thing we want to do is where is it? Go over here to Glacio. Over here in our little spot. Grab this container. Keep bringing extra containers over here. It's going to be useful later. And there we go. Now it's full. Then grab the graphite. Put another one on there. Now we have a whole container, 32 worth of graphite, which is awesome. Awesome. And we got to build that thing out too. Oh, what does that take? I forgot. Is that the same? I wrote it down over here. Let's see. Yeah, 150 resin, 30 aluminum, 30 ceramic, 15 steel, 5 titanium alloy. Well, it's really easy to make that steel and titanium alloy now. We got a whole entire process set up for it. 100%. Let's grab some more iron while we're here. Let's do it. Wrong way, this way. Oh, completely filled. Again, with one little QRTG, everybody. Filling up these containers like nobody's business. Easy. It's really awkward sometimes to get that top resource. There we go. All right, let it run. Ooh-wee! Catching some air. Wow, this one's full too. I wasn't sure this one was going to be full. All right, don't forget the nudge, everybody. A little nudge. See how I went back up? Don't forget the nudge. I don't nudge him every single time, but when I see him getting low, then I'll give him a little nudge. And put it on the end. QRTG for the win. And you get a lot of those for questing, everybody. Especially in the beginning. You usually end up about 3 of them. And I'm using those 3 to great effect. Plus, I got more of them as well. In fact, I can claim some more now that I think about it. As well. Alright, so now we're picking up all 3 resources. Over here. Now we're going to make some serious power. Let's go. And these are the 3 resources that, the bulk of the 3 resources that you need from Glacio. So that you can keep this stuff really popping off. Alright, back to the base. Need to make another extractor and all that. Oh, we need to take a break. Keep forgetting. Get all of our stuff running. I like taking a break while all my stuff is running. That's really cool. We need to get over here and make another table, too. Do that here in just a second when we get ourselves some more iron. Okay, I'm going to run out just a little bit of iron so it primes that. I'm going to take this, run this back here, and get some fuel for my jetpack while we're back here. And go. And then we're just going to run some of this out and really go to town on it. Alright, here we go. Okay, we'll just leave that there for now. Now it's cranking out a bunch of graphite. Because this is usually waiting for titanium alloy. Titanium alloy is one of the most elaborate ones that you're going to make. Oh, it's not quite reaching it. Gotta nudge it back just a little bit. Alright, or is it not reaching this? Oh, it wasn't reaching that. Yeah, it's a little too far there. That's okay. Here's what we're going to do. We are going to have this run back in. Run back in, run back in. Take this, move this here, take this, move this over here, put this here, run out that steel. Have this so it can reach that, and then put it in there. There we go. Nice. And then we're going to lock it in position so it doesn't get moved. And now we'll properly grab the titanium alloy because it was stopped because that graphene got in the way. This one right here, the graphene. But that's okay. This is backlogging graphene over here now. And that's just going to crank now. Absolutely crank. All right, more. Let's go. I'll just manually put it up here. Obviously, I need a bigger table. Put all this stuff on here, which is what I'm working on. Right over here. Okay, run out the rest of this now that it's... No, this. And this running in. There we go. I got that backwards. There we go. Backwards. I like to have the incoming one, the lower level resource in the back, and then the final resource in the front, so I can run out some of that resource in between when it's working there. See, I can grab it and then run it back in, and then this will be done. Go back in there as well. Oops. Grab that. What are we doing? Iron. Trying to make tables. That's what we're doing. We're trying to make tables. Resin in iron. Resin and iron. All right, we got resin, or that's not resin, that's plastic. There's some extra resin here that we can just put right there. We got a whole thing full of resin. And again, and iron. So we'll kind of let this finish a little bit here. Set that one to input. Stop that from outputting. Prime that one. Take this one. Run, run. And then loop, loop. Make as many of those big tables as you can. Now while that's running, I have a ton of resin. So after that iron is done, this will, I'll just take the whole thing of iron and put it over here now. Because I have so much extra steel that I don't need it on my steel right now. What I need is big tables. Big tables to keep working on all of my setup over here. Again, we're really mega building now. Building some big stuff out. Now I especially need it right here for the graphene. So I can get that graphene all on one table. I can put down the hydrazine. I can put down the graphite. I can just let them run out. It'll make tons of graphene and just keep feeding that graphene over there over and over again. Awesome. I think the first thing we're going to run out, probably helium. Yep, out of helium. That's what I thought. Totally out. It happens. And eventually we'll run out of steel if we're not running our steel. How's our titanium doing over here? It's 3. Let's take this. Put this back in. Run this out. Have that forging that up while we're doing other things. Should grab an extra one. Extra hydrazine. Our left jetpack's about to run out. Okay, wow, that was a big bunch of things. Uh-oh, look at our power. Oh, see, our power's not charging or not going down. It's in perfect equilibrium right now, luckily. It's because of the sun. But the second that sun goes down, I think it's going to be at a deficit. So we got to get more power going there. All right, I'm going to jump in my shelter for a minute. I'm going to let all this stuff run. When we come back, holy mackerel, we're going to have a ton of everything. Big time, big time. So we're going to let you guys do some words on stream right here while I take a little bit of a break, and then we'll be back for more epic action, everybody. We're going to even scale up even more than we already did. And you're going to see things go pretty fast, and then we're going to try to get that other landing platform done on Glacio and try to figure out how to make all that landing platform stuff work. And then, of course, we got to figure out how to make all of our fluids work. We will figure all that out. How do we do fuel and all of that? Don't tell me part of the fun is me figuring it out. All right, back in a bit. I'm back. Borbus. Borbus there. I don't know what that means, but there we go. All right, let's try to get all these words, everybody. Let's do it. Store right there. There's a word. S-O-A-R. Boom. Absorb. Did we get that one? Yes. Bore and bores. Barbs and barb. B-A-R-B. Oh, I'm locked. B-A-R-B. Barb. Singular. You get it before me? Oh, it's not a word. Oh, that's a bunch of BS there. Soar, S-O-R-A, you got that one. Bore, you got that. This is a B word right there. B-A-R-S, bars. B-A-R-S. Bars, yeah, there it is. Haha, I got it. Right there at the end. Nice. Yes, good job, everybody. Good job. Let's give you guys a bunch of kids caps. Right over here. Let's do it. Acting funky over here. Stop that. Give you a bunch of kids caps. There we go. Wish I could use my stream deck. It would be awesome. Man, all these years I'm so reliant on it now too. All right, everybody, we're going to get on into it. Back to some... Oh, no, we're going to accidentally start that back up again. No, we're not going to do that. Got to flip the switch on that. There we go. All right, back to some Satisfactory. We were in our shelter, but while we were in there, I was letting it run, and it was running a ton of resources while we were busy doing other things, including more big boy tables right over here. So we'll get those out of the sky there. And we'll grab this one. Turn the sound back on. Grab this one and run it over here. And we can use this for our graphene. That out of the way. Pull that out of there. And put that in. Boom. Lock it in. Connect the power. Looking good. Let's cross connect this power too. And that power into there. All right. And now we're going to be cooking. Okay, we just run this out, run that out. And that's just going to do that all day long until it runs out of resources. Very nice. We need more helium. Let's go get that. And then we're going to try to get this other platform going. Let's go. Got to take that graphite out of there. I just saw it as we took off. Oh well. We'll come back. Don't need it right this second anyway. All right, going to Aatrox. And I have a feeling we're going to have a fat stack of helium here. Now, we definitely need to have another glass container that we can switch back and forth. We'll get that going, but I bet you're going to have a lot more than we had the last time. That's for sure. What do we got? Whoa, okay, 70 of them. All right, that ought to get us started. Oh, it's titanium that I forgot to take out of there. All right, we're out of there. Quickly dip down in there. And then back to... where? Sylvia. Over here. Base right there. Sweet. Man, we could be using that landing platform over there too. Could be using that as our landing platform. All right, titanium first. I'll just drop that off right there and come back for it. Oh yeah, now we're talking. Yeah, notice I was scaling up the helium, which is the thing I needed the most, the thing I had the least of, as well. All right, we're going to run the steel back in for a minute. Oh, it's titanium alloy. My bad. This here, steel. Oh, it's already full. Huh. Let's put that right there for now, and then put this, I'll put this in the back. What's this? Nanocarbon alloy. No, it's in the front. This in the back. Run that out. There we go. Titanium alloy. And steel. So run the titanium alloy out. Steel out. And then we're running out our helium. So that'll just run itself. I'm going to throw this over here, and it'll automatically grab that and feed that through into there. Again, see how it's passing through that container? As long as it has one in there, it'll just keep passing through that container. And it's going to cook. Oh my god, 20 nanocarbon alloy over here. Sweet. Now I got to turn all these off. Turn all this off. And that off. So that I can take the nanocarbon alloy out of there for a second. And do this. Run the titanium alloy out, the steel out, the helium out. Over here, we're waiting on graphene to be fed, which means we need more hydrazine. And so, where did that extra graphene go? We used it up. And I think we have enough titanium. We have plenty of titanium. So, oh no, it has graphene. Okay, it has graphene. So it's going to produce another one. But I think that it is totally out of hydrazine. So we'll stop this. We'll get this container. Over here. And now that we did our big tables, we're now going to run this back in. There we go. Run whatever that. Oh, that can hold exochips in there. Oh, I didn't know it could hold exochips in a resource canister. Ah, wow. Did they change that, or did I just never try it before? I don't know, but I know I need some auto extractors here. So we're going to run out our exochips. Again, then run them back in. That's cool. You can put them in there, though. Steel rubber. All right, rubber over here. I just leave it here for a minute. Tungsten carbonide steel. Any more tungsten carbonide? Probably not. A bunch of titanium there and organic. We still have tungsten, or did we finally... No, we still got more tungsten. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. Let's run this in. This is empty. Pull that out of there. Switch this to tungsten carbonide. Tungsten and carbon. All right, we got this. Got some carbon laying around back here. Go. And a couple silicons. Run that in. That's going to be great for more gas canisters. Over here. And put the glass over there so it can automatically go in there when that one's done. Okay, tungsten carbonide. Over here. And steel, which we've got a ton of over here. Got to prime that one. There we go. Yeah, we need more hydrazine. Nanocarbon alloy. Let's go. That is an insane amount of nanocarbon alloy right there, everybody. That's 22 nanocarbon alloy. So we went from like 1, 2 struggling to make them to like 20 of them. Which is crazy. All right, we need our big table. We probably want to put this on the side and beacon we'll just put in our backpack. We've got a couple steels on us. So we can make this extractor. Let's run that extractor. Put our rubber back over here where it belongs. Alright. All that looking good. We'll let that run. We've got another table here. Put off to the side. No room for a container because we need the extractor. Alright, then we can grab the gas canister, put it in my backpack. Run that. Put this steel over here for in the future. Gas canister, and then I want to get another gas canister. Get all this cooking. Do we have a gas canister over here for our nitrogen? No. No, we do not. All right. Awesome. Okay. I'm going to put some of this in here. And then we're going to set it to output. And then put it right here. And then what it's going to do, what it should do, is just go through this, right? So it's going to have a throughput. And then this will grab it when it needs to. And it's going to backlog like 160 hydrogen or nitrogen in there. Just putting organic in my backpack. Stop that. Let's see. And then we need the extractor. We need the table. We need to go and get a ton of resources for that. Probably just use our QRTGs. Where are our QRTGs at? I used them somewhere. Oh, we can turn in a quest and get more. Right, well, I don't think we turned this quest in. No, we didn't. All right, turn that in. Couple more QRTGs. Right there. Awesome. Got them. You know what? We can take this fluid canister too if we could. Here's what we should do. We should take both of these. And what did I do? The graphite I was supposed to take out of there. I took it out. Took it out and set it somewhere. Back here. Alright. How much do I have? 15. Alright, nice. I think I had a packager. Yes, I did. Okay, so we'll package this just to make it easier for us to transport. Grab that. That into a packager. This is going to get more and more insane the more we go. Okay, awesome. Now we can just put that on one of these things. Like this. Let's put the canisters and stuff in there. What do we got going on in my backpack here? We got a beacon, we got the RTGs, we've got our stuff. Probably want a hydrazine at some point. When we go to switch out that deal. Alright, another extractor. Right in there. Where we want to go first? Probably do the hydrazine because we have 6 launches left. Hydrazine first. Let's go. All right, Caldor, here we come. Right there. Again, see how powerful it is when I have fuel, everybody, when it's just auto doing the fuel for me? It's so useful, and we're going to have to scale it up, it looks like, to work with the automatic delivery, but I'm just doing a lot of manual running around, which is basically the whole game in the beginning part of the game. In the later part of the game, it'll be totally different. All right, that's... Nope. We want our... Where are they? Did I put the wrong thing in there? Medium fluid. There we go. Fluid container. Kind of hard to see the difference. Fluid and soil canister. All right, there we go. We're going to take both of these. Like so. And this looks like it's getting full. What is it waiting on? This is stuck. Yeah, this is stuck. It's not feeding that through like it should. It must have ran out. It ran out when it did it. Yeah, so it stopped the production. So I had to pull that. Oh, that happens. Because this should have been completely filled by now. But now we're going to put, get it to go there. We're going to put 2 of these down. Turn this off for a second. And then that, we're going to give this a little nudge. We're going to take this with us, but we should probably fill up our ship first. There we go. Load jetpack to him. Put one for us. And take that with us. Okay. Oh, this is the wrong one. This one. There we go. Make sure it's got where it can go in. Yes. This gas canister was supposed to be passing through over here, but for some reason it stopped. Now look, see the power going down? Because the solar power is not working. We definitely need more power over here, but we need fuel first before we get to that. I think I'm going to leave these canisters here for a minute. And then come back for them later when I come back for more fuel. Yes, because we got to get some other stuff going. We got to get some other extraction going. Again, you see I'm high prioritizing the most important extraction. Notice I'm not doing resin or compound or any of that stuff. That stuff you can just do in the extractor. But in my case, I want to get all the primary things that lead to power, that lead to unlimited power. So that's what we're working on. Now we're going to Venecia, and we're going to automate this process as well. As long as these just keep cooking, even if they take longer, we all good. Coming around on my base. Oop, get my cursor. Nope. Okay, cursor. There we go. There we go. We got it. Hey, Tyster, what's up? Saying hello again, Kismet. Good vibes for you. Hey there. Wishing everybody a lovely stream. Thank you. Thanks for coming in, Eugene. I appreciate it. And Tyster, appreciate you coming in and saying hello to the chat. And hanging out in the stream. We are getting some stuff going on. Look at that. It is completely filled up with argon. Nice. Love it. And look at this. This is backlogged with carbon over here. That thing's just perpetual power now. All right. Now we want to go ahead and take this stuff, and we want to take it down there. Do we have a big vehicle here or no vehicle at all? I don't think we have a vehicle. No problem. All right. We're going to set this off to the side. Hope we don't screw it up. Jump. Start to slide. Oh, come on. Slide, bro. Slide. Grab it. Oh, okay. That was not what I wanted to do. I jumped too much. There we go. Oh, I left my vehicle down here because I ran out of power. Oh, I forgot. I totally forgot. But that's okay. We've got the power now. Thought I had a vehicle. Let's just power it up while we're doing something over here. All right. Now, we're going to go ahead and remove a bit of this out of our face. And I think this is still going to be a big old node over here, so let's go see what's up. So the other component, other than nanocarbon alloy, that makes RTGs possible, oh my god, that is completely filled. Look at that, 100% filled. That is a massive amount of stuff there. That is crazy. We're going to grab some of this lithium on the way out. We got beacon and stuff. We'll take this and dip this over to our vehicle. Right here. And why is this not flattened out? Flatten this out a little bit. Clean this up. Found more lithium. More lithium right there underneath where I'm at. That's funny. All right, we got lithium coming out of our ears here. And then we'll make a little divot right here to just drop that stuff out the way. Just scan that. I'm going to take that out. Shape over it. Get this stuff out the way so I'm not driving over it all over the place. There we go. And we're out. Now, the funny irony, everybody, is if we had those containers that we left behind, we could be using those right now. Well, that's how it goes, everybody. It's okay. I'm going to need those containers in a minute anyway. But we'll get a little lithium here and drive it up to the front. And we're going to be good. Okay, and now all of this right here, everybody, we're going to scale this up to the big boy stage. Like this. And now we can go ahead and put all this on the same thing. We'll put this here. This one. This. And this. Pull this out of here. Put this right over here. Like this. I'm going to take this one and turn it sideways. Like this. So this is now going across this way. Put that there. Put this here. And now this has power. So turn it on. There we go. Is it going the right way? Nope. Oh, it is going the right way. There we go. I might want to turn that so I can see those. Ah, you little. I always like trying to slide some resources in my way. Turn that so I can see there's actually some in there. And there we go. We got that all on the same table, which allows us to scale that up later. Because we're going to need a massive ton of argon. And that's all good. We could also bring more power here, but this is exactly as much power as it needs to do everything that it's doing right now through the generator. So again, this is 18 power. And then if you do all this is 27 power, this is 20 power, and this is using 1 power. And then this is using 5. So that's plenty for that to do its thing for now. Again, it's not at full speed, but we'll deal with that later. So we want to get that going. We want to get our lithium going. And now we want to go ahead and take a few of these with us here. And then we got to go back to Caldor anyway. Could have came here first and then went to Caldor. That would have been a better idea. But sometimes you do what you got to do. I feel better to grab the fuel first. Get the fuel first so you don't run out of fuel. There you go. Kind of reminds me of another astronaut building games, No Man's Sky. Yes, I have. I have played No Man's Sky and made trillions of dollars in No Man's Sky. I've played No Man's Sky for, let me see, No Man's Sky over here. Right here, 617 hours right there. Right there. Incredibly fun game. I'd love to get back to it, but again, only so much time in the day, you know. I can only play so many. And I'm jamming so many in right now. It's crazy. We're doing mega runs too, so these are really long playthroughs, everybody. Because we're doing like the next level stuff. You know, a lot of people just play through the game, but I take it to a whole nother level, as you can see. All right, back to Caldor real quick here. We got to dip by. And grab our little containers again that we left behind. We ran out of room. I mean, how many launches? We got 16 launches. We're good. Okay. And that looks like it's working. I guess I could just check it and see if it's working. Looks like it's rocking. Not as fast as I would like it to be rocking, because I don't want this thing to ever stop, the chemistry lab. That thing should be just constantly going. And that's why typically I put 3 of these down. And we'll come back and do that. As long as that's kind of steadily going, we should end up with enough fuel to keep us going for now, anyway. But I definitely want to power that up. And that's what we're working on now, is the ability to power that up so that doesn't have any problems with power. And it runs 24/7, never stops running at full speed. And that's what we're working on. We'll get it going. We'll get it going here in just a second, too. Oh, wrong planet. Wrong planet. And that's why you get the fuel first. Wrong one. I was getting ahead of myself. We'll be back to there in a minute. We got to go to Caldor. Nope, not Caldor. Wrong again. All right, double wrong. Must be getting a long stream here, everybody. Yeah, we're 9.5 hours in. All right. One more try to get the right one. Venecia. There we go. This one's pretty similar. Not the way I think it is. This is very different in the way you set up your base and all of that. I mean, it's in space, sure. And you're collecting resources and refining stuff, sure. But the whole way you play through the game is very different. And I actually like it very, very well. It's one of my favorite games of all time. Absolutely. Incredibly fantastic. Because I like the whole automation part of it. I like the collecting the resources and the way it progresses. And, of course, especially like the giant MEGATECH that they added as well. That's really cool. All right. Let's going to go ahead and put a couple of these down. So the next time we come back and we want to just swap out containers, we can do that. All right. Give me this. And we're going to find which way to go here. And we're just going to kind of fly fall. I like to call it. Where we're falling, and then we're just hitting our jetpack a little bit to fly. Now, everybody, this is insane. This is a lot of lithium over here. And again, it is maxed out all the way. Very rare do you see a complete max out like that. But if you see it, everybody, you are styling. All right. Again, just very simple. QRTG. Start her up. Before you know it, we're going to have 10,000 tons of that. All right. But in the meantime, we're going to run up here and just save yourself a little time waiting for that. I should have brought an extra one on the way down. I should have, but I didn't. All right, right here. There we go. Actually, we can just bring our vehicle. Let's go, little vehicle. He's got my other QRTG. And away we go. All right, this is going to act as a pedestal. So this thing's not flipping around all over the place, which it loves to do. Right here. And then I'm going to get on this ledge right here. I'm going to make a little bump, and then angle it. So when I'm standing up on top of this ledge, it's going to drop all this lithium behind me. Just like that. See, easy peasy. And that's why you angle that edge. Like this. Very nice. Got some on me. What are we at? 7. All right. Then I'm going to take this ledge out. Then I'm going to kind of dip down just a little bit like this. Maybe a little bit more. And then we're going to make a... Nope. I'm going to try anyway. Hit Alt. There we go. Option. Or Alt. Then up just a little bit again. And then angled. Just so it's like a catch-all. So it'll catch all of that behind me. So I don't have to go chasing it down. Oh. All right, too much, too much. They're bouncing together. Come back here, you. Where'd you go? All right, little too much at once there. And it doesn't look like we're angled enough either. So we'll go up just a little bit. Angle that up just a little bit more. There we go. All right, now we got this. All right, that's a smidge. So that one's also a massive node too. Because we don't want to have to wait for the extractor, we're just going to go ahead and grab a bunch ourselves. Because there's a big, gigantic node right here we can just go ahead and tap into. Just tap into. Okay, nice. 22 ought to do it. All right, we're out of here. Again, we could get more, but we're okay. I'm going to go up just a little bit here, too. Come back and fix this side. Because when I come down the next time, I might go whoop right off the side. And again, we can make the big vehicle and bring it over here and do all of that. But again, time is your most valuable asset, everybody. So use it wisely. Use it to your best effect. And that's what I'm doing in this playthrough. Very efficient playthrough. Probably my most efficient playthrough yet. We'll put that right there, and the rest of that lithium will go in there, and then we'll take this out of our inventory, and that'll get that. And we'll take our QRTG back. We've got our 2 RTGs back again. We've got an extra container for the next time. We'll leave that there. This is still running and is now maxed again. We should have brought another glass container. I think these are all resource containers. All right, we're out of here. Let's power up. Powering up. Again, we were making 1 RTG, then we made 2, and then 4. And so really scaling up our overall thing, or what's known as compounding or doubling of everything that we're doing. And the more we double it, the faster it goes, and the more and more and more we can make of that particular thing. And we're about to make a whole bunch of this thing right now. Let's go. And that's going to make us, allow us to make a whole bunch of other things right now. Yeah, let's do it. MEGATECH is awesome. All right, out we go. Let's get this out of here. Let's get our hydrazine. We'll come back for that. This is what we want right now. And we want to put it right here. And now it is time, everybody. It is time to do the thing. We're going to go ahead and set this on the loopy-loop, which it already is. We're going to run this out. And now that is going to make an obscene amount of those. In fact, let's double it up. Let's go ahead and get this. Doing it as well on loop. Go. Go. Now we're printing double RTGs here, everybody. And we have got a massive backlog of this, so we're going to just have stacks and stacks of this. Now I'm going to show you something cool while we're waiting. Let's go ahead and make our larger thingies, which I think I need another small printer for that. Let's go take a look. Is it small printer or is it medium printer? It might be medium printer. Nope, it is small printer. Get it ready. What do we need? Titanium. Okay. We need some medium storage silos with some titanium. That is outputting. I'm just going to grab it off the top here. Oh, injured myself. And then right there. And then the other thing, we need titanium for that. We're going to need an auto arm. And that's in here somewhere as well. I think actually, yeah, this one. Auto arm is aluminum and graphite. Aluminum easy right here. And let's see if we got some graphite left over here. Sure do. Awesome. Put it in my backpack. Look at that stack of RTGs. Gotta love it. Go, baby. Stack them. Stack those suckers. That's it. I win this game, everybody. I won. That's it. I win. There ain't nothing that's stopping me now, everybody. There ain't nothing that can stop me if I have that much power. And again, that's infinite power. It'll never run out. Awesome. Oh, let's see if it falls over. teetering. Still holding strong, though. Oh, and we also need our other one, too. Our probably in our medium printer. Where is it? Right here. Steel. Go get some steel, too, while we're at it. How many steel we need? 3. Come back for 1. That we could be printing right now. There it is. Oh, there's one right here. Go, big boy. Time for the Tower of Power, everybody. We're throwing down now. Let's see. Probably need more steel. Let's grab that. Then we make a second one of these. Oh, that's done. That's done doing its thing. Let's go ahead and have some fun knocking it over. Oh, it did fall over. It totally fell over. Nice. Pull the ones out in the center. Bring that down a little bit. All right, and now we need our medium storage silo. Yes. It's 2 titanium. Right here. Throw it in there. Medium storage silo. What else we need? I would use our vehicle. Or I can just make another small table. Let's just make a little table. Yeah, a little table ought to do it. Grab that resin. Make a table. Grab this medium storage silo. And then the big boy silo, everybody. This is a large storage B. Look at that sucker. Yeah, now we're scaling. And then we got a little platform. Again, I'll show you a little trick. Save you some time. Aluminum and graphite was it we needed? Yep. For a... This is really awesome, by the way. I discovered it long ago. All right, auto arm. Oh, we need another little table. Make another little table. We're going to take this, put this over here. Run this into there. Oh, on this side. There we go. And then we'll take our other little table. And we're going to put it right here. We're going to take our auto arm. We're going to put it right there. We're going to go ahead and do this. We're going to plug this into here. Now, any of you who've already played this game know exactly what I'm about to do. That's right. Have it automatically stack all that for me. You already knew. You're like, Kismet, I know exactly what you're doing. Make it do the work. Why do you have to do the work, right? Make it do it. It's off and running. Awesome. All right, large silo B we're going to take with us to do our thing. And we're going to need a bigger table here eventually. We'll put our table over there. And we need to think about our tables next. More tables. Resin and iron over here. Resin and iron. All right. How are we doing on our resin? Plenty. These are exo chips. Let's put those back there. Let's go get our iron. Do we have it running over here, or did we run it over here? I think we ran it over here. Oh, I stopped it. Oh, it was my bad. This carbon don't have nowhere to go either. Enable output. Ah, I stopped it. That's right. We were grabbing some of it. All right, let's start that back up. Let's put the steel back in here. All right, see how there's some over here? Just take this and move it forward. See, that's what's so cool about the small tables. You can adjust where they're at so they can grab whatever you want them to grab. Now, I have it limited to just grabbing RTGs, and that is a lot of power, everybody. That's a massive amount of power. That we're going to power all the things. Not just some things, but all the things. And we basically just won this game on day 3. I'm good at what I do, everybody. They didn't call me the Gaming Tycoon for nothing. All right, let's go. One more in there. Nice. All right, good stuff. All right, I'm going to take that RTG out of there. Oh, look, it'll start grabbing random stuff. Hey! Hey, don't grab that. You crazy auto arm, you. And now we can just pull this out of here. And we're going to pull this out of the way. Put it over there. By the way, if you aim this up like this, it'll actually make this thing, if it can, onto that platform. So you can actually make stuff onto other platforms and then use it that way as well. I don't, but you can. We got some empty canisters in here too. Man, we're going to probably need to figure out whatever that was and make more of it. Okay, what's the most important thing that we need power for? Let's go figure it out. Because we're going to bring an insane amount of power, let's put it up here, to wherever we need it to go. And we're going to bring another big boy table with us. And maybe while we're gone, we'll have it do some more. Again, iron and resin. How many's it got so far? 11. All right, let's run some of these out. How's this doing over here? This is also good to go. Now you know why I made so much resin earlier, everybody. And there they go. Run those suckers out and never stop. Right over there, I'm going to run this in. And we can run this back in. Put this here. Let that continue to convert that iron. All right. We got that going. Those are all rocking and rolling. And we out of here, everybody. We win. We win. GG. We won this game. Because again, I'm only going to get more and more and more scaled up now. I'm only going to get more and more resources. And again, I just showed you how to win this game in 3 days. There you go. But we haven't won the MEGATECH yet. We still got a long way to go on that. But we definitely won the resource war. That is for sure. All right, wait. Aatrox we already did. We already fixed Aatrox. We got to go to Kaldor. Aatrox set, ready to go. Anytime I need any helium, I can dip over there and grab it. Though I'm going to scale up that helium even more, though. To where I don't even have to think about going over there anymore. Though I can set up some transfer for it as well. Well, we will later on. But right now, we want non-stop. Day and night hydrazine working over here. So we got to think about how we're going to do our power. So first thing we're going to do is take this out of here. And we're going to get another big table. We're going to stick it right back here. Right over here. Looking good. And then we're going to plug that in right there. And we're not going to do anything with that. We'll leave that there. In fact, we can take that with us. Let's take that with us. A little bit of sulfur there. All right, everybody. Now we're going to get crazy up in here. Let's go. Let's go. Remember, this power never stops, day and night. Always running. This is what I call the Tower of Power. I'm actually going to make it into a tower here in a minute. And consolidate a bunch of this. But first, we're going to run out all the power. Because we're also going to scale up the extraction. And that is way more power than it needs. All right, this now running at full power. How do we know? Check the battery, right? The battery is gone. Now, the real time to check it is at nighttime when the sun goes down and there's no wind or sun. Does that battery stay on? Does it stay full? And if it doesn't, you need more power. But for right now, we good. So let's go ahead and put this up here. We'll go ahead and put, actually, we can go ahead and take this out of here now and just put these on here. See, this is what's so nice about this stacking silo. Usually I open this much earlier in the playthrough as well. But we good to open it now because now you can stack what usually you can only get a bit in all into one. Speaking of, hold on, a little bit more. Right over here. Manual stack that random loot that you always have just sitting around somewhere. Get that sulfur. Over here. We good? We good. Alright, well, let's take out organic and take sulfur. Guess we need that later. We good. We golden. Let's see. Let's take this out. Put this over here. Now our hydrogen's going to go faster too. All right, it's nighttime. There we go. Nighttime. Solar turned off. No wind. Batteries are not going down. 100% power now. Running at peak efficiency. And what I really want to see is when the ammonium comes through and runs, does the batteries go down? Now I can figure out the math, everybody, or you can just look at the battery. All right, here we go. There's one. Wait out another one. Maybe I don't even need to bring my tower. I can put my tower at my main base. Oh, I forgot. Here's how you never run out of power on your extractors, everybody. And also, the resources will never go up there. Just put this right on the top. We're going to do this. We're going to do that on every extractor that we have. So it always has power. Oh, we can get this to go in here. Get in there. There we go. All right, one more is what we need. So that power is directly on there. It doesn't, even if it got disconnected, it can still continue to run. All right, let's see. Batteries going down? Nope. Okay, that is beyond the amount of power that it needs, though I have to put another atmosphere condenser here for sulfur later on, so that's why I'm putting a bit of extra power there. So we're good. All right, onward. We're going to have a lot of hydrazine there. And we're going to, again, scale that up. Glacio, where you at? Let's go. Let's go to Glacio. Let's go to Glacio. All right, where's my base? I want my base. Come with me in a world of pure imagination. Right over here. Bada bing, bada boom. We're going to put this right here for a minute, and we're going to come back in a bit. We're going to utilize that up here. Right now, we've got this already maxed out on a little QRTG. We have more containers on here. Right here. That's just going to run and run and run. All right, more graphite. Like I said, everybody, look how it's scaling up. It's insane. All right, one more of these. We'll take it over here. We're just going to set it off to the side for right now. And we'll come back to it. And I forgot to bring a container. Alright, I should have two more. Yes, I do. Oh, no room in my backpack. What do we got? Hydrogen in my backpack. Get out of my backpack, hydrogen. There we go. Maybe a little pit stop for some air. We need to get our air squared away, too. So much stuff in my backpack. So much stuff. More iron. Ah, hate it when it does that. Ah. Trying to click the thing on the top, and it clicks the whole thing, and then moves it from my perfect spot I had it in. There we go. Much better. Ah, camera jumping around too. Come on. Fly up there to grab it if I have to. All right. Put that in there so I can then put this up here. There we go. Even that RTG there. We'll come back. Oh, I just thought of something else we need to do. Write this down. Write that down so I don't forget. All right. We'll come back to that later on. We got this. We got our graphite. We're looking good. We need to go over here. Down in here. Build up again. All right. Doubling and doubling and doubling again. Very awesome. All right, now we're going to take all these resources back with us. We're going to leave those RTGs here because we're going to use some more of them here in a bit. But I just put those out there just to remind me to put those on the top to cap the top of those. And now back to our primary base, Sylvia. Pretty awesome. Awesome. By the way, if you want to watch me play any game, by the way, it's all on my YouTube. YouTube.com/KismetBP. You can hit that subscribe button over there. In fact, I'll just throw all the links in there for you in the chat. Anytime you want to know any of my social media, by the way, it's down below here on Twitch in the comments or the thing down there. The what the heck did they call that thing? The chat panels down below there. So you can find it there, or you can just type exclamation and then what you're looking for. Exclamation YouTube, exclamation Twitter, whatever it is you're looking for. It'll give you a link to finding that stuff. And you can just go look for Kismet BP over on YouTube, because they wouldn't give you my name because they suck. But you can go over there and search for, say, Kismet BP No Man's Sky, and then it should show you that, hopefully. And if you have trouble finding it, just let me know. I can always try to find it and put the link in the chat for you if you're really that looking for it that much. All right, then this out of here, this back in here, and we have a crazy ton of this, boy. Oh boy, crazy ton of that titanium over there. We're gonna have a crazy ton of iron. Oh no, we need this for iron. No, it's just going to burn up that iron as it goes. And then transfer the steel over here. We should grab this steel is what we should do. We need a bunch of steel. So we're going to grab the steel, run the argon back in. We're going to take this and set this to inputting. And then as it's making more steel, the steel will end up there. Over here, we got to get our hydrazine over here working again. That's just sitting over here, waiting for me to get back to it. We got a whole nother canister on top of this canister of resources. Run that out, run this out, and now it's just going to auto-run all of that. Yeah. It's going to run and run and run. I should actually do this another way. See how it's up here in the front of the thing? You want to put this here so the graphite never makes its way to this front part. So say this is going too slow and it's not feeding it fast enough. You never want the graphite to get in the front, because then the auto arm can't see it and can't pull it off the table. All right, so that's running. We're going to run out the titanium so it can combine with the graphene. Was this not reaching? Doesn't seem like it's reaching. Let's unlock this. Move a little closer. There it is. There it is. All right, do your thing. What do we got here? Steel. All right, we're going to use this steel for some work. Whoa, look at all those tables. For some work over here that we're going to do. All right, big boys. Big boys right here. We're going to grab those. Take those with me. Let's go, big boys. And we're going to go put our resources away for later. And actually, probably want to grab a little bit of hydrazine for myself. Go a little faster with my jetpack. Not even done converting that other titanium yet. I didn't even finish converting that other titanium. That's funny. Got this running out. Yep. Yeah, they can't do it fast enough now. All right, and then this should be running. What is this waiting on? It's waiting on carbon. I turned the carbon off. Certainly not waiting on it because there's 334 of it in that ginormous container. Speaking of ginormous containers, we will come back to the really big one, but I think it's time now to really get serious here. Let's get serious, so serious. Right here, and again, I like to have this thing out of my way so I can see what the heck I'm looking at over here. All right. Where are you? There it is. All right, now this takes nanocarbon alloy. So instead of making RTGs, which we already have, we're going to go over here and we're going to queue this back up again. We're going to run the... Oh, that already has a nanocarbon alloy. There we go. We got 4 of them over here. We're just going to take them and stick them in our backpack for right now and put that back in there. And then this is just going to cook, everybody. Just running out. This is running out. All this is good. It's just going to keep running that steel in there. Keep making my nanocarbon alloy. And we're going to run over here. And we're going to put that bad boy right there. Titanium and glass. Okay. We're definitely probably the toughest part there is glass. We got tons of resin on the floor here. What a mess. Clean that up. Put that compound over there. It'll put itself away. And clean that up a little bit so we can put that on there. And titanium and glass. So we want to go ahead and probably use up the rest of our deal over here. This is iron. We'll use that here in a minute. We're going to run the rest of this out. Probably end up... Oops. Oopsie. There we go. Let that run the glass. Let's see if we got any exo chips. There are exo chips up here. A little bit of tungsten carbonide we'll throw down there. We got copper. We got zinc. We got this. We got ceramic. I wouldn't always trust what's on the top, by the way. I don't always trust it. Sometimes you accidentally put it on the top, and then there's stuff inside that's different. So always check it for sure. All right, we got steel there. And we got more chemistry labs. We still got more work to do on that. Yeah. And then the other thing is titanium. Zoinks! Zoink that right out of there. I think it's out already. Ran out of hydrazine and graphene as well. We'll get that going. We'll get that going here in a minute. Oh, look at that. Look at that. 13 nanocarbon alloy in there now. Oh, man, that momentum is sweet. All right, run that out. So that can keep feeding that titanium in there. Let's run this back out. And that will just keep perpetually running that. All right, and then we're going to take some finished titanium with us so that we can use this for other fun stuff that we're going to do over here. And run some of that titanium out for a minute. What else we got? Glass. This is the other thing that we're doing over here. We enabled the glass. Let's run out the rest of this quartz. There we go. Over here, what are we doing? We're doing platform C's. Nah, let's do another extractor. Exo chips and steel. You know where our exo chips are. Probably just run those out and just stand them over here on the side for when I need them. Steel and rubber. Steel right here in front of me. Well, that's iron. What do I do with that steel? Where'd you go, steel? Oh, up on the thing. Put it right here. Stack those together. Alright, what's the other thing? Rubber. Gonna take that. Take that, run that over here. Eventually, we'll put this all in line where we'll be fine here. But we're just gonna just manually do it for right now. Let's get another extractor going. Alright, and then we need this. You'll come with us on the next round. And then we need more tables. Right here. And then we need another one of these. Over here. And then, what else? Oh, we should compact that back down. I was just showing it to you, but I need to take it to another planet for now. Eventually, we'll use one on this planet. Come here, empty guy. Come with me. Little empty container. Get over here with the rest of these. Little empty container party going on over there. Oh, there's another gas canister. We'll take that with us. Maybe clean up a little bit of this mess sitting on the ground here. Let's get this all cleaned up and moved off to the side. There we go. We need a packager. Stick that right there and zip. All right, very nice. Okay, so we got all that going. Oh, auto arms. We need those. Let's get on it. Well, there's one right here. There's one right there. So I kind of feel like we'll just do that one. Ah, organic in my backpack again. Stop doing that. It's annoying. It's annoying. All right, packager. We'll grab an extra one. Packager here. Take that auto arm as well. We're probably going to need more auto arms. Can't fit it in there right now. We'll do that when we get back. Oh, hold on. Oh, a little bit of problem there. Almost did it. Put that down for a second. More. Stop turning that thing off. Stop going in my backpack. Gonna need this container as well. Another one of these. Fit all that in there. Okay, we'll take the soil canister and the auto arm. We'll come back for the gas canister. Probably actually don't even need that right now. Got a bunch of random stuff laying around on the ground that I threw there for me to use later on, or never, one or the other. And then put this here. Oh, more stuff hiding under there. That's when I'm running around, that stuff ends up in my backpack. I'll just throw it down to be dealt with later, and it's now later. There we go. All right, dealt with that. Now we got our auto arm, we got this. We got to come back for a bunch of stuff, and we have our large silo. We have our platforms. We're good, right? Except for we got to make a pit stop, a very, very important pit stop, because we have 3 charges left, and we used up all of our hydrazine for our nanocarbon alloy. So we gotta, or really for graphene, but now we gotta really be careful and make sure that we're gonna go to Caldor or we're screwed. Or we'll have to make solid fuel thrusters, which we did earlier today. But again, to avoid doing that, we're just gonna go ahead and go right to where the fuel is. It sounds like a good plan to me. Sounds like a pro plan to me, everybody. Oh, there's my base. And we good. All right. Oh, look at this. Got a full one already. Nice. And then we'll just put this down. Or just put this one over here so that can just fill that up. And be good. All right, that's good. All good. This here, take this, put this in here. We make sure we've got lots and lots of fuel. And we actually can't take the fuel with us because our ship is full right now, but we've got enough for another 17 launches. That'll keep us busy as well. And then it's time back to Glacio. Now we're going to scale up all this production, everybody. I mean, to an obscene level where we'll be bringing in hundreds and hundreds of resources. So instead of getting like 32 resources, it'll be hundreds of them. I know, pretty cool. And of course, the first one that we're going to work on right over here is our easy mode iron. Right out this way. Come with me. Yo, come with me. Right over here. Okay, now what we can do is we can put this down, power that up, get my QRTG back because we don't need it anymore. And we can just connect this to this, and this is going to be perpetual. Now we're going to take this off of here. I know it seems weird. We're going to take that off of there. We're going to turn this so it's kind of aimed this way a bit. Wow, look at that. Look at how much iron that is. Nuts. We're going to put our auto arm in here. We're going to run out some iron. In the auto arm this way. We're going to limit it just to iron. And now it's going to automatically grab the iron and put it over here. And you can see that's going to put that in there. Nice. So it's going to automatically do that. So I can put multiple containers there if I want. But we'll fix the container thing later on. Because we're working on that now on another project. And then we're going to want to grab this. I love this moment, everybody. This is the moment you've been working for the whole entire thing. Notice you can even scale it up even more, but now we're going to do this. Put that down. And then we're going to grab this. All right. Run that back in. Run it in. There you go. Okay, so this takes 8 power. This takes 1 more power, so that's 9 power. So the amount of power that you need is sometimes a little bit more than your space here. So what I use this tower of power up here. To do this. So it's already got 4 power and it's directly connected to this, so it has half the amount of power it needs. Then I put 1 more RTG, and that's 2 RTGs all you need to run that, which is 8 power. This takes 1 power, so I have 3 extra power right now, just like that. And again, the reason why I stack it like that is you could also stack your stuff like this if you wanted to, but I just do that just to have extra space, because it can also put any overflow iron there. So if you put this like this, it'll automatically overflow onto these spots here as well. So basically it just gives you more spots in the same spot. Instead of having 4 spots, you've got, you know, what is that, 6, 12, 24 more spots. Whoa, whoa, oxygen! Oh, ho, 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 you couldn't get any closer than that. You couldn't have got any closer than that, everybody. Wow. All right. We actually made that. And that's why the jetpack is awesome. But if I tried to run, I would run slower, and there's no way I would have made it. But the jetpack for the win. Not paying attention to my oxygen. We got to take care of that, too. We're going to do that when we get back. We won't have to worry about oxygen again. All right, then we'll grab this. And you can probably guess what we're going to do next. That's going to be a tough thing. We might need an extender. Oh, actually, that's pretty close. Oh, wow, that actually gave it to me. All right, awesome. Now we're just going to leave that on there for now, and that's because I don't have an auto arm yet over here, but we are going to power it up. And all we need is 3 RTGs. That's GG, bro. That's just going to collect hundreds and hundreds of resources. Watch this when I nudge it. Boom. See that green line jump back up again? I'm going to turn it a bit this way. Oopsie daisy. Oopsie daisies. Aim it just a little bit more this way. Get our QRTG back. Oh, guess we got to turn it just a little bit. Just to get that up there. Optimize it just a little bit. Just that spot right there. Turn this a little bit. Lock it in. All right, good. So that now running at full power. It's running at full speed. Not that we had really that big of an issue with it, because we still come over here and it was full up. But you'll see why here in a moment. All right, we got that done. We've got that one going. Now we need to do our other stuff. Off we go. This is awesome. I love this part, everybody. Right when it just scales up so massively. So much resources we're going to be running all over the universe here in a minute. So I'm trying to up my extraction so then I can get to the things where I can run the stuff back and forth. If I don't have a high enough extraction, I could just go pick it up myself, and it would be more effective use of my power. But we don't have a power problem now. We will definitely not have a power problem. This is just a matter of time now. Okay, got another extractor over here. Put that over here. We need these tables. Need one table. Need this over here. Now we got to start on our stuff back this way. We probably want to go back, get some more. We should have stopped by Caldor while we were there. What is it? Right here. Glass is what we were waiting on. Yes, right here. Run out a little resin, run out a little titanium. Then pull it out of there. There we go. What's it take the most of? I think it's even. Okay, then run this out. And now we're going to make the bigger containers. Yeah, there we go. Now we're talking. Now it's not as big as that other one, but it's big. So we got that going. All right, we need our other medium container back, or medium printer back over here. Run that back in. Move this back here. Put our other printer here. And let's speed this up. Go, baby. Do your thing. Where'd that... where'd it go? We use it up. Resin. So glass, titanium, and nanocarbon alloy. What are nanocarbon alloy go to? I think we might have ran them all out. totally hurt my brain there. Nanocarbon alloy. Not there. It's just resin. Run it out so we can see what it is. Resin, glass, titanium. Yeah, we ran out. Alright, give me one of these containers. Let's get over here. Certainly got a ton over here. I'm gonna run one out of here just to prime this one. Put that there. Run this here, run this here. Take this over here. Run that out. Okay, now we're going to stop messing around, everybody. We're going to really go to town. Now, the first one I'm going to do is actually right over here, because this is going to be the easiest one to do. So we're going to take this out of here. We're going to take this out of here, and we're going to do this. We're going to put this right here, like this. Then we're going to run whatever carbon we have right in there. So we're going to get that going. Then we're going to get the other one here. Because this is perpetual. This will run forever. Then we're going to go ahead and take this one, put this here. Oh, wait, we can clean up this mess now. Like this. We can run this one out into the bigger one. We can take this out of there. There's an auto arm sitting right there I could have been using. Let's run it over here. Here's my jetpack running out. Open up the container. Over here. So now what we're going to do is consolidate the smaller ones into the bigger ones. There we go. And then here. Now this holds 400, everybody. So these are these massive resource canisters that you saw. But I think there's one that's even bigger, if I remember correctly, than these. But those are pretty big. Now, I already have a thing full of carbon, but what I'm going to do is I'm using that one over there for iron. And this one belongs over here where I have, oh, I can examine it, plastic, right? So it needs carbon as well. So it's going to have its own 400 carbon right over here. Because what we're going to do is we're going to let this run, and we're going to take all of this, and we're going to let this run out into here and be converted into carbon as well. So another 400, and that's just going to keep feeding that through as well, everybody, as it passes through there. And then eventually this will fill up. But here's another thing that we could do. We can go ahead and stop this for a second. We could grab this right here. We could go ahead and tell it to stop running out. And we could use this big boy right over here to basically take all of this organic and run that into the big boy. Yeah, it's so cool, everybody. So cool when you get to this stage. And we're just going to pull this out of here. Hold on, we'll stop these for a second. So this can catch up a little bit. We'll turn this forge off for a second. So we can grab this one too. So now we're going to have 3 of them feeding into that one, and also eventually feeding into the forge. But really, the trick to it is you want this all to go into this one, and then I can queue up 100 of them at the same time instead of just 32. And then that will fill, obviously, up, and then fill up the other one, and then this will just be perpetually grabbing a bunch of organic, which will eventually turn that organic into carbon, and when the carbon fills, it'll then backlog the organic, so now I have a full jar of carbon and a full jar of organic, right? So, awesome. That's what we want to happen right here. And then, of course, we get our canisters back. And we can use them for other things. But this is, like, really scaling here, everybody. These large resource canisters are awesome. There it goes. All right, these ones are all empty. We can pull those out. All right. Now, we need more of those containers, as many as we can possibly get going. Because we're going to do 2 of these for organic. One that's going to sit over here where this is usually on rubber, right? So we're going to have a big thing of organic over there as well. But for right now, while we're waiting for that one to run and fill up and whatnot, We're actually going to use this over here. Like so. And we're going to go ahead and take this off. We're going to put this right here. Unpack that. We're going to put this over here. And you guessed it, we're going to go ahead and take this resin and run it right in there. Then we're going to run this resin into there. Again, combining. Look at that. Look at that container there. That's a big boy, too. Combine all of that. All right, what do we need? We need titanium over here. Let's get it going. Titanium and glass. Manually feed it over here. Go. Make me some more containers. Let's see. We don't have enough space on there to do it. It's just running out. Let's run it back in for a sec. Grab this. Put that up there. We'll put our glass here. We've got our nanocarbon alloy. And the other one again was titanium. And then titanium. And then we're just going to let it all run out. And that's just going to make as many of those as it possibly can. Oh, there's some carbon there. I know exactly where to put that. Need to get some more fuel. Hey, now we got a place to put all this. Okay, that's emptied out as well. In fact, I'm going to leave that container there just to block that spot. And then I'm going to move this forward. I'm going to put this here. We're going to turn this back on. We're going to take this and run that out. We're going to take this and let that run in. And it's now going to take 95 organic and convert it into carbon again. So we have a second full carbon. As well as go ahead and grab more organic and feed it through that canister, and it'll just keep feeding the organic as fast as it possibly can. It'll never stop doing that, everybody. It will perpetually run forever. As long as it has room to put that in the container, it'll just keep running and running and running. Look at all these containers we're getting cleared out, too. Lots of them suckers. Getting all cleared out. I love this part, everybody. Very, very fun. All right, there we go. Now, you could probably guess what's coming next. That's right. We're going to go ahead and grab this container, and we're going to run it over here, and we're going to put it right up in there. What's this? This is a table, I hope. Yes, table. All right, great. Table there, and then another canister here. Okay, make sure to leave room in here. What's this? This is my silo. I'll come back for it. Because we need to go get some gas. Get some hydrazine. Hydrazine on Caldor. Away we go. Let's do it. Again, everybody, this is really fun. Highly recommend this game. And we just touched on this part, everybody. This is the normal game here. We haven't even really got super deep into the MEGATECH yet. But what we're doing here is scaling up these resources so that we can have the resources to build the MEGATECH stuff. That's why we're doing it. And again, this way we can set it and forget it. And while it's collecting us massive sums of resources, we could be doing anything else. In fact, nothing. We could be doing nothing, too. Just letting it do all the work. All right, here we are on Caldor, right over here. And we are going to get our stuff right here. And the first thing we're going to do is run it out a little bit. Stick it in my backpack. Gonna leave this beacon here. Get that out of my backpack. All right, and now we got some more stuff to drop off. Over at Glacio. That's not Glacio. Where you hiding, Glacio? Way out there. Okay. We'll just be taking this and running it over here. Because why put it in a small container when you can put it in a very, very big one? So instead of picking up 32 resources, we're going to pick up 400 over here as well if we just let it run long enough. But we'll be taking this. Might as well, since we're here. Should have packaged that auto arm. Just thought of it. All right, and then another canister here. That right there. We'll come back when we have our auto arm. Oh, hold on. There we go. Love how it just catches a little air there. And we gotta move this thing out of the way. Been in my way this whole time. Get out the way there, guy. Making it hard for me to make a left turn there. Out the way. Alright, right over here. Alright, big boy table time. Oh, this needs a little nudge. This needs a little nudge right there. A little love and nudge. We gotta find a better place for this, though. Oh, backpack full. Give me my QRTG. Put it over here. Alright, table time. Right over here. And we will run this down to here. Quite close enough. There we go. You can see, everybody, that I have this little red part where it comes out facing toward me, which is important. And then here we go. Remember, you only need 3. Make this whole process work. That's going to be 12 power. Look at that. It's going to go full speed now. Go, baby! Full speed. Alright, we need a couple of auto arms. Get that really cooking. And we're going to set up our rail systems, our delivery systems. Oh, man, so much more to do. I don't know if we're going to get it all done today because I'm running over stream yet again because this is just too fun. Now 10.5 hours in. Just too much fun here. All right, we got that done. We need 2 auto arms is what we need and another big container. Let's see. Oh, man, I got QRTGs coming out my ears here. I think 3 is enough. We need to take care of our oxygen problem. We sure do. All right, let's see if we can go take care of that when we go back. Do we want to grab more graphite? Do we have a replacement canister? I don't think we do, but it's not going to run anyway because it's already full. Now, just in case you were wondering, I have tried to take this. Ah, did it again. Wish you could lock those. That would be nice. Man, come on. Why I hate the stuff on the top. I have tried to take this and put this on the top here. You cannot put it on there. It would be awesome if you could. Because that's what I would do. I'd put it right on the top of that sucker. But I'm going to go ahead and just put the QRTG there. And, I mean the RTG, not the QRTG. QRTG is the small one. And let that run. Okay. We good? We good. Let's put some more launches in here. More launches. Really awkward to get underneath here and look at it. You got to really be good at rotating the camera. Oh, wait. There's still one in there. Nah, just leave it. Just leave it just in case I need it later on. All right, we're out. 2 auto arms in a big canister. All right. Oh, my bad. Nope. There we go. Where are you, Sylvia? Back to our primary base. We still got crazy tons of stuff. We gotta, unlock those monoliths. We gotta do a whole bunch of other things that are along the storyline. It's just so much cool stuff to do in this game, everybody. Really, really cool. Very awesome so far. There we go. Very nice. And now we've got even more graphite. We don't even know what to do with now. And then more iron as well. Okay, how are we doing over here? We've got that canister that we need. Gonna throw that over here. Very nice. And then we need auto arm. What did I do with that extra auto arm? Right there. Then we'll take some of this graphite and we'll make a packager. Might as well recycle it. I can always make more of them over here. Right there. And then make another one. Aluminum and graphite. See, I forget that long, everybody. I'm already forgotten. Aluminum, where are you at? Not that. That's titanium. Copper. Zinc. What do we do with our aluminum? Good question. Were we making some aluminum stuff over this way? Tongues in. Oh, this one's empty. Did we use up our aluminum? There's a question. Tongues in. Oh, this is resin. That resin can go into a thing eventually. Look at it go, everybody. Look at that. It's already at 121. This one's at 70. That's just going to run and run and run at this point. Not sure what I did with my aluminum. I thought I had a good amount left, but I might have used it up. Titanium, copper, aluminum usually right there. Let's see. Is it right here in front of my face? That's why I can't find it. All these are empty. Wow, okay. Might be a titanium run. Some more graphite hiding under there. Why are you hiding under there? Totally don't know what I did with it. Over here. Pull these forward now. This I'm going to leave over here in case I need to package some stuff. In fact, I got one over here too. In fact, I'm just going to turn that one into a packager. And stick it right back over there. Okay. I think we got an aluminum problem. We sure do. I know how to solve it. Got all these random plants and put it back there. Battery we'll put up in the front. Throw a QRTG on there. This is all my rando equipment that I may or may not use later. I just throw it back here way out of the way. Because I'm probably not going to use it. Alright, there we go. And we need another container because this one now has organic in it. Or we could run it over here. Take the organic out of it. Stick it where it goes. Right in there. Okay. So this is all empty. We want to take this canister with us. There we go. We've got this laying around. Alright. Doesn't have any space to go, so I'm going to grind it up. What do we got? Auto arm. Got to keep my inventory as empty as possible. Let's see. Okay, we need some aluminum. Now again, we could take an extractor and go and extract the aluminum, but there's so much of it, everybody, that you could just go and do it. I can also trade for aluminum or make aluminum if I wanted to. But I just go grab some. Gotta remember where it's at, though. I think it's down here somewhere. Oh, we already have an extractor down here doing aluminum. It just doesn't have any power. Oh, I totally forgot that extractor was even down here, everybody. Alright, Mother QRTG up here. We'll help it out a little bit. I could have had that running this whole time. I could have, would have, should have, everybody. But I totally forgot it was even there because we took the QRTG to do other stuff and never moved the thing. Same thing with our quartz over here. We can move that over and have it do quartz. That's okay. We got it now. And we'll just put that right there. Make sure it's on input. We'll do a little bump. Give it a little bumpity bump. Go on the wall, bro. On the wall. There you go. Bumpity bump. Just to get a little extra resources there. Got a little bit of iron. We'll just start with that. Or aluminum. Better said. Yeah, that's cool. I didn't even know that was down there. I totally had forgotten we put it there. I was using it for quartz earlier, and then I moved it over to there and forgot it was there. I could have been running it. We could have had 32 aluminum right now. I would probably I'll find this aluminum. All right, this all combined into here into this resin as well. Those are all good. No resin there. Got more compound. 2 compounds. Run that compound out into that one. We got plastic. We got organic. Oh, more organic that can be run into this other one. Let's run that in. Take this and do this and run that organic out into that other one. Consolidate, consolidate. All right, there we go. Basically, we're trying to eliminate this thing here, too. Look at how many containers I was using. Zinc, compound, ceramic, copper, aluminum. Ah, there it is. Oh, man, right in front of my face. I call it loot blind, everybody. You go loot blind the longer you play a game. Full-on loot blind there. And then graphite, which we have around here somewhere. Where'd that graphite go? Right here. All right, make this other auto arm. Probably put this back over here now since we have all of this. That's probably why I never went back to get more, because I have tons. I just didn't put it back where it goes, which is right here. I still didn't put it back where it goes, which is right there. Well, actually, it was one over, but whatever. We'll leave it like that. All right, auto arm. Notice it went on the table, by the way. Okay, our 2 auto arms are ready. We've got our large container there, our tower of power thingy there. More large containers if we can get away with it. What are we waiting on? Glass. Okay, and I think we're probably out of glass. So we need more quartz. So we got to move that extractor over to quartz, because we have some aluminum. Still got 18. All right, we got to move that to quartz. Let's go. Oh, we need another container. It's pretty easy to put the container on the top and just let it run. But eventually you want to scale it up so it's not just doing 32, everybody. You want it to do massive scale. A massive, massive scale. Now coming on down. Whoa, look out. Okay, come on out of there. I like to be in the front so I can see what it's doing. Okay, back over there you go. More, get our power back. Again, these QRTGs, very effective. Just get them for questing. And you'll see it still run. All right, now you're going to see that this wood should turn to quartz. Yeah, there we go. And then this right here is laterite, so we'll take that out. While we brought this other container, make sure it's on input. Yep. And then when we come back, we'll have a bunch of quartz in there too. All right, we're out of here. And we'll power all those up as well to full power. But in the beginning, you don't really need them to be full power. You can see I'm off doing a bunch of stuff. I come back, boom, it's full of 32 already. It did all the work for me. And I basically was around doing other things, the higher priority things, while I was extracting the resources. Again, more you can have it doing the bulk of the work, the better. Okay. So we're going to do that so that we can get more glass. Okay, so that's going to do that. Now we need to square away our glacio. Fun? Glacio, where are you at? That's not you. There you are. As well. Oh man, 11 hours. Want to get this squared away. Take a break. Come back tonight for some Satisfactory. Again, trying to get these, trying to be consistent on my schedule, trying to get these mega playthroughs rocking and rolling here. Because this is a lot, everybody. This is a lot. As well. All right, large silo B. I'm going to bring right over here. Again, use it to be basically a bit of overflow here. Just in case it doesn't go into there. Actually, the other way. Had it right the first time. Then auto arm. Then grab the graphite, limit it to just the graphite, then turn that on. And actually, I can move this forward. So it'll fill that up if it needs to. Okay, so that's going to extract 400 graphite. All right, go to it. Let's go over and see how our iron is doing. Just, I'm not going to grab it. I'm just going to see how it's doing. Because it's probably extracting a crazy amount. Yeah, it's on 18 already. All right, and we just left just a moment ago. That's going to... And again, if you let that run for like 20, 30 minutes, you come back, that's like going to be pretty close to full. Especially if the line, the green line, is very high, like it is on that one. It's going to be crazy. And then over here, take our container. Stick it on our vehicle here. I don't need to bring this, but I'm going to anyway. A lot of QRTGs on this. Right over here. All right. And then auto arm. Oh, did it fill that up again? Yeah, it sure did. That just prevents it from going on the top, so it'll only go right here, so the auto arm can get it. It's limiting it, so it doesn't grab it over there. And then we're going to put the big boy. Yeah, remember, this is 400, everybody. We can run this titanium in there, but we'll just take this out of here, because we're not going to use those anymore down here. Let's make sure it works, though, before we go. Remember, this is running at full power now. Full power, that's going to be a massive amount of titanium. There it goes. Set it and forget it. And you can create a central power system, by the way, especially with your rail system. You can run your rails around and just have a central power up here at the top that runs to all your various different extractors. But I like them to be completely autonomous in this setting, because this way I don't have to run a bunch of lines and do all of that. The line running in this game, I think, would be better. I mean, you could have some electrical poles or something like that, because running those extenders sucks. It really does. And, you know, you bump one extender or whatever it is, and then it gets messed up, or you accidentally click on it, and then your whole power line goes off. I think running it via the rails is the best way. That part is fun. Highly recommend using the rails and not the extenders. All right. And we got a mess here. Let's clean this up. Let's clean up this mesh. Yeah, if we could click on it. There we go. And we'll take this mess with us. There we go. Consolidate this mess. Over this way. All right, we'll take that with us. We're done with the power here now. All this is good. Let's check this over here. And that's it. That's all you need. 400, 400, and 400. I put two 400s there, by the way, and collect 800. I've done it many times before, especially on the graphite. because I can put 2 more extractors there, and it will literally collect 1,200 graphite, which is a lot of graphite. All right, I made thousands of nanocarbon alloys as well. I made thousands of them. It's very cool to get to that stage, and we're going to do that in this playthrough, everybody. This is going to be a big playthrough. A big boy playthrough. So make sure to hit the follow button if you haven't already done so you know when I go live, when I'm playing some games. All right. Back to the primary base now that we got Glacio all squared away for now. Right over here. Okay, we got this. We got another extractor. I'm going to use that extractor for now. I totally forgot. There was an important reason why I made that extractor. Oh, we need another big canister, and we need this here. Loot here. Getting so much we don't even know what to do with it all. This, we need this. We need... Take out our hydrazine. How's our jetpack doing? Fine. How's this doing? 8 launches. Let's whenever you have your fuel here, everybody, think about how your thing is doing under here before you burn all that up. Okay. And then we're gonna take this. Gonna put more stuff on that. Put that over there for right now. And we have our table. We need another auto arm. And more graphite. Get that stuff out of my way. See how it does it right onto the table? I think that's really cool that they thought that through. Really coolio. All right, what do we need over here? More glass. And we were collecting our quartz. Let's just go get a little bit so we can keep our containers going. Probably gathered a little bit at this point. Man, I'm trying to remember what I had that extractor. Oh, I know. Duh. I know what it is. I know what it is. Whoa, all right, a little oversteering there. Let's just go down here. See how much we got so far. Yeah, 5 ought to get it started. Make sure that it is inputting, because remember, this is one that you were using for something else. And it is now. And there we go. See, I'd like to have 3 stages. Input, output, and then off. I like that. Because this way you could have it where it turns itself off, and then you could load stuff out in and off the table, and then you can go ahead and do it. Now, of course, you can always try to cut the power, but the power doesn't affect the resources. So it doesn't affect how that all works. So, all right, we're gonna run this here. Make ourselves some glass. Take this one. Oh, actually, we just use the one we got. Wait for that to go up there, and then we can just put it into this one. There we go. So many of these just obsolete now. Okay, we need that glass for our bigger containers. We're going to turn all these into those eventually. This laterite, this aluminum, that needs to be converted. Put this off to the side, so when we're ready to scale that up, we'll be ready. Okay, over here we need a titanium, plenty of stuff. We need our hydrazine. This belongs in here. In here. Run that back in for a second. Run that out. Run this out. Again, plenty of steel. Titanium alloy is the thing it's waiting on. But really what it waits on most of the time is graphene. It's constantly waiting for that. Because of the hydrazine most of the time. I mean, the graphene, you're going to end up with tons of it. But the hydrazine is the thing that's going to slow you down. But we're going to fix that problem. We're going to fix that problem big time. But right now, we have to take our glass and run this in and run that in. Tuck our glass back here, and we're going to run some more of these big boys out. Right there. And we could be running this while we're waiting. Now we're going to make a lot of resin. That's an input. Good. And make me an obscene amount of resin. Go. The sucker's just going to go until that thing's either full or it runs out of dirt. Which 50-50 chance of which one is going to happen. Depending. Oh, we need more power. See, my power's running down over there. We need more power. I certainly know how to do that. That's for sure. Alright, back over this way. How many titanium alloy we have over here? 6 right now. Or nanocarbon alloy. And run that back in. Run that back in. Take this. Run one of these out. Find the front of it. There we go. Let's put that back in there. That back on there. Run that out. Run that out. Grab this. Back over here again. Stop that from running out. My auto arm. Move this stuff out of the way. Now it's time to get even more serious. Okay, it's got its lithium there. It's got a little bit of lithium. I need to stop by a minute, see ya on the way, but here we go. Here we go again. Stacking up our RTGs. Go, baby. This over here. That over there. Okay, now we can take this out. These sitting on there. Back in there. So if I'd known that, I would have been putting that in there the whole time. I don't think we can get this on here. No. I thought I'd try. I couldn't remember. We're just going to put this right back there out of the way. Alright, big boy container. Put it right here. Where'd that rubber go? Here. Oh, wait a minute. See more resin. Run that resin out. Tungsten. So this is running the rubber from the small one into the big one, and running the resin from the small one into the big one. Consolidation for the win. Okay, this one's done. And then put that to input only. There we go. And yet another container that we don't need over there. But we'll use those containers, though, later on. You'll see I'll kind of use them for mixing resources, which you don't really want to do too much of mixing resources. But later on, it won't be an issue. All right, we got to make ourselves some more iron over here. Let's go. Let's run that out. I'm just gonna do this. There we go. Put that, turn it. Oh, that's actually what I wanted to go in there was iron. There we go. And this one too. Run that out, run that out. And this way, as it gets ahead of it, it can go ahead and run it out. I'm gonna let it run ahead a little bit. Input. Out, and then carbon. There we go. All right, nice. And then we got massive sums of this. Is this done yet? Oh yeah, it's done. So we'll pull this. What's that going on back there? Nothing. This can go into here. This away. That's going to go there and run out there. This is going to go here. Ah. Run out there, run out there. Again, some of those are like pass through. They're just going to pass through there. All right, now they're going to make crazy tons of steel again. All right, go. Do your thing. Okay, we got our big containers. Now we need another big container. Let's see if we can find it. Large fluid container. Let's go. Let's run this back in. Put that back where it goes. Carbon. You don't need two of those with the same thing. Get that out of there. There we go. So now we need plastic, glass, and titanium alloy. I think we had titanium alloys somewhere. I thought we had one just sitting over here. Well, if not, we'll go over here and we will see if we can grab it. Yeah, it's waiting on graphite. I do with that fuel. Graphene is what it's waiting on. Not in there. We used it up. Might have used it up. Goes fast. Sure did. Used it up. Alright, we're going to turn this off. The auto arm off. We're going to put some hydrazine in there. The auto arm, that is moving the titanium alloy. Try not to get behind the auto arms if they try to put it in your inventory, which I don't think it should do. It's really annoying. Then I gotta take it back out of my inventory every single time. Very, very annoying. Glass and plastic. Alright, let's just put this down right here. Do we have any more of that glass left? I think we burnt up all the glass. Plastic should have been right here, but I think I have it over here. In one of these things. There's some. We'll just put it right there. And then we need to go get more stuff. Oh, we need to bring a canister. Replace the one that we're using. I'm gonna back my way down. Alright, can't handle anymore. Fix this ceiling. I was just living with it, but not anymore. There we go. Out of the way. And Got our tethers here, so that's why I don't take those out. Backwards driving for the win. Alright, and this is still just cranking away over here. 8 more. Actually going very slowly, but it's good enough for now. You can scale all this up to the nth degree later on, but again, always prioritizing the main thing I need in the moment. And again, working on all of the other stuff, that can be done once this stuff is all running. We have this stuff squared away. Again, this is what helps us scale up. The other stuff does not. And we got this. Gonna run that in there. We'll come back to doing our resin here in a bit. Ran out our resin here, so this is empty now. We got our stuff there. We can go ahead and undo one of these. We can grab that plastic. We can put it over here. Like this. We can run this into there. Look, there's some graphite and stuff over here. What the heck? What is going on? Get that in there. This carbon in there. There we go. All right, we got to run this in so we can get this. Ah, put glass in there. It got confused. Game sometimes I feel like it's just trolling me the whole time. All right, there we go. And then run this out. That canister up there for later. I really got to move this forge off of here now. At some point. Okay, so we got that done. And what else? I think we can just start this back up once we have that emptied. Yeah, that'll take a minute. That'll take a minute. 4 more RTGs there. My little RTG stand thing I got. Oh, I got a bunch of resources on there too. Let's just consolidate those. Burp. And then we'll just take one of these. Have it grab all the organic off of there. This is going to clean that off for me. I appreciate it. Doing some of the work for me. And then sulfur back here. Clean this up a little bit. Still got a bunch on there. Okay, so that we need a tower. Silo B. Where's our steel? Over here. Got a whole lot over here. Go there. Again, because we can see sometimes our power's going down, so we need to do some power work over here at our primary base. And really, we need 50 power for both of these to function. We'll get there. Oh, is this done? This is done. All right, awesome. Let me take this out. We find out what I did with that big boy container back here. Then we put this back on dish right here. Let it do its thing. And back to work it goes. Make me lots of resin. Okay, glass for not for large resource container. What was it I was making? Glass for something. Something. See, so I did so many things deep, I forgot where I was making the glass for in the first place. Nanocarbon resource containers, which we already have. Got plenty of those for right now. Trying to make something else in this one. I forgot what it was. Oh, large soil, fluid and soil canister. That's why. Okay, glad I ran into it there. Glass, where did you go? All right, making another one of these big boys. That's this sucker right here. We're gonna make another one of those. And we're gonna make our first big gas canister. So titanium alloy. We're gonna have to snag another one of those from over here. Before we do that, we're gonna have to run this back in. We're gonna have to grab this hydrazine. That up there. Take this. Speed this hydrazine production up. Caldor. Here we go. You guys are here in the moment, everybody. This is the moment right here. When things are about to get crazy. All right, another extractor. This is why I made another extractor. In fact, I'm gonna make another one on top of this one. We're gonna take this, aim the middle of it kind of right here. We're gonna have this one. We're gonna nudge this one as well. Have this one connect to this one. And then we're gonna take an RTG and put it at the top so it doesn't end up with resources up there. And we're gonna turn it on, and now it's gonna double extract. I think it's within the thing. Yep, I can now double extract that. Look, it's already full anyway. It's already full there. Turn this off. See, it does that, everybody. It drives me crazy. Why you sometimes put a table in between so you don't have to do that. I could actually move it back too. Move it back to here. So it only goes right there. I could put this canister here. Pick all that up. Move this one over there. Take this. Move this forward. And then run that out like that. And it's going to try to put it there. Stop that. Okay. Stop. Stop. That. Alright, there we go. It's back in the canister. RTG here. So it should. Oh boy, we're gonna move this closer. So it only hits the edge of that a little bit. Oh, we got that stupid thing in the way. Get out of there. Oh, oxygen. Ah, too close. Why you gotta be so annoying? Why you gotta be so annoying with your auto arm action there? Alright, there we go. I think that'll work. Even though it's just barely touching the chemistry lab, if it can make it all the way over here, it can definitely make it there. Let's lock that. Because we're going to do some big stuff here in a minute. Let's run that in. Take that off and run that in. Yeah. I should run it out. Maybe it'll go in this one. In that one? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so that will run those into there. Again, it should be grabbing it more often now. Yeah, there we go. And you can try to get them in sync. So you can stop both of them and try to interrupt them. Or stop one of them and wait for the other one to kind of catch up, like right here. You can see that this one is a portion of the way. I can turn it off. Wait for this one to get like that, where it looks the same. Good enough, and then turn that one back on. And so that one's going to get done, and then the other one's going to get done, so it's going to feed, and then feed again. And then keep that momentum going. But in this case, it's actually going to be alternating because there's already one there. But it's okay. Having extra is never a bad thing. I don't think. Okay, so that's all good. Nothing we need to do here. This is going to fill those up for a bit until we get back. Until we get back in a moment here, and then it won't be an issue, everybody. And again, it's going to be crazy. Gonna be crazy. All right, Sylvia again. Again, Caldor, because we got Glacios styling, everybody. We don't do anything on that for right now. But Caldor there really needs some TLC. Oops. Forgot my fluid. Off it goes again. Turn our titanium thing back on again. Oh my god, there's 13 of them in there. One here. Prime this here. Put that there, run this out, run that out. Then it's going to run that titanium alloy over on its own. And then carbon alloy, which really isn't our issue right now. Here. This is done. Hold on. So this is how you can play this game for endless hours, everybody, because you're like, oh, I need to do this next thing, and this one more thing, and that thing, and the other thing. And it can go for hours and hours and hours and hours, for sure. Let's do another extractor, so extra chips and stuff. Where the heck do our extra chips go over here? Exto chip, steel. Where'd that tungsten go? Aluminum, titanium, copper. It was over here somewhere. Titanium. This is titanium. We got 2 titaniums. Solid. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa! We gotta go this way. Oh man, they're both full. Yikes. Okay. A lot of titanium. Consolidate those down. Copper, zinc, compound. Carbon alloy. Ah, right here. And then we need tungsten carbonate. And we're going to scale this up even more, everybody. We're going to have it do all of these things for us, so we don't have to keep switching this thing around. We can definitely just snag some carbon from over here. Oh, we can highlight it. Up there. Tons of carbonite. Okay. And rubber, which is definitely not a problem. Look at that sucker. Big boy, full of rubber. The problem now is behind the thing. Oh, there's one left over. Put that here. Put it up there from when I used that titanium here. Not that one, this one. Like the carbon that's what we're waiting on over here. And then another extractor. Go. Alright. We'll let that extractor go. We're trying to make sure our stuff is not too close. Massive amount of RTGs here. We didn't. We're gonna do our other thing. Where's our other thing at? Right there. Over here. All right, now this is really when it gets fun. Right here. Here comes the tower of power. See how my battery's going down, everybody? That means that it's using up my power. But no longer. No longer, baby. Look at that. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Look at that power, bro. That is some serious power. That's 4 times 12, right? Or 4 times 24. Hey, sorry, what's 4 times 24? 96 power. That's if we have enough. Oh, ran out. Gotta make some more. No problem. But yeah, that's a lot of power, everybody. Look at the batteries going up now. Look at them jamming, though. The batteries are really filling up fast now. Look at them go. Awesome. All right. We got to get her back to this here, to our chemistry station. I'm just going to run it over here because I'm going to use it over that way eventually. All right. We need one of these canisters. We got places to be, and we got things to check out. Let's go. Got a couple stops. Again, you're like a space trucker, everybody. You're just kind of going and grabbing resources and bringing it back and stuff. I love this part of the game, but it's going to be fun to be able to automate the launching of other resources as well. And we're going to work on that in a bit here. Probably not today because we're 11 and a half hours. But we will work on that first thing next time and try to get that all interconnected. Why we let all these resources backlog. Most likely I'll do a bonus stream on Friday with some Astroneer. So if you want to know when it is, probably Friday. I don't really have it on the schedule, but I'm trying to work it in because I got a lot of stuff going on. All right, we need this thing right over here. And we're going to take it and put it right here now that we've kind of doubled this up. Like double mint gum kind of deal. This cannot hit that. All right, fine. Put it in my backpack instead. Come on, get over there. Hit that. There you go. Put it down there, and I don't like it. I don't like it when it does that. What can I do? I know. Turn this off. Put this back over here. And then... Ah! Not what I wanted to do. Darn it, I thought that was locked. Did not want to move that. I hate it when I do that kind of stuff, but you know, later it gets, the more those kind of things happen. Alright, I'm gonna take all this out of here. I'm gonna put this... No, I can't do that. I can do this. I can't do... Oh, I can do... No, that's gonna be blocking. So no, can't do any of that. I can do this though. Because I'm gonna put this right here. And there it goes, everybody. We're going to fill that sucker up with hydrazine. Oh. Apparently we're going to drop it on the ground over there, too. Where'd you go? Ugh. Wandered off somewhere. Where did it roll to? Always something. There it is. Hiding underneath there. Okay. Definitely not going to go there now because we've got the large soil canister there. Okay, So, fix this here. Really awkwardly up like that. Okay. I think that'll work. Back, we could probably just consolidate this now. That's going to be a lot of hydrazine. Now, normally I would use those stackers that you saw me put the power on. I would use those and then take these and make like 12 of them or 24 of them and put it on there, and then I have 24 things of those with hydrazine in it. But I like this way better. This is 24, this is 72, so let's just call it 3 times as much in this one container versus one container here. So that means you need 3 times less containers overall. We'll just put that a little bit in there. We'll take this out and put this RTG back. All right, there we go. And then hydrogen back here. Oh man, that's going to be a lot of hydrazine. All right, awesome. Well, it sounds like it's raining. So this, and then we have one more stop after this. All right, so that's awesome. Can't wait to come back and see that thing completely full. But we need to make another extractor and put it down there just to try to keep it going a little faster, which is also awesome. We can also scale that up even more. We need to go to Venecia, this one here. We need to make a little pit stop over here. Again, any extractor that we have not scaled up yet, that's what we need to do. We need to go through every single extractor that we have and make sure it's maximum extracting into those big extractors, having all RTGs doing its thing as well. And oh, I left one here. I forgot. Let's go. Just as I suspected. Completely full. Couple of them is laying around on the ground. Completely full, yeah. Awesome. Put that in there and come back and pick it up before. That's just from one power, everybody. Just from that QRTG, because it never stops. See, if you have something that never stops, everybody, then it has the power of time. It has the power of just, it's going slow, but it never stops going, right? It's kind of like a drippy faucet, everybody. If you let that thing drip long enough, it'll start to eat away on anything that's below it, mostly. Especially if it was dripping out of the sink and it was hitting like your tile floor. Eventually, over 5 years or so, it would drill a hole in that sucker. It sure would. It's that long, consistent dripping that will get you. Also cost you a fortune, too. All right, then we'll put this container back for next time, and we are out of here. Back and forth, back and forth. All right, and then back to Sylvia. I think we're crushing it, everybody. I think we're knocking it out of the park big time right over here. Getting it going. So, and this is like any game, everybody. You scale up your power, you can scale up your stuff, right? If you don't have enough power, your stuff's going to struggle. So you want to get your power squared away as quickly as possible. But I didn't put that too close to my landing pad, or I'd be landing over there every time. Though I could probably land over there and be just fine. All right, now we have a lot of lithium. Right over here. And we're going to run it out and run it out. And we're going to make even more RTGs. I wonder if we just do this. I don't think it does this. I don't think it goes right onto these. If I remember correctly. Can just set this up. No. We can set this up again. Right here. Oh, there's our other extractor that we need. It's over here. Let's set this up. Alright, let's dip into this one for a second. Let that finish first. Ah. Making a mess. Okay, so we need right here this, oops, this and aluminum. Make ourselves an auto arm. Back to RTG. Get to it. Alright, then this here, we're going to turn that on. We're going to snag the one from the bottom, because that's fun. Say, just pick up the RTGs and stack them up there for me. Awesome. Oh, man. So much progress today. Wow, wow, wow. Look at all this stuff we got done, everybody. Set up all of our stuff over here, our iron, even our nanocarbon ally, our highest level resource. Oh, look at that. It filled that sucker up pretty well. 312 right there. Resin. And, of course, this resin has a home. There's a specific spot where this resin goes. We have it marked right down here where it goes. I'm going to run this tungsten back in here. Whoa, whoa, what are you doing? Running out rubber. Or grabbing rubber instead of grabbing tungsten. Grab that tungsten. There you go. Sometimes it's hard to see what it's grabbing. Alright, and that's got a home right here. Like that. And then the other thing we need here is organic, and that's going to take a while. It's going to keep on cooking over here. Is it waiting on organic? Oh yeah, it's waiting on it. Alright, let's run this back out. Then this is 220, more than halfway. What we got over here? That was the tungsten we just grabbed. We better put that back up there. We'll be looking for that nitrogen. Wait a minute, didn't we make a nitrogen thing? Huh. Yeah, we got a bunch of nitrogen. Oh, we're using 2 gas canisters for nitrogen. No, 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 no. That's unnecessary. Unnecessary. Let's run this. Oh, I actually ran out of graphite there. We'll fix that here in a second. Let's fix this. Alright, let's put these. Wrong way. This, there we go. I'm going to consolidate these down into one. There ain't no reason to have 2 of those just sitting around in there. I forgot I did that. And this here. And that running out of there. There we go. Now we got a free gas canister. Sweet. What do we got over here? How about put some sulfur in there? Got all of our sulfur consolidated. Our T platform, which we're going to get to. Hydrogen, methane. This is all common stuff. This can go back over here. Again, that has a home now. It goes in that spot. Oh, you pull that, aren't you? You're gonna make me pull that, aren't you? Yes, you are. So again, if I have any extra, I can just do this. and put it right in that one, and that will run out along with the other ones. And this is helium here, which we already have a helium container. This is waiting on titanium alloy, which means it's waiting on our graphite. We have some sitting back here. How much we got? Oh, we got one more. Yeah, I could have sworn I had a I have a stack of that down there. Down by my ship. Put that there. 2 stacks. That's a stack of titanium. Man, faster than we can process it, everybody. We're getting loot faster than we can run it, and that's awesome. You definitely want that to happen. All right, there we go. This is going to make more graphite. Do your thing. And then we're going to make big boy graphite coming up. Very big boy. All right. And so we're good there. And we got all of our power stuff organized. We're just going to finish this off before we run out of time. Right over here. Again, time flies by when you're having fun. And there we go, 96 power. That's more than enough because this takes 25, that's 50. I can run both things again. So let's go over here and use our extenders, which are back here. Right here, which is why I kept those. We're going to power this bag up. I turned it off because it was sucking up all my power. Alright, let's put this in here. Let's put this in here. You can put it on the ground and do it as well. I like to use it up in the thing. Up in the thing there. Alright, the thing. Sure, that's how I want to do it. And then about right there. Again, you don't run into these anymore, everybody, so you can put them wherever you want now, which is a great change. They're usually like right in the way. Make that bi-directional. And then now this should be good to go. Look at this, everybody. It even has little target pins too. Oh, I just noticed that. And this right here is definitely fluid for filling up the fuel of these. Yeah. Yeah, launches 0, fuel 0. This is definitely going to be for fuel. I'm going to have to figure out how to get that hydrazine to fill all 3 of those. And we're going to have to make so much hydrazine. But we can do it. Again, we can just scale it up and keep scaling until it bypasses that scale. That's going to be fun, though. It's going to be real fun. I like that big scale stuff. The mega scale is my scale. That's the scale of where I work at. Okay. Again, it's doing its thing. Oh, my goodness. Look at this. 23 more nanocarbon alloys over here. Very nice. We'll run one out so we can grab it and put it in that one. And then we'll run it in. Take this one out so it'll go in and then put it up there. Run this back in, run that back in, grab this one, put this here, run that out. And I think it's out of hydrazine again. But that's okay because we got a little smidge of nanocarbon alloy over here that we could, run a couple of these. Run just a couple. By a couple, I mean way too many. Here we go. Again, we have a full stack of lithium over there, so we also have a tremendous amount of those, and that's just going to do those all day long, everybody. All day, every day. It's going to stack them up there. In fact, I think I need another one of these little stackers. Oh, it's in the small printer, too. Yeah, we'll just let them print. Okay, and then extractor. Again, I got to watch my time, because, again, when I hit 12 hours, YouTube will kick me. And stop recording. All right, one more thing. One more thing to do. Let's go do it. Hopefully we don't run out of fuel because I didn't look at my fuel when I launched. Probably a bad thing to do. All right, here, Caldor. I think this will have every major thing lined up and ready to rock. Right down here. We might have to set up multiple locations here as well. But third extractor. And again, this is not reaching. There we go. Stopping my progress, that thing. That particular auto arm is a little wonky. That's not a good spot. Back here. Oh, yeah. The auto snap even in the ground. Turn on. And then same thing with this. Put this on the top to prevent it from going on the top. And that should be able to hit that one too. All right, we're going to watch it to make sure it gets that one in the back. Now we're going at 3 times the rate, everybody. And it's going to make a lot of this. Now, probably should run some of this out and use it for our vehicle while we're thinking about it. Because next time we might come in and be like, oh, yeah, let's fly around. And be like, oh, out of fuel. All right, there we go. That's styling and profiling. Running that in. That should now work properly without it running 10,000 tons of hydrogen over here. Oh yeah, I grabbed it from the back. And that's why you come back and check it and make sure it's all working, right? Especially the hydrogen, which wasn't feeding forward. It just stopped feeding because I was fooling around with the distance to keep it from filling up my thing. And then I realized, wait a minute, I'm just going to put the soil canister there anyway. I don't think it's getting this one. Rotate this one a little bit. There we go. Good. Good to watch it because it wasn't getting the one on the right. Be nice to lock these extractors like you can lock the tables. Might give them that feedback. Lock. Extractor placement. Like tables. Astroneer. Yeah, that may be my only feedback on that is because I do the same. I click that thing so often, just like I do with tables, and then I move it, and then I'm like, ah. And I got to reconnect all the power and all of that. I think that would be a good quality of life thing if you could lock those. Again, just like you can on the tables. Running out of oxygen. Oh, we didn't take care of that. Well, we ain't got time to take care of it this time. Do we? I think we do. Hold on. Let's fill up one of these containers real quick. This way we can let the big one run over here, because it's really moving now. It's really moving now. It's extracting very, very quickly. All right, that's what we've been trying to set up. We got it set up. We're out. I got one more problem to solve, and I have a couple minutes to get it solved. It's not going to be that hard, hopefully. Let's go. let's go see if we can solve it. Now, again, I kept some of the fuel with my vehicle, which I explained earlier. You definitely want to keep it with your vehicle, especially if you're just hopping from place to place to place and you're picking up stuff. I just usually keep it in that extra slot. It's very useful. Okie dokie. So let's pull it out of here so I can remember that it's there in the first place. How's my jetpack looking? Let's grab an extra. Use that auto arm later and do a whole bunch of that stuff. Right here, we want to work on our thing here. Let's go find it. I think it's in here. Portable oxygenator nanocarbon alloy. Right there. Give me that. Give me that nanocarbon alloy. Boom. All right, you turn this on. Never have to worry about it again. You walk away, it automatically runs. But you need to make sure that you do have multiple QRTGs. And basically my inventory is going to be full now. I actually don't need the oxygen tank anymore. So I'm going to take that out. And then again, turn this on. And now you'll see it tops it out. If I take it out, you'll see that... oh, I got to get away from my vehicle, though. Got to get away from my vehicle. You can see it goes down. If I put it in there, it goes right back up. Now, when I shape stuff over here, if you only have one, it'll start going shh, 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 which means that it's turning on and off because it doesn't have enough power. So you need at least 2 of them to get it going because this does take 1 power while it's active. And then, of course, your shaper takes another power. And then if you go look at your mods over here, you can see it uses 0.75 power, 0.5 power. So this is using like a power and a half. So you really want to get another QRTG, which I don't know where I put the rest of mine. But we'll track one down. But now we're completely autonomous. We can run anywhere. We can go anywhere. We can do anything that we want to do. We'll have enough power and enough oxygen, and that's really the purpose of what you're trying to do. Make it where your character can go anywhere and do anything without needing vehicles. You're not going to, if you get stuck down somewhere, no big deal because you're not going to run out of oxygen. You don't have to do oxygen filters anymore and none of that stuff. But it will fill your entire backpack, especially if you're using the jetpack and all of that. My light up here. And so what I do is I usually have these at the top, and then usually a soil and hydrazine, and then another QRTG there, and then I never have to think about it again. Never have to think about oxygen again. Never have to think about power again when I'm shaping or doing whatever. And you're GG. But again, I just won it again. I just won the game again. So now I can just do whatever I want. I many resources I want, whatever I wanted to do. I crushed it yet again. Day 3. Day 3, we crushed it. All right, we got to get out of here before YouTube stops recording. Let's go, Kismet Love Train. We're off. All right, everybody, we're going to go and put him away in the little shelter there. We're going to save and quit right there. We're going to roll on out of here, everybody. Thanks for being here in the stream. I hope you enjoyed this massively long bonus stream for 12 hours. Yeah, we, of course, are playing some Astroneer for Monday, our bonus stream, and, of course, back later tonight, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, for a local mega playthrough of Satisfactory. We are doing massive train lines, and we're working on all of our stuff, and we got our major stuff already redone. We just need to run some lines and tie it into the previous stuff we were doing, so it continues to make those resources for us while we go ahead and gather more resources for our massive power plant that we're going to do, our fuel plant. That's going to be really, really fun, I think. Big time fun. So we're going to set all that up later tonight, so definitely be around for that. Make sure to hit the follow button no matter where you are on Twitch, YouTube, or Twitch, Trovo, wherever. If you're over on YouTube, over here at youtube.com/KismetBP, hit that subscribe button, which is basically the follow button over there. Then hit the like button, leave a comment. You can also check out the twitter.com/Kismet or x.com/KismetBP. And hit follow button over there as well. So you can also check out the Discord, check out the website, And do me a favor, everybody, go over there and consider becoming a Patreon over on patreon.com/Kismet. The greatest way to support the stream, everybody. Remember, every penny goes right back into it in the form of projects and other things that we do, including giveaways and stuff like that. So please consider becoming a patron if you did enjoy the stream tonight. If you learned something, you laughed, you cried, you thought that was crazy. You thought that was, wow, Kismet, you scaled that up massively fast. Yeah, that was pretty awesome. Now you guys know how to do it, and you can scale yours up just like that. Thanks to all these people scrolling up over here, and of course, thanks to all of my patrons down below. I appreciate each and every one of you here in the stream. Oh, my actual button's working right now. Yay! All right, there we go. 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 cats for staying all the way to the end of the stream. And that's it for me, everybody, with a couple minutes to spare of our 12-hour stream. We'll see you guys later tonight. Bye, everybody.
Hi, this is Noru. Thanks for watching. Hit the subscribe button.